FaZe. He's saying what he wants to say. He's speaking his mind. He thinks he's one of the best in the world, and I kind of agree with him. This guy's been...
Hello and welcome to the HCS Arlington Qualifier. It's Sunday already, tools, and we're starting off on winners semi-finals. Not yet. I'm just excited for the finals. Today the battle for top 8 begins. We're going to start off with SSG and Shopify Rebellion.
Going to be a really tough matchup for Shopify here. Space Station's looking really hot. Just won last week. Legend looks phenomenal. Going to be a tough challenge.
Definitely will. We're going to start off on CTF Empyrean, and why don't we go say hello to our casters for the day, Eli and Makowski.
Yo, what's going on, everybody, and a very good morning to you. Championship Sunday, the final one before we do it for real on land. Makowski joined alongside me as my duo from 2005, and what a winner semifinals we have set up. It's arguably the top 4 teams that the community has picked throughout the HCS preseason. I think Sentinels has been that top 4 team, but Rebellion took it from them yesterday, beat them in that previous series to get to this spot. We got the quad box loaded for you guys, so we got the winner semifinals and all of the lower bracket action to qualify for Arlington. Eli, how are we feeling about this magical day?
Man, I just cannot wait to get into it. Championship day is always so exciting. These two teams are absolutely on fire. SSG has now won 2 of the tournaments leading up to this, once with Monster and then once with Legend. They finished top 6 while Legend was jet lagged after flying across the entire world. So they seem to be finally in full force after last weekend, and I'm curious to see if they'll be able to keep up that heat going into this one.
Little mixy off the start, but SSG is able to break through the long haul. Suppressed has the defensive positioning with the sniper at the snipe tower in a 1v1 with a little bit weaker than full shield. Stellar takes him down, but Suppressed goes down shortly after. Fortunate enough that another member of Rebellion, that's Mental, was there to pick up the snipe, but he's there to pick up the remains as the rest of his team goes down. Mental does a great job here, though, to cycle towards the flag, get some favorable spawns, and SSG have life off the start, a chance to pull the first flag.
Really curious to see how Rebellion plays out of this situation. They're all trapped in their base, and Space Station knows it. They also know that Space Station knows it. They are unable to do much of anything off the back foot, but it seems that there are 2 snipers in the hands of Rebellion. Looks like Mental does get one of these snipers. Or sorry, Bound gets one of these snipers, and he's going to try to continue to apply pressure. I think this flag goes all the way home.
Bound taking down Mental, a Mental that had lived through 2 life cycles. But his survivability is not going to be enough to stop SSG from scoring this. However, they do use a lot of resources. Eco, the only member of SSG to survive that score. Because of it, Rebellion have the pressure in the base of SSG, looking for a counter.
Bound getting a kill here in this moment. So massive. Suppressed probably not going to be able to make it very far. He's already taken down to 1 shot. Has to wait for his shields before he does anything else. Stellar's just going to continue to apply pressure to these aggressors. All Space Station have to do here is clear out their half of the map. They need to do it quick, though, because Rockets and Overshield are up in 15 seconds, and whoever gets those could very well convert it to another flag cap.
Flag timer ticking away. That one will be reset as SSG reset the map. Rebellion with the prime opportunity to counter, but they go 3 down instead on the other side, and that's not the time to go 3 down. It's going to give Legend and SSG rockets for free as he's pushing up along the bottom of the mid-bridge. Takes down Soul Snipe, looks left, looks right. Collateral damage.
Wow.
No, does enough to stay alive. That one step back with the right foot keeps Legend's life. And now SSG with another flag out. Because of that, Legend's able to rotate back to training, and now he's on a killing spree. SSG looking to score 2.
Oh my god, that had to be the perfectly placed rocket. How does it do perfectly enough damage to kill a full shields player and not enough damage to kill himself? I don't think there was a different pixel on the map he could have landed the rocket for that to be possible, and they turn it into a flag cap. That was absolutely unreal. Not only that, but he also converts it to the killing spree on the spawners, and that was a textbook flag cap out of Space Station using the sandbox to finish the entire flag run.
This one is fast and frenetic to start your championship Sunday, as both teams have had multiple pulls, but it's SSG with multiple scores. Rebellion with 2 counter cap opportunities where 3 went down for SSG to score both flags. Despite that, they're not able to convert and even get the flag past something like the long haul. So for now, SSG in the driver's seat. Stellar with the snipe in his hands and put it to use.
Love the way Stellar's playing this. He knows that he doesn't really have to go anywhere. The pressure is all on Rebellion. They are the ones that have to go into their base, pull a flag out, and start getting closer to tying up this game. There's still 8 minutes on the clock. They're already down 2-0. They have to move now. But Stellar knows this. He's just going to play defense. If they get a few kills, then of course he'll push up, but he's in no hurry to do so. Now that the numbers game was in their favor, he did start to move up, sees a few of his teammates die though, so he's just going to stay on his half of the map. I love the process that we're seeing from Stellar, and that's why they've been so powerful lately.
A one-score game is a one-pull game, Eli. It's still very close, but when you get that second score, you have a little bit of insurance to work with, and now the pace of play can be determined by SSG. As you identified that, Eli, SSG really slowing down the pace of play. They're not cranking it down to where they're parking the bus. They're still pushing out on their mid-map control side of things, but Rebellion not able to answer back. Mental is deep in the SSG base, and Bound has called him out. Bound has found him. SSG in the remains. The Cavalry's arrived. Legend takes down Soul Snipe. 2 go down for Rebellion, and numbers continue to dwindle. They need this next Rockets, this next Overshield, a couple plays with a Snipe, but they're not going to get it. Instead, it's flawless control of the Rockets from SSG.
I don't think we could see possibly more efficient gameplay out of that sequence there. They're just gathering information. Where are the opponents? Where are they hiding? What routes can I take to finish off the players that my teammates have already started to weaken? Space Station are flowing around the map together so flawlessly, and they did it at perfect time to get the Rockets. Looks like Mental was able to kill the Rocket player and the Overshield player, so that completely neutralizes both power items that spawned recently. But the problem is, Rebellion's still stuck in their base. They're still facing pressure from the other members of SSG, and if Rebellion can't even get to the other side of the map, how are they ever going to possibly get a flag run?
And if you want to have a statistical representation of how well together SSG are playing here, look at the kills all aligned. Everybody within one of each other, 10 and 11 across the board. Here for Rebellion, it's a topsy-turvy mix and match from all the way down to 5. 2 players at 5, all the way up to 17 for Cycle. It's just a little too chaotic for Rebellion in the stat sheet, and that's reflecting in the eye test. 4 more go down. SSG with full control at the halfway mark.
Man, this Rebellion roster, they are all so talented, don't get me wrong, but is it not usually Soul Snipe and Mental that are the ones leading the charge when it comes to the slaying department? Cycle and Suppress definitely do it as well. Cycle with 18 right now, by the way. But we're not used to seeing Soul Snipe and Mental having such a difficult time slaying, especially on this map. I feel like I've seen some of Mental's highlight reel moments were on this very map, but Space Station shutting him down time after time, and he's unable to find his footing. Look at this. He just gets his face ripped off when he turns the corner. That's got to check you out. You're trying to make some momentum for yourself, and you just get deleted by Bound. Hiding in the sword side, and Mental and Soul Snipe gotta wake up if they're gonna come back into this.
Yeah, Soul Snipe known as a great flanker in the HCS. More often than not, we see him and his POV. He's looking at the back or the side of the head of an opponent. Haven't seen that as much here. As he utilizes that repulsor tech, though, to land the stick on the mid-bridge, that's going to give him the chance to push past that 50-yard line and now into the Snipe tower. Soul Snipe and Rebellion with 4:44 left on the clock need to get a pull here in the next minute or so. Otherwise, they're just going to run out of time.
Exactly right. They need to, on average, score 2 caps in 2 minutes time. Takes a while to get control of the other side of the map, and especially with the way Space Station are playing their lives so effectively. If one of them takes damage, there's often another one in their place, but this looks good for Rebellion. We've got rockets and Overshield. Only 1 rocket in the chamber, but if Suppress can flip this into a few kills, can actually start to make some damage. But look at this, he's just taking so much fire from the other side, and his teammates are dying all around him. There's almost like it's hopeless. What can he possibly do? His whole team just died. His Overshield's gone. There's no more rocket left. He's just hiding in a corner with a shotgun, and Space Station might just win the game.
Suppressed with all the power weapons. He had shotgun and rockets. He had the Overshield as well, and he got back down from the mid-map all the way to the back wall, and now SSG have another flag out. This could be the one that is the dagger in the hearts for Rebellion in game 1. Is Cycle looking to defensively align himself on the green hall. He's biding his time. He's biding time for Mental to push through the long haul. Bound has his back, but one of his opponents has the back of Bound.
Wow.
Despite all of that, 2 go down for Rebellion, and they're going to go down 3-0 in game 1. What a start for SSG.
I am speechless. That was near flawless gameplay. These tiny glimmers of hope that we saw for Shopify were neutralized almost instantaneously by Space Station every single time. The best looking situation was right there at the end. Suppress has Rocket overshield, doesn't get a kill with the Rocket, burns all the OS before he can even see a target to deal damage to, and his whole team is dying around him all the while. It just felt hopeless at most of that game from any perspective on Rebellion. And SSG are on fire early, and they are also the reigning champions from the last tournament. If they are going to play like this throughout the tournament, I could absolutely see them pull off the repeat.
I felt like SSG flipped the monitors off for Rebellion at the start of the match because they started off flawlessly, a quick 2-0 lead, and then they just sort of inched their way towards. But there's that pixel
Play
perfect
that Rocket in slow-mo, man.
Yeah, that's unbelievable, and we called for it in real time. Watch out for the collateral damage, and I was shocked. I could not believe Legend survived that despite having full shields. He seemed close enough to have gone down. And remember, Eli, it's not only staying alive right there, it's rotating back to the training side and getting that first slay to allow the flag to get through the long haul. That's score number 2 for SSG, and they never look back as we look forward to game number 2 here. Aqua TS, an overshield going to be fought for off the rip after Mental ends the 5 perfect shots. 2 go down for SSG, and it looks like, no! Legend did have the camo, but it looks like at the last second it dissipates. I don't think, obviously it didn't get burned. It's going to be there for Mental instead to get picked up, and I love this delayed pop, this delayed use of the overshield. He's going to wait till he takes a couple shots, re-rack, re-shield, and wow, he's being very cheeky with this OS, just now popping it.
I've noticed this meta has started to evolve between these teams. They're recognizing I don't have to pop it right away if I have enough cover and teammates around me. If they have the right information to know they're not going to get jumped immediately, they can safely move around. The later that you delay the activation of the overshield, the higher the value that returns from it. So love to see the process from Mental. It's a little bit risky because if you do get caught off guard and taken down, you could potentially trade that item to the other team, but they only are delaying it when they're confident that they can do so.
It's that risk reward that has Rebellion up by 4 in the early goings of this one. Great game sense. Heads up play there from Mental. Maybe even a reminder from the head coach. That's Nick Bestman, one of the Halo legends here in the community, coaching this Rebellion roster. As we got another one on the other side for Space Station, Elamite, the 09 national champion. So many legends here in the Halo community, now coaching. Love to see it. As the lead is dwindled away, though, for Rebellion, cut in half. 12-9, as Stellar makes it even closer. Just now a 2-kill game.
Love that you shouted out the coaches. It's so important that your coaches are experienced in the game, like Bestman and Elamite, 2 of the most experienced coaches that we have. And they're going to be the ones that talk about, hey, this is the time to go for the overshield. Try to get a kill here before you do anything else. Stay alive. Your teammate's going to need your help in about 10 to 15 seconds. He's calling these things out. And yes, these players probably already know a lot of it, but it's always nice to have an experienced veteran in your ear to try to ease it, just make the situation feel easier to play. Helps you save some more brain space for yourself so that you can make a better play.
Good coaches like Cortana in the ear of Master Chief, and Rebellion have a 1-kill lead, edging out the Space Station roster after they had previously taken the lead. We've seen a couple lead changes here early on as Rebellion can't go down 0-2 right as the underdog, as the lower seeded team. Rebellion plenty capable to make a run. Everyone, like we said at the beginning moments of the match, it feels like everybody in the community has pegged this Rebellion team as a top 4 potential dark horse championship winning roster. They're just not finding it just yet. They are finding their form though in game 2. They still have a 2-kill lead. Ooh, tough loss there as Cycle goes down and the lead goes back to 1.
This game has gone back and forth quite a bit. Rebellion though holding on to the lead for the most part. Now all of a sudden though it's tied. Legend is rotating around this side of the map. CZ has teammates in the opposite util. I'm not sure if they know this player's hiding on car 2. I think he might have been seen recently. Looks like they're both kind of looking for him, but they don't feel the need to push into car 2 because it's a dangerous spot to push. You can be seen from a lot of different sight lines. We'll see if that player sitting car 2 will be able to get out. Looks like he might still be there. No, Suppress has found his way to the opposite side, and the positioning from Rebellion is mostly low ground. They're going to have to get some ground on the higher regions of the map if they're going to be able to take out Bound. As long as Bound stays up here, it's going to be very safe from any players underneath him.
Especially with Overshield coming up soon. It's not always the first team to the OS that gets the OS, especially because of that positioning bottom pink. More often than not, it feels like the team that baits OS gets OS. So let's see who sets up in that formality, as it looks like OS will be up in 5 bound, making his way on the periphery of the map to take down Cycle. Has Soul Snipe over his right shoulder. And this distraction, this bait is going to allow a fairly free pull, it looks like, for SSG on the OS. That's a massive win condition for them as they're utilizing it to gain the lead, now up 2.
Down 10-6, and you can see why. His survivability has been immaculate. He's just rotating all over the different parts of the map, spending most of that life at high ground, just raining down fire on members of Rebellion. They all spawn in the fridge, and this looks like a potential overkill. We got 3.
Last shot.
Mental, though, I think spawned on the other side of the map, unable to get the overkill, but man, that was such a good play by Space Station. They force the spawn into the fridge, immediately collapse, and go up by 3 in that engagement.
The OS on Aquarius gotta be the most impactful change between HCS Season 2 and Season 3 on Team Slayer. It can help swing a match like it has for SSG, still up 3. And in CTF, it can help stop or ultimately score a flag. So gotta keep eyes on this next OS, as we should see at least one more. 33-36. This one's still very close, as Rebellion are doing a good job to keep it close. Trades go out. Net positive outcome, though, for Rebellion is they're going to inch closer and closer to tying SSG, going into the 40s.
Suddenly, it's Rebellion with better positioning. Got top control. All of Space Station trapped in this base, but how do they play out of it? That's the question. You see one member elected to go to the P side. The other 3 go into the car side, suppressed. Almost turns 2 with that thrust pack, but some nice shots by Stellar clutch up the situation. That teammate that was on P side now able to collapse and hit the opposite side. Legend gets traded out on the other side, but now the lead has grown to 4 for Space Station.
That was a massive moment in the match, Eli. It would be 37-38 had Stellar not won that, but Stellar, he's that dude. He's the MVP for a reason, and after that 1v1 win, Space Station have a 5-kill lead in the 40s now. 42-37 bound, drops to bottom mid, takes down another member. Excuse me, that's Soul Snipe taking down bound. 38-39 now, 44. As SSG's actually built a mini 2-possession lead, but not for long. As Rebellion take down 3, they earn the overshield, and they're primed to push in and maybe get a clean wipe. Tied up at 44 with the use of this OS.
They need to be aggressive here, though. Cycle needed to win that fight a little bit faster while his teammates push in on the other side. Looks like SSG elect to completely push out the utility. They saw the writing on the wall that the push was coming in, and they all flooded out to one side, and they overpower Mental, who's car 2. Now they turn around and fight back the way they came from. Such a brilliant process to make sure they don't get collapsed on inside that base.
Pretty hard to run away from the power-up on a map that's as small as Aquarius, so give credit to SSG for manipulating the surface area on Aquarius to make that overshield, which, like we said, felt like a potential to tie it. Instead, SSG gonna run away with the lead and the victory here in Game 2 by 7, no less, as they take a 2-0 lead quickly. In our winter semifinals, we've got some more action. This is intriguing. Sentinels versus Native Gaming. Winner qualifies for LAN and pool play in Arlington. As Native Gaming looks like here at about the 4-minute mark, 4 minutes off the clock, I should say, have a 1-0 lead.
This is an interesting one for me. Sparty is housing Barcode right now. Barcode traveled across the oceans to get to America so he could play on American soil here and compete in our tournaments. And Sparty kind enough to open the doors to have him live in his house. And now they find each other playing one another for top 8. Could the drama be any more real? How awkward is dinner going to be later tonight as Barcode gets a perfect on one of Sparty's teammates? But whoever comes out on top here is definitely going to be gloating after the tournament.
I don't know if I'm thinking about dinner just yet, Eli. What did Spartan make Barcode for breakfast? Scrambled eggs, waffles, toast, eggs Benedict, orange juice, coffee. He's had a full course meal as Barcode. 12-3-6, soaring above the rest of the competition here in the early goings of this series. Still Game 1, Argyle CTF. There's our arena. As Sparty looks to push up, gets a double bounce stick grenade off on APG. That's an interesting way to take down an opponent. As we set our sights back towards our main match of the day, winter semis, and SSG haven't had much of a chance to look at other teams, but I can't imagine anybody else starting off Championship Sunday better than what we've seen from SSG.
They're definitely firing on all cylinders. This is a game type that I think they're going to be extremely good against any team. I mean, we saw them beat FaZe and OpTic, I think, in this game type last week. And so far, we're seeing why. Lots of kills showing up in the kill feed. SoulSnipe has the sniper, but he can't really do anything with it just yet. He's facing heavy pressure from the cut side, and all the while, they're making a multiple man push on this side of the map to shut down the sniper. They've been accumulating hill time this entire time. Bound finding a double kill, and the hill guy hasn't even been touched throughout this whole interaction. Talk about efficiency.
And I'm not sure if that was an unforced error, Eli. I'd like to get your thoughts if you saw that. But SoulSnipe dropped his bandit to just solely hold on to the snipe. I wouldn't have been as surprised if I saw him drop snipe to hold on to the bandit. But things seem to be a little all over the place for Rebellion. They're just in a metaphorical blender, and they have been ever since this series started. 1-0 lead for SSG as they're looking for the quick and clean sweep in the winter semis.
This looks somewhat good for Rebellion. They've got early positioning of the new hill, but nobody's top tower. That means the high ground advantage is not going to slow Space Station down. They're able to push in a little bit more freely. Trades going out on both sides. Legend actually the last player alive for Space Station, and if he can stay alive while his teammates come off spawn here, he could potentially flip this back, but no, he gets taken down, and suddenly it's actually staggered spawns for Space Station, which bodes very well for Rebellion to cap the second hill.
I know this is early, Eli, but this is a must cap for Rebellion. They've let SSG build too big of a lead in the early and mid game. You can't let them do that again here in game 3 with all the momentum looking like the premier team they are. Gotta bounce back. Gotta make SSG start to bleed a little bit. Gotta make SSG question their strategies at least. Have a little bit more going on in the communication than free-flowing comms like I imagine we've heard from SSG throughout the day, as Rebellion do in fact tie things up. SSG get the early rotation over to A, and things are tied for now.
You're exactly right. That was a must cap hill, and they do. They show signs of life. They've got to wake up. This is early for a lot of gamers, man. They might not be awake yet, okay? But SoulSnipe is known to be seen in those late night money 8s. Who knows if some of those lobbies were popping off last night, but you got to wake up today, man. You're facing the reigning champions. You got to play on your A game, especially when they're on their A game. But look at that. They get 4 dead. They've got the hill control. What's going to be really important now, though, is how quickly can they apply pressure to the spawners. Looks like they know they're spawning on the B side, and they're preparing to slow them down.
And this is a winter semis match, but the consequences are that of what almost feels like a lower bracket match, in the sense that you win this series, Eli, you win one of these 2 winter semis, and you secure a #1 seed in your pool in Arlington. I think that's the goal for everybody here. Secure a top 4 placement this weekend, and you get that 1 seed in your particular pool. That's what these 2 teams are fighting for here now. As a loss back-to-back would actually keep you at top 6. So this is massive. The difference in seeding and positioning this could create for HCS Arlington is Cycle and the rest of Rebellion have gotten up off the mat. They've picked themselves up off the floor. Now in the lead here on this 3rd hill, looking to finalize it, make it a 2-1 game.
A little bit unlucky timing for Cycle. That's so frustrating when you're watching an angle. You think you got the perfect prediction, and then the second you look away, that's when the guy actually shows up. We saw that timing come in unfavorably for Cycle, and that's actually great for Space Station. If they can cap the second hill, they can slow down the momentum that Rebellion was starting to build and start getting closer to that 3-0 sweep.
SSG have scored a considerate amount of time here. As they've gotten really close, they're just about as close to scoring as Rebellion is. So now what looked like a Rebellion 2-1 lead now has to be fought for, but not for much longer, as 4 go down for SSG. GG's go next, as they'll likely rotate off spawn to the next hill. 2-1 lead here for the Rebellion.
Rebellion was trying to play this transition in a way that gave his team a better chance for the next hill as well. So you not only want to cap 1 hill, but also give yourself a good chance to capture the next. But Space Station able to slow him down. You saw that there was members of Space Station already stopping him from crossing top middle. That made him get here a little bit later than he would have liked, but the rest of Rebellion pick up the pieces, kill those players that were attacking mental, and now they also look well set up for this next hill. So they could potentially turn 3 in a row here if they can hold on to this setup.
Talked about waking up, Eli. It feels like Rebellion, member by member, 1 by 1, are starting to rub the cobwebs out of their eyes as everybody's having a good performance here. Everybody above the positive mark, contributing to OBJ as well, most importantly. And here Rebellion are, despite that GG go next, rotate to next hill we talked about. Rebellion get the halfway mark on this 4th hill, but SSG going to dismantle that quickly as they take all 4 down for Rebellion. as they get their first set of time on this hill. A spawns for the Rebellion.
I'm not sure what Eco was pinging right there. Could have been a weapon, or it could have also been a grenade that was around the corner by pillars. He could have been telling his teammates, shoot that grenade if they come through from pillars. I'm not really sure, but he was spam pinging it. I think he pinged it like 6 times. So whatever it was very important to Eco. This guy definitely always leading his team and making sure they're paying attention to what needs to be paid attention to. Right now, though, Legend not feeling safe in the hill. He's going to take this fight at the tower. If he can maintain control of this positioning, that's going to force Rebellion to spawn all the way on the A side screens. That's exactly what they want for the next sequence here.
And in these last 2 hills, SSG have gone down. Rebellion have built a fairly large deficit, at least up 50% or more. To SSG's nothing, but they bounce right back. Score continuously to actually regain the lead on this particular hill. 2 down on each side. Now 3 for Rebellion. Soulsnipe, the last player alive. At the back of the map in the corner, Stellar going to get the easy double, and he's going to allow his teammate to continue to accrue time. Stellar going to push out on these spawns and try to apply early pressure to the garage door. Now rotating to the bottom mid side of the map instead for that snipe.
So look to be in such good position for Rebellion, but Space Station just snatched control right out of them. Now at this point, it looked like SSG was about to get that last second, but no, they get taken down. Stellar has to retreat with this sniper, and this might just push him back for long enough for Rebellion to finish the hill. There's going to be more members of Space Station pushing in through the tower side, though. If they can shut these 2 players down, then they'll secure the hill. But no, those players go down, and SSG is going to steal it right from under their nose.
Wow, and it's Stellar holding forward aggressively. 2 kills in that fashion, looking for a third on Mental. No, Mental wins it instead. It takes down a Stellar who was starting to heat up a little bit. He was sitting previously at 3 and 7. Now 4x on the kill side, 2x on the death, so he's just barely negative now. Only 1 as Mental pushes up to the top side of Snipes. And with the hill top mid, that's the premium real estate to own on this map.
You're exactly right. Both these teams not even going to try to get hill time until they have control of that tower side in most cases. It's just too powerful. They're not thinking about scrapping little bits of time. They want to get large chunks of time, and the best way you can do that is if you hold the tower side as well as the hill. Both teams really wrapping around the perimeters of the map to wage war at the tower. Soulsnipe going to use this camo that's going to increase their odds of getting control of the tower. The Space Station is continuing to fight for it.
Oh, Soulsnipe trying to stay alive with that camo, utilizing the dummy to take a little bit less damage, but he goes down nonetheless. Stellar on the other side, and keep eyes on this man, because he is continuously outperforming the way he started off in this game. Not surprised to see Stellar heat up as he pushes in towards top mid, earning some hill time, looking to earn a couple slays as well. But for now, he'll milk some time in the vents, drops, looks to make the flank play potentially, but no, he's getting pushed instead down bottom mid. Mental chases, and now with the use of that repulsor, gonna get right back up top, but Eco's there waiting. Eco with the double on Cycle. No, Cycle wins it instead, and Rebellion with 3 down could potentially hold 1 or 2 more tries here to gain the lead. 2-2 for now with 1:45 left.
Sensing a little bit of desperation on the side of Rebellion. They know how important this game is, but Mental's got to wait for his shields before he repulses into a full shields player's face. Should have known that the teammate that he killed bottom mid would be telling his opponent his exact location. They do ultimately secure this hill, though, despite that misstep there. And this next hill going to be so important. Can Space Station tie it up? Only 1:45 on the clock, so they're not going to be able to afford to spend much time out of this hill.
And strategically, I think the conversation lends itself towards Rebellion. If they had to choose between milking out this clock or going for the 4th and final score, I think they go for that 4th and final score. Still way too much time left on the clock, 140. So I think we'll see Rebellion contest for this hill equally as much as SSG is Stellar. But that snipe goes down, though. That's a massive takedown. Mental now has the snipe. Rebellion have 3 down for SSG. Their momentum is mounting, and if Mental can get a slay here, he does. That's going to be all 4 for SSG. Rebellion set up cleanly over here on the B side. A spawns for Space Station. Can Mental run it back?
Love the positioning from Mental. I think Space Station are going to be aware of it, but he still hits the body shot regardless. Bound kind of overextending. They're going to push through the pillars at the same time. This has the makings of a good push, but the defense showing to be a little too strong. Both teams actually losing multiple members. Eco finds a triple kill. make it an overkill? No, I guess not. It didn't look like it looked like it should have been an overkill to me, Hunter.
I think it was just a quick swap, Eli. I think Legend secured that. Yeah, just an observer thing with the quick swap. Sometimes nano frames and nanoseconds, they're the only difference we get in Halo and on the observer side, as things are tight. Close here as SSG needs just a few more seconds to tie this thing up, but they go 3 down. Instead, Stellar looking to make that MVP play. No, he goes down. Can't take down 2. And Rebellion, with one final hold, could take their first game in this series.
Like this play from Cycle, using the quantum translocator. He's going to place the portal back green, move into A, apply some pressure in the garage, knows he can always portal back to safety, and for that he slows them down long enough to get the last hill, and suddenly Rebellion have life. Could this be the beginning of a reverse sweep?
And this, Eli, to me, this is the Rebellion we saw in the preseason, where it felt like unequivocally everybody pinged this as their top 4 Dark Horse squad going into HCS Season 3 over even a Sentinels team that was occupying that space all of last year. Starting to see a little bit why, as they not only make SSG bleed, but they take them down in an impressive fashion. Didn't let it get really close and tight there at the end of 3-3 game. Instead, Rebellion take it by 2, and now we got a series.
This is really interesting. We're going into recharge strongholds, and from a philosophical standpoint and like a team archetype, the way that I perceive Shopify is these guys are the type of squad that just overpower other teams with sheer firepower and speed. Like, they are extremely fast on the map. They're not missing many shots, and they're just going to make your life incredibly difficult. They're manipulating spawns, forcing splits. They're in your face constantly, and that's how they're able to beat a majority of the teams they face, just by being faster and hitting more shots. And what does strongholds mean to you, Hunter? Because to me, it means the team that plays fast and aggressive and applies pressure to spawners, they can flip games into 250-0s. Now, don't get me wrong, Space Station got to be one of the hardest teams in the world to do it against.
I don't know if we're going to see that, but
but you get what I'm saying is like their speed and aggression definitely lends well to this game type.
100%. But then I look on the side of Rebellion and I look at the namesake in Cycle. When you ask me like what I think about in Strongholds, I think about cycling on the map, causing chaos, creating a cyclone, a tornado of chaos. And it's not only on Cycle to accomplish that, it's on all 4 of these members for Rebellion to create the opportunity to force the game 5. And if I'm looking at an ancillary player next to Cycle to keep an eye on, it's Soul Snipe. One of the best, I wouldn't say movement players in the league, right? Because I think when you say that, people think of G-slides and movement tech. But in terms of positioning, I think Soul Snipe is a top 3 player. He more often than not seems to have the perfectly timed flanks, where he's not isolating himself and going out of his way. He times his flanks perfectly. Gonna need to see that in that Strongholds game 4 if Rebellion are to force a game 4. Now on to game 2, as Sentinels, despite what was a 1-0 lead at the halfway mark for Native Gaming when we last tuned in, that map went to Sentinels instead. Early goings here, 3-4. Native with a 1-kill lead.
Shows there is definitely some ice in the veins for Sentinels early. That's a good recipe for success for this squad. We've seen them be extremely resilient in every tournament we've seen them in so far. Doesn't matter how far down they are, they never seem to give up. And I think that strong mentality is what makes them so strong. We saw members of this team like Sparty and Lethal maybe losing some confidence on other rosters, but with this group of guys, I feel like they're just clicking so well that they always believe in themselves. They always believe in each other. And that's a dangerous recipe for other teams in the tournament.
Collect and the rest of Native Gaming looking to slow down the pace a little bit with the use of that shock at the back of C, but Lethal's not going to allow them to. And I love this play from Sentinels. You got a sniper, apply pressure to it. Despite that, though, 3 going to go down for 4, going to go down for Sentinels. The push was not well calculated or timed or executed on, as nobody goes down for Native Gaming. It's a flawless hold for them, and because of that, they continue to hold on to Snipe. Collect with the shock, gets the shot down. Body shot going to take that opponent down to 1 HP. Sparty, though, gets the opening break slay, and they're coming for Collect's head.
Oh my, Sparty finds Collect, wants a shock rifle for himself. If he can get a couple kills with these last 2 shots, that's going to be massive for him. Doesn't hit the first one. Camo in the hands of Boo Boo Doo. This guy we talk about his camo plays all the time. Can he make another? It's spotted early and decides to retreat in its own way. That's still a very smart thing to do with camo. You don't want to just let it burn right away. You want to pick the perfect time to engage to make sure you get some value out of it. It's about to run out though, so I think he's going to just play as if he doesn't have camo for the most part, just trying to lay down damage, see if maybe his teammates could follow up on it or hold the other team back. But so far, Native have played this very well with a 5-point lead now.
Love the positioning here from McWin. It's a little spread out. He's the only player that's not in close proximity to the rest of his teammates, but with those cross shots from the side of Gold, he's able to take down Boo Boo Doo. Now Boo Boo Doo off spawn, looking to take down Austin after he previously took him down with the cross shots. You can sense Boo Boo took that personally, took the fight straight to McWin, but he goes down, trades out. 3 go down for Sentinels, and this has been what I'm noticing, Eli, in these kind of mixy situations where 5-6 players go down in a sequence. It's Native Gaming more often than not with the +1 edge. They've turned that into a +4, 13-17 lead here as Falcated looks to break through on the A side.
This is important for me to see from Native. There's a few question marks on them. It's been a while since they found their footing, but I think to see them play their process and kind of win the opening chess match against Sentinels bodes well for them.
Rebellion not going to give SSG a second to breathe with the camos. Almost put a APB all points bulletin on Legend's head. Instead, he goes down. Camo, a moot point off the start as these teams are going to have to vie for control with things other than power up. As Suppressed looks to lock down C, but it's Space Station taking A and B.
This is going to be very interesting. Are they going to elect to just hold A, B, do the classic setup? Looks like they will for now. No reason to really push into C just yet, but I think if Space Station are able to get a few slays out, they might elect to push into C if their positions allow them to do so. But for now, just maintain what you've got. They're kind of fighting for space on both sides. Look at this. Bound gets a kill, immediately backs into A. Doesn't want to mess up the spawns. Wants to force Rebellion to spawn at that C side over and over. And honestly, right now, Rebellion do not have an answer. They continue to get shut down. Stellar's got the shock rifle. Finds a headshot in the kill feed. Cycle is going to go through bottom middle, though. This is one of the sneaky plays that you can sometimes use to get out. No, he gets spotted out and immediately headshot because Stellar's reaction time is absolutely unreal. The target acquisition on this man is arguably the best in the game.
Spotted out. Those are the 2 keywords you just used, Eli, and I think of that because I talked about the flank, the flawless flanks from Soul Snipe. It looked like he was trying to set one up there previously, but he went down to Bound, now trying to flank the back of Stellar. He gets headshotted for the killing spree as SSG have read every single push from Rebellion. Not one push from Rebellion has fooled the likes of SSG as they continue with their reign of domination, but for now, Rebellion are going to get back on the board and rolling.
It's not an easy way for them to have done it too. B, usually the tougher one to cap. It's so exposed on the map. So for them to take B, they're going to feel confident to push into A now, flip the entire situation. Now they want that AB setup and they'll give C to Space Station. And now, can they hold the setup as long as Space Station did? Space Station able to get 65 points out of their setup. This is always a telltale sign to me at who's playing better, is who can hold the setup for longer. We'll have to see.
All right, and for now, SSG with those back C spawns, the most unfavorable here on Recharge. Rebellion making them pay for it as they've now halved this lead, 35 and a roll into 65. As Suppressed, interesting decision here, has moved up into the blue tower. That's going to flip the map, I believe. Yes, SSG are going to start capping B because of it. Suppressed with no more shock to work with, so that'll be up in another minute. As Suppressed, you looking to utilize the grapple to get up to A, but no. Was that an overextension, Eli, or did SSG just break through with good strategy?
I think so, but when you're playing against one of the best teams in the world, you got to mix it up. You can't always do the same thing. If you always hold the AB setup and watch the crosses, you know, this isn't Tools Platinum lobbies. You know what I'm saying? Like, you gotta think a little bit more. This is a chess game. You gotta switch it up a little bit. You gotta do something unpredictable, and I think that's what he was going for. It just didn't pay off in the end, and he does get shut down. Space Station start to score again, but look at this. They are capping B again. They might be able to get back on the board.
I feel so bad for Tools as a Diamond player, matching against Frosty in that one moment where he got montaged. As Cycle looks to rain some shots out across the map onto the C platform. Suppressed cleans up on Legend. 2 go down on each side, but with 2 in control for Rebellion, they're chipping away at this lead, only down by 30 seconds. And again, SSG going to have to push off that back foot of C and break through. If not, Rebellion could very well regain the lead.
They're looking good. playing more disciplined as well. We're not seeing any overextension. Cycle getting a kill right now is actually massive. That means the push from Space Station, no matter what, is going to be weaker. Stellar, though, finds a kill. Soul Snipe's going to pick one off with the shock rifle in the kill feed. Mental gets the trade, and that's a big trade right now. Almost all members of the entire game die in that moment. Legend spawning on C, though. Space Station might have to fight out of C once again, and that's the hardest part of this map to fight out of.
Legend pushing up through the long haul, takes down Cycle in a 1v1, and it feels like Legend's earning not just slays, but very important slays. It's going to be very tough to earn another one as he takes down Soul Snipe despite having help from Mental. And this numbers advantage will dwindle away for SSG, or excuse me, for Rebellion, as SSG are able to maintain a 2-2 split. They go 3 down. Rebellion are going to go 2 up on B and C, and this is an interesting flip now. You talked about switching up the strategy, Eli. Here's a big switch. SSG has now been, I'd say, given the A spawns by Rebellion as they're starting to manipulate this map.
At these higher levels, these teams are able to create a setup out of any configuration of strongholds. I'd say A and C got to be the least common one, but you can hold BC almost as strong as you can hold AB, so long as you know where the enemies are spawning and you're watching all of their exit points. It's very difficult for them to get out and cap anything, and that's exactly what they've done in those moments. They're now Space Station now trying to cap BC while Rebellion has A, and let's see if they can hold it just as long.
This is an impressive answer back from Rebellion. They're back against the wall, down 1-2 in this series. Space Station get the first 60 seconds of this match, but it's the next 120 that go to Rebellion. A near 40-second lead or so for them, as they've done a great job, but now SSG, just as I say that, they've flipped the map like we had seen previously. Lead switches back and forth, I would imagine, but that's tough. Eco runs into some geometry. He's going to be the first play, and this will give A back to Rebellion.
Yeah, face planting the wall, not recommended in this game. He needed to get into A, but you could argue the play before that to extend into tower was a bit unforced as well. He could have just kind of held his ground at A, but wanted to apply a little bit of extra pressure, keep those players into the tower side. Now they're back to holding BC though, and if they can protect B in this moment, they can continue to score.
Yeah, I used to love playing Geometry Wars on the original Xbox 10-15 years ago. Eco in a Geometry War with Recharge. That's a tough one, as that's going to allow Rebellion. You laugh, Eli, but this is serious, man. That flipped the map. A and C go to Rebellion. That's tough. That's not a mistake you see often from the likes of anybody in the top 12 or even 16. So a rare, unforced error for the likes of SSG, but they've done a great job to regain. They take back AB, and now it's Rebellion again with that back foot spawn and C. Can they break through with the long haul or gold push? Cycle now with the Slay gets the shock to work with. And with that opening break, Slay could reset the map, but no, Legend on the flank. 2 go down for Rebellion in the feed, and it looks like SSG are gonna win out B, but it's still being fought for. Now no longer. 3, 4 go down for Rebellion,
Ninja.
and SSG perfectly hold with a Ninja no less.
We see Eco in the kill feed ninjaing an opponent. We do know that sometimes they aren't real though. Most of the time it happens to me, it's not real, you know, but regardless, we'll assume that one was real. And Space Station are rolling now with the trip cap that forces Rebellion to cap not 1 but 2 strongholds to stop the scoring. Looks like they're trying to do 2 at the same time. Is this going to be an overextension? Suppress wins an impressive 1v1, but it's not enough to continue capping B. And now Bound kind of finds himself in a precarious position. Yes, I like this. He decides to get safely into the A side. They've got the AB hold. This position at the Whirlpool, kind of a staple of this hold. He's just going to sit here and try to put down shots. Doesn't really mind getting kills or not. He just wants to lay down damage, slow down Rebellion, predict which way they're routing, slow them down from doing so.
And the lead change does come to fruition as Space Station, they not only earned back that 60-second lead they started the game with, but looking to stretch past that into the 200s. But at the perfect time, Rebellion start to flip A, but no, they go all 4 down instead.
Wow.
The effort was there on A. That was their focal point. They sent numbers, they sent members, they just did not execute, as it's back to C. Split long haul and tower spawns, it looks like. A 2-2 split push here coming from Rebellion.
Seems like Rebellion just have not been able to figure out their pushes in this game. I love the play from Eco here. Full camo, waits until that player is completely extended on the catwalk before he starts shooting. Just guarantee that he didn't have anywhere to go. Now Cycle is left all by his lonesome at the glass side. He's going to have to wait for his teammates to take position in the tower and shoot down this player in the gold side. Look at this though. Eco must know that Cycle is probably lurking at glass. You see that nade? There's no other reason that he would have naded that doorway unless he predicted that he was about to get pushed. Cycle, though, smartly takes the staircase instead of the front door. And if he can cap B, they can stay alive in this game.
246 to 130. And don't tell me Rebellion's about to earn a trip cap. Yes, they are. They steal the clutches of defeat away from SSG for now, as they're only 4 seconds away. But with 3 caps on the board for Rebellion, they can come right back. And if they can hold, if they can cycle through on this map, it might just come back bound. Looking to change that, though, as he looks to retain this lead, at least B for now, as they do flip that. Mental pushes in, takes out the member that stole B. That's Legend. As the third for SSG, that's Stellar. He goes down. And despite a little bit of a mixy scenario, Eco holds A, and this could win the game if not for B going to Rebellion, which it does.
Oh my God. Rebellion has to continue to play these situations. If they're ever about to lose one, they have to take another. Look at this Cycle.
2 seconds.
Perfectly times getting into A as he sees C being converted. Now they're in the AB setup. They don't have any members at gold, though, so Press going to try to apply pressure. Long haul to C. These movements could force a split spawn. They do. SSG spawns in pipes and immediately drop into B. That extension could be what ends the game for Rebellion. You have to think if they just held AB, they could have held it, but there's a trade, and I think that's going to end the game. Wow. Good try by Rebellion, though.
Wow, what a trade win condition there for Bound, is that trade wins the series 3-1, as SSG will move on to the winner final to await the winner of OpTic versus FaZe.
Wow, man. SSG playing so good right now. Last week, they were able to take down both OpTic and FaZe, the two teams that a lot would have predicted could be 1 and 2, but SSG with Legend showing that they are the team to beat right now. I think FaZe and OpTic might be an even tougher challenge for them in the next round.
Eli, I brought this up at the very beginning of the series. I'm going to bring it up at the very end. Look at the grouping for SSG. Everybody within 1 or 2 kills of each other, seemingly throughout the entirety of this series. And we talk about playing your 25% all the time with our players, and that is the greatest example of that in Halo from SSG here. Everybody playing equal parts their role, and you love to see, especially if you're an SSG fan, Legend fitting right in after a couple weeks. The jet lag is gone, and SSG are soaring to new heights as we take a look at our quad box. 3 battles going on for Arlington positioning. The winner qualifies with a top 8 placement. The loser gonna have to wait to see if their points add up at the end of this tournament. That's not something you want to wait for. You want to earn it. You want to control your fate and control your destiny. Here at Native Gaming would be guaranteed an open bracket amateur run if they're to go down in this series, staring at a 2-0 deficit for now. The Sentinels.
I don't think this is a must win for Sentinels because they would still qualify by the points even if they lost. So they would still make pool play, but that doesn't mean they're just going to play easy. They want to play for first place in this tournament so that they can have a seed, a better seed going into Arlington. Right now, Native unable to find an answer. Sentinels very good at this game type as well. I think this is one of their strongest game types that we see from them. They're going to play their process every step of the way, and right now they've got about 66% of this hill, and if they can get a few kills, they might just go ahead and cap it as they do right here.
And I don't know, Eli, if it's necessarily that Native Gaming are a bad team. They got nothing but legends across the board. I don't think that they're a bad team. I think instead that this reflects the intensity and the rising competition here in Halo Infinite. So many teams got so much better. Going from HCS Season 2 to 3, we had the meta switch from the BR to the DMR. We had the meta switch in terms of sandbox map control. Everything changed going from Season 2 to Season 3, and those teams that just could not keep up the pace, again, not to say that they're bad teams, but just could not keep up with that switch. And it seems like Native Gaming might have fallen into that trap, as they have not been able to perform at the level that I think everybody expects from them.
Enemy team took the hill.
And it's tough because right now there's so many good teams, and we saw them place top 3 in one of these. Granted, that was with a slightly different roster. That was with Monster in place of
That is
Barco.
wild, man. That's insane to think of.
Right, yeah, and I think in that tournament they 3-0'd Sentinels, did they not? So
They did.
I don't know. It's tough, man. Whenever you get a brand new player, you do have to like kind of go back to the drawing board and play through, or just go through your game plans all together. Make sure you're on the same page. Monster seemingly with a play style that just fits in on whatever roster he joins. Maybe Barcode not really finding his comfort zone just yet with these guys, but at the same time, all the other teams are also getting better and better all the time because they've stayed together for a while. They've got even more experience under their belt. And right now, I feel like Native could beat just about any team, but they've got to be hot, and the other team's got to be probably a little bit cold if you're looking at one of these top 4 teams.
Well, despite a pretty tough start here for Native Gaming, they are just inches away, moments away from securing their first kill of the game as they tie things up. And with 3 going down for Sentinels, it looks like they might just have that early rotation onto the next hill as Sentinels will have those snipe 1 spawns. If Native Gaming can clear this out here, they should have a pretty considerable hold off the start of hill number 3.
This definitely looks good right now. 2 kills going in their favor in the kill feed. Already got good map positioning. Mikwin wins a massive 1v1, repulses another target. That's Boo Doo unable to do anything. APG shuts him down on the other side of the map, and this looks like a great hold. If they can cap this hill, they could potentially turn this into a game 3 win and stay alive in the series.
Collect heating up. He was previously 1-6, now 3-6 with a couple more assists as well. And that's another conversation we brought up yesterday. I agree entirely with what you stated. So goes Collect, so goes Native Gaming. And I think if they're to come back in this series, Collect gonna have to catch fire as Boo Doo has caught himself a little bit of camo. We've seen what he can do with it. Meticulously, patiently moving his way through Solitude, allowing one of his opponents to pass on through. But I think this is just a matter of timing. Boo Doo gonna lay and wait and come back for that opponent that previously passed him. And look at this. Flawless hold for Native Gaming. Boo Doo, based on the positioning of Native Gaming, isn't really able to do much with this camo. A great job to neutralize camo and score your second hill of the game for Native, as they're now in the lead.
Yeah, Boo just could not find a situation that made sense to engage. It probably looks a little confusing to some of the viewers, but had he chosen to shoot any of the targets he looked at, he would have almost certainly died immediately. The first target that ran past him had the thrust. So Boo is playing out scenarios in his mind in advance to figure out like what would happen if I started shooting this player. He knew that if he shot that guy, he would probably just get reversaled. So unable to find any value, and Native just playing good positioning to make it impossible for him to find an opening.
Sentinels do get the early scoring though on hill number 4 as they're looking to tie up this game, potentially take the series 3-0 as they'll take 3 down. APG, last member alive, earns a clutch double, but Boo Doo shortly after cleans him up, and that's going to allow Sentinels to clean up more this time. One final push here for Native if they want to prevent a tie.
This is still definitely one of the harder ones to cap, but Sentinel's already almost done with it. It's usually one of those hills that you get naded out relentlessly, but I love how Boo is just playing this corner side. There is a small sliver on that left side of the hill that you can sit comfortably without being shot from bottom middle. You just got to watch out for grenades. But look at this. Native shut it down at the last moment. The more time that burns off the clock when you're in the lead in King of the Hill, the better it is for your team. So as long as Sentinels doesn't cap this, any time that elapses between now and this point capping is good for Native.
Wow, Falcated with a huge offsetting double kill, but APG earns 3 of his own. 1 by 1 to earn a couple of seconds of time. Native Gaming thought maybe we're gonna concede, but with APG's slay, they're able to contest this hill, but it looks like Sentinels, only needing a pinky toe in it, are gonna secure it, tie this game up at 2. Fortunately enough though for Native Gaming, they got 2 set up on this next hill, but Lethal and the rest of Sentinels are pushing in hot. Sticky grenades go out, so too does Barcode as he goes down. Player at the top of snipes with the use of the snipe, as Lethal and another member for Sentinels are both 1 HP. McWen precariously moving along the top side of Pink, starting to shoot the shock the metal platform, but he goes down shortly after, and it looks like Sentinels might have the edge on pushing through the hill. No, they do not. Native Gaming are playing some scrappy Halo here with some scrappy hill time.
Honestly, very well played by Native. Those 2 shots to the steel pad in the hill, massive for Mikwin. He was in a position that if he revealed himself would have almost certainly died. Uses the angle on the pad to deal damage to players that aren't even on his screen. That's what makes that play so powerful. And look at this, Collect with a great repulse, sends that player back out of the hill, ensures his team continues to score, takes that player out, and he's going to survive, at least for now, with the shock rifle. Feels like he's had no shields for like 10 minutes now. This guy is somehow surviving, finally gets taken down. But Sentinels are going to have to hold this for quite a while to come back in this 3rd hill, or in this 5th hill.
Enemy team took the hill.
2:10 left on the clock, so the time not quite a factor just yet. Boo Doo looking to become a factor on this hill, but he's getting stuck S1 with that grenade. Keeps him at 1 HP. Keeps him at S1 as he now looks to maneuver his way with the clamber jump. But again, milky time. Objective efficiency on full display here for Native Gaming on these last two hills. That gives them the lead. 3-2, 2 left.
It's not the only thing on full display. APG with 19 kills, only 8 deaths. Only player on his team with double digits, and he is absolutely carrying the team on his back so far. Obviously, the rest of the team making great plays of their own, but APG stepping up in a big way. Lethal gonna see if he can channel his inner Boo Boo Doo. Not able to do so. Only gets 1 kill before trading out, but still an important kill to get. Definitely probably wanted a little bit more out of that camo, but right now, Falcated just sitting high ground in this window. This is such a powerful position during most of the hills on the map. If he can stay alive, he's going to make it even more difficult for Native to go anywhere. But it's Sentinels that have to get their feet in the hill. They finally do here after several kills go down. Now they're going to try to predict the next spawn of Native Gaming.
You bring up a great point, Eli. I think that inefficiency with the camo for Sentinels is the reason why Native Gaming have been able to squeak out a one-hill lead so often on Solitude. You expect camo to be a big reason why Sentinels are winning those games. But instead, Native Gaming have done a good job to neutralize those threats back-to-back via Boo Boo and Lethal. As McWin looks to stay alive at the back of Hotel, he's going to earn some early slays to continue the scoring here. And I'm, again, impressed with how Native Gaming has been able to stay alive, play objectively efficient. But for now, it's Sentinels with the first 50% on this hill, looking to tie things up.
This is interesting. Sentinels really only need about 16 seconds in the hill to finish this, but there's only a minute left on the clock. All the time that they don't spend in the hill gets them closer to losing the game. So the pressure is really on Sentinels to get some kills. And what an insane quick scope from Boo Boo Doo to make it a double kill. That's exactly what they needed right here, right now. If any more time burned off the clock, could have been a disaster for them, but those kills might actually secure this entire hill.
And I would imagine Native Gaming gonna rotate to next. They're gonna concede. That could allow Sentinels a chance to milk some more time, but no, with Collect pushing in through the backside, they're gonna take what's guaranteed. 1 in the hand, better than 2 in the bush, as we have a 3-3 tie now. Sentinels with 45 seconds left. Let's see a sudden death situation in the next minute.
This hill, known for being probably the most lockdown hill, new hill for this season. Wasn't here previously. And look at the positioning from Lethal. Waits to start shooting. Recognized he needed to start shooting. APG stays alive for now, but he's going to face some heavy grenade damage. Look at this, trying to play his life. If he dies right now, he knows he gives up this entire half of the map. His whole team is on the opposite side. So important that he stays alive here. Going to use the thruster to get back to safety. Did enough damage for Sparty to get cleaned up on the other side, and this survivability is massive. This actually gives control to Native for the time being, and Sentinels are going to have to be the ones that find a way to break in.
All right, here we go. Final stretch run for a potential Native Gaming reverse sweep comeback to keep their hopes alive for a pool play run at Arlington. If not, they're starting out in the open bracket, and what a grind that is as Select looks to push on through the vent side of the map. Takes down Boo Boo Doo with the use of the thrust. Now looking to stay alive with half HP. The players for Sentinels are coming for him. And how often has it felt like Collect has been really isolated by Sentinels? Almost feels like maybe Chig, the coach for Sentinels, with a strategy in the opening goings of this one to try to shut down their most important player, Collect, as they're doing just that.
Gotta imagine the damage output is still extremely high from Collect. Got 14 assists despite just 12 kills. I mean, he's been a part of many interactions and able to output damage to keep his team alive, but Sentinels just seems to have the narrow edge in so many of these engagements. Despite what looked to be a very favorable position for Native, has been completely shut out. So now Sentinel scoring, and Sparty, I think, burned that camo. I think that resource was used, which means Native have 1 less win condition to help them get back into this.
Oh, let's see. That was bang bang pixel. Perfect. The need to burn that camo. Not sure. I think it was burned. 3 go down, 4 go down. Burned our Native Gaming as they lose their life force in this series. That will do it. They don't have the time. Sentinels are going to take this series 3-0 despite a hard-fought effort from Native Gaming. They're out of the tournament and out of pool play.
Wow, I mean, I guess we can't say definitively that they're out of pool play because there is a chance they still qualify via points, but I think you're right. I mean, if one of these other squads like Reversal, Perfy, or 4G, who are close to them in points, then, you know, they could potentially usurp Native for those 9th and 10th spots coming out of North America. So we'll have to see how the points shake out, but this definitely does not help their chances, but it does help Sentinels quite a bit to win their first series of the day. 3-0 means that they're going to carry some momentum going into the next series where they're going to face even tougher and tougher competition.
Yeah, big ups to Sentinels here, losing a tough fought series yesterday to Rebellion. Didn't get checked out by that though. Instead, they check in, they clock in here, especially with Lethal. I still can't believe, Eli, that Lethal has to lug his setup to and from the office. How does he not have a PC? We're not going to get into it. That's a damn shame. Can we help Lethal? Can we get Lethal a PC? All right. What's up?
I was going to say someone give him PC instead of someone check him PC. Like,
and we need a new copy pasta for Lethal. Give him PC. This is not normally for a professional gamer to not. All right. I'm belaboring the point again. All right, we're gonna move on to this. We got new action here. Stainers versus Business. Another one of those qualification matches. The winner of this series locks in pool play.
Look at King Nick. We've talked about King Nick a lot in the offseason. One of these players that definitely feels more comfortable with the Bandit. Kind of showing that here. 12 and 8. Big damage output for sure for his squad, but it's the last shot, the newcomer. Honestly, for just pro play in general, I would certainly call him, despite winning the FFA World Championship last year, he's a rookie when it comes to 4v4 at the high level. So for him to have a pop-off season this year, he could absolutely be in that conversation for Rookie of the Year. But right now, they've got to come back. They're down at least a little bit here, and Stainers are looking to convert B and continue scoring.
So impressed with last shot's consistency. He kind of blew the top off of HCS, that NA Open Series week 1, where he had what, plus 12,000 damage differential. It was ridiculous compared to what number 2 was on the list. It just soaring above the rest of the competition. And last shot carried that into weeks 2 and 3. He was continuously at the top 3 of damage differential, which speaks to how dangerous this rookie could be, a player to keep an eye out for. As we have another player who's really defined himself in the HCS, determined his spot, one of the top 10, 15 Slayers players, I'd even say. Talik, a little underrated in my eyes, and now Business are back in business. They've got that KCP crew that placed top 3, Sans Soul Snipe, now plus last shot, and I think that's still their ceiling. Eli, what do you think?
It does feel like that is their potential, absolutely, with last shot taking place of Soul Snipe. It's nice to see Manny back on the squad, but I'm also sad to see Swish fall into roster mania. I mean, Swish, one of my favorite players and just people in the scene in general. So for him to find his way back into the blender that is finding a team, definitely unfortunate, but it kind of makes sense with Manny to just kind of get the band back together. They had success the entire time they teamed before. Why not get it back together?
Yeah, I was very shocked when Manny got dropped, because it seemed like with Druk coming back, let's get the gang back together, right? Like Blink-182 returning for a reunion concert, that'll rock. And I think Business will rock as well with that squad. So we're gonna keep our attention on all of these qualification matchups now, setting our sights towards a Game 5. The winner of this Game 5, Eli, qualifies for pool play. 4G with an early lead, 6-4.
My God, everything on the line. This is such an important Game 5. Every single kill is going to be instrumental towards one of these teams' success. This is one of the fastest paced Slayers that we play, but I would not be surprised if it slows down with how much pressure is on both of these teams. Both playing for a spot in pool play. We would love to see Monster on land perform in pool play, but on the other side, you've got Breaking Shot, Mortally, Piggy, Cherish. These guys are hungry. They also want to make pool play. Right now, it's 4G with a 3-kill lead so far.
Interesting dichotomy of these two teams and where they lie in the HCS scene. 4G, a lot of players with a lot of success in HCS Season 1. Reversal Perfy on the other side with more recent success going into Season 3. You've got Breaking Shot, who I'd say is right there with the last shot as a potential Rookie of the Year. They're probably 1 and 2 in my eyes. And then you got Cherished, Piggy, Mortally, all great mix of glue 4v4 and free-for-all players. Piggy, a part of that LBT Halo squad that took down SSG. at Fort Worth last year. As 4G going to rely on some of that veteran Season 1 experience and leadership to take the lead here up by 4. And another player I want to highlight here is Hotshot Ghost. Seemingly a ghost for 2 years. He was huge. A player that was really rising in the ranks in HCS Season 1. And then, again, like a ghost, disappeared for a couple of years, but now he's right back in the mix. I'd love to see him in pool play because I liked what I saw from him in Season 1. He seems to have improved his game now into Season 3 as 4G have improved their lead in this match, now up 20-14.
Have to agree with you. Hotshot Ghost, one of those guys that just must have a lot of natural talent. Just seems like he picks up the sticks and starts frying immediately. Ran into him in matchmaking and he gave me the business. So this guy,
great player.
Great player all around. Good comms, good vibes as well. So always an asset to whatever squad he finds himself on. Got Burton and Squall A, 2 players that have been playing this game for quite a long time as well. So across the board, everything is so important for these guys and their careers. Right now, though, Reversal Perfy, I think they got to slow it down a little bit. It seems like they're kind of rushing in one by one. They're now down by 8, and 8 is a lot if you're in the 40s. It's not insurmountable right now. So if they can get a squad wipe here or in the near future, they can bring themselves back into it.
Squall A goes down. Another one of those incredible performers from HCS Season 1. More often than not, Eli, we remember, Squall A was going toe-to-toe with Formal for most support, damage, and assists in HCS Season 1. So again, I can't speak enough to how great this 4G roster is. People might be thinking these guys are washed. Reversal Perfy's the better squad. They've beaten better teams in the preseason. They have. But this 4G roster is utilizing that experience that they have to win and ice up in Game 5. Can they hold strong, though? Up 27-19 here. The convincing lead, but with the way Streets plays, a comeback is always on the docket.
Keep in mind, Reversal Perfy took FaZe to Game 5 just yesterday.
Yes.
And now they're in a Game 5 against 4G, and they're down. So gonna have to win some of these Game 5 Slayers. So important. Slayer just plays so different from every other game type. There's no objective on your screen. There's no indicator to tell you what to do, what to focus on, what to set up around. You've just got to work together, communicate, make pushes that make sense. Don't die too much. And right now, 4G have played these situations just a little bit better.
Well, here's the slowdown that you were calling for from Reversal Perfy. At some point, though, break in the feed means a break in the action. As we are just waiting for that opening break slay. Now switching gears here. Game number 4, Business versus Stainers. A closeout moment here for Business to win this series. Tolic secures it with the double kill. Fist to the face. And triple. And he would have had the over had the game not ended. I'm going to give him it anyways. As we swap back, Tolic and Business qualify for the HCS Arlington pool play. As 4G and Reversal Perfy moments away from having one of these 2 teams qualify as well.
4G just seemingly playing the chess game a little bit better. Finally, Piggy finding an opening to take down Squall A, but he gets taken down immediately by Monster. Mortally trying to use this shotgun to get his team back into it, but Monster takes him down as well. Monster with perfect positioning here on the B rail. Just raining down fire. Gets another kill. That was 3 in a row for Monster. He's now 13-5. He's doing everything right now for 4G.
It's a full 2 possession. Now 3 possession lead as you need 3 perfect team wipes to regain the lead if you're Reversal Perfy. And that's becoming an insurmountable task. I always say mathematically you need to be within 1 possession going into the 40s. That way when the 46-44 setup, you might be down by 2. You still have a chance before the other team can reach 50. But it looks like 4G are going to give them that chance. They maintain the double-digit lead, 11 to be exact, as 3 go down for Reversal Perfy as they go back to the tram spawns. Mortally pushing up through mid, but he doesn't have the numbers. Hotshot Ghost cleans him up. Piggy does too. And it looks like stretch run finish here for 4G. If they can close out these next couple of slays and simply just trade out, they'll qualify for pools in Arlington.
They've got the right positioning to do so as well. They know that Reversal Perfy are all trapped in C. Monster gets one, gets another to one-shot. Burton's going to push in aggressively to clean that kill. They know they can hold forward throughout the end of this game, just trade out to victory and secure a spot in pool play. Reversal Perfy have to play off their back foot Looks like this player spawned on the P side, immediately rotates back into C to try to help his teammate, but I don't know if it's going to be enough. Burton repulses him back, waits for the cavalry to arrive. He's going to somehow stay alive, uses the repulsion. These guys are just trapped in Ivy. They can't really do anything about it. They do finally shut down a couple players, but it could be too little too late.
Yeah, this is at that point where, again, you need to be within one team wipe, one possession. It's a 1-0, 10-kill lead for 4G as they put the finishing touches on this series. Piggy, the last player alive for reversal Perfy. He's going to keep things interesting for now, but no, it's all just a technicality. 4G will take a icy game 5. Never really in question was that game 5 as 4G secure a pool play spot in Arlington.
Very impressive stuff. Congratulations. They did it for Gale. Gale Lewis, the meme behind this team name, by the way, 4G. Wow. So we've already got our top 8 secured: Business, Sentinels, 4G, and Complexity, rounding out the losers bracket teams that made top 4. Congratulations to everybody who qualified. We're going to go ahead and throw it back to the desk, see what they have to say about all the action we just got to witness.
Some intense games for us today. Congrats to everybody who has qualified. I believe we have our top 8 already. Isn't that right?
Yeah, top 8 is confirmed now. It's just a question of who is going to be where, right? Remember, the seeding going to be so important to where these teams finish all throughout today. But you can see, look at all 4 of those teams right there going out, really fighting out a war. One game 5, but I think largely the teams that we thought would get into that top 8 have made it. A couple on the outside looking in particular, Native Gaming. I think a roster that a lot of people had getting top 8 throughout these tournaments going to have a top 12 finish and are going to be trying to qualify through pro points instead.
Any other team that could possibly, I know we have our top 8, we have possibly Native Gaming qualifying via points, but I'm trying to recall who could potentially take maybe that last spot via points.
I think it's going to be Native and Reversal Perfy, but obviously we still have plenty of Halo to play. We'll have to let those pro points drop where they were, and you know what, it's great to get the qualification all out of the way. Like, that was awesome. Great round, but now, Aliek, it's all about who's going to win the tournament. And I think two of the teams that we have here today are going to be looking at that goal. OpTic, FaZe, 2 incredible teams. I cannot wait for this series.
Definitely 2 Goliaths facing each other, FaZe and OpTic Gaming. Who's going to send the other to the bottom bracket? And who's going to be facing SSG on winners finals? That's what we're waiting to see here on this next matchup, which I'm sure is going to keep us very, very entertained.
Yeah, this is all about revenge for FaZe, right? They got knocked out a little bit earlier in the bracket than they would like because OpTic fell earlier in the bracket as well, like last week. Now they're going to meet once again in the semifinals. I think this is something you can get used to for the rest of the year. It's going to be a lot of OpTic versus FaZe. SSG is going to be in that mix as well. The top teams seem to be so tight-knit in just how competitive the games are this year. I do think this is going to be the best year for competitive Halo in quite some time.
I agree. I feel like both of these teams are hungry to just get SSG out of the, championship Sunday. See, like, okay, it's our turn this time. Didn't you? I believe we talked about OpTic and FaZe scrimming before the HCS qualifier or the Open. I believe these are the 2 teams that were getting like really close scores in scrims, right?
Yeah, it was 14 games, right, that they played. I believe it maybe a week and a half ago. I don't know if they've had a scrim since then, but it was 7-7 splits on the scrim, right? So 7 games apiece. And then when you looked at the kills, it was 1,002 kills for one team and 1,000 kills for the other. So it's like they're like as even can be, in my opinion. I think most times we're going to see a game 5. Obviously, like, we can see 3-0 sweeps, but one thing's for sure, there's going to be close games.
I feel like we're gonna get our first game 5 here today with at least on our screen. I'm sure there might have been some off screen. FaZe versus OpTic. I think we're gonna get our game 5 with this one for sure. It's gonna be really tough for them to decide who is going to be, well, not decide, battle each other out to find out who the winner is going to be. And I want to take a moment to thank everybody who has been watching us today. We have 7,000 viewers hanging out with us right now on this Championship Sunday for this Arlington Qualifier. Thank you so much, everybody. And I'm trying to spot to see if we have any subbies. We have one sub right now that just came through a moment ago. Tyfer Lom with the 13 months says, thanks for these awesome tourneys, LVT. You're welcome.
Thank you for subbing to the channel. It honestly helps, and crazy that we have like 7,000 people so early in a tournament. You know, let everyone know, right? The OpTic versus FaZe match is going down. Get yourself here. Make sure you're ready for it. And you know, if you want to help support what we're doing, right? There's no big money behind us, right? We don't have like 343 or Microsoft like funding these tournaments, these tournament broadcasts, I should say. This is all just community funded, and being able to do it every week with you guys in and out, it's awesome. Appreciate you, appreciate all you guys coming out and watching, and everyone that's been subbing to the channel. That's what really keeps us going forward. We're going to be at Arlington, so if you see us there, come say hi. But that's all thanks to you guys allowing us to like get those flights, get those hotels, making sure that we can get that coverage for you guys. It's all thanks to the support that you guys have been giving us. And Zigward 93, y'all are the real MVPs. Thank you so much.
No, you guys. You guys, thank you so much for being here with us. It's been an incredible ride so far since the off season and before that, and we got mystical with 5 gifted subbies. 5 people will be watching
crazy.
Ads.
Yeah.
Although I know you guys like watching ads too. I know you guys ask for them all the time. Winter Mute with the Prime as well, and Dr. Soggy Ham Flaps. All right, I like that one. 4 months. My wife left me. All I have is Halo now, and LVT.
Hey, LVT's right there for you, Dr. Soggy Ham Flaps. Holy gamer tag. That's a good one, Dr. Soggy Ham Flaps.
I feel like I just imagined the Patrick emote with the cheeks. That one. Sorry, too graphic.
Oh, okay.
Wow.
I think I can.
Can you picture it in your mind?
Visualize what that looks like.
You have to visualize it. Good.
Yeah,
I'm glad you can see that in your brain.
That you're giving me today.
See how I like imitated it too, because I can't see in my brain.
You're like
No.
all through chat. It's like chat. Hear me out. Everyone, close your eyes. Picture an apple. What do you see? And then I guess that
And then
means
tell us in
something.
the chat.
Yeah, people.
Well, they have to.
I
They
don't
have to
know.
describe what they
I don't know
see
what
in
the
the
next
chat.
step is, guys. But we're gonna.
You should have
diagnose
let
all of
the
you
expert. You should have let the expert ask them.
I'm sorry. That was presumptuous of me. I'm sorry. Let me get some subs out of the way. Not Cat Burglar. Thank you for the Prime sub, and I believe we had another Prime sub up here at some point. But
I'm not sure I want to read the things that are popping into their imagination right now.
Someone saw John Cena. That's crazy.
Yeah. Oh, somebody saw an apple and okay, that person could definitely see. A lot of people could see in their brains tools. I don't. Yeah. I'm scared of chat's imagination right now.
A lot of people can see in their heads. You know, it's just I think that maybe, just maybe, you're the unique one. You know, that like only you.
Only me. No way.
See in your head.
No way. Not possible. Not possible. We will find out who else has Aphantasia, guys. We are waiting for our last remaining player to start our matchup, which should be starting really soon. For anybody hopping in right now and trying to know what the heck's going on here today. OpTic Gaming versus FaZe right now on winners semis. One of these two teams will face off SSG in the winners finals. It's Sunday. It's Sunday, tools. We're about to find out who's gonna get which pool they're gonna go into.
Man, the big thing is like you really want top 2, right? When you're a top team, pool A and pool B, I think usually fare a little bit better than pool C and pool D. So to me, it's all about getting to that grand finals, winners or losers. That's how you have to get the job done. But the first step is to get past your nemesis in the semifinals, and that's really what it is between these two teams. Like they are absolute rivals. They've continued to battle each other on land. OpTic and FaZe, who's on top? It comes down to the week. We're going to have to see who can reign supreme this time around.
And we're going to see just now, because the FaZe versus OpTic winners semifinal starts now.
All right, Eli, here we go. 3 weeks in a row, I think, of El Classico for us, as we are blessed to be alongside you guys for this epic matchup between FaZe and OpTic Gaming. They've met in the grand finals, the winners finals, and most recently in the elimination quarterfinal, where OpTic sent FaZe home with a top 6 finish, I believe, off of a 3-0 sweep. And we asked the question then, Eli, is this the best OpTic has looked all preseason? We said yes. I have to imagine if they look just as good this week, they should have another win, but it's FaZe on the other side. Where do you think this series goes?
I have no idea where this series goes, Hunter. I mean, these two teams are phenomenal. Two of the best in the business. Obviously, two of our big three that we've talked about for years now. And it's really just who's going to come out hot. We haven't seen who's playing well today. This is the first match of the day for both of these teams. We saw OpTic and FaZe both seemingly playing their best yesterday, but it is an early flag pull already for FaZe. Lucid's going to try to stay alive at the top of this tower. It's a very important body shot in that moment. I don't think that flag is going to go anywhere, though. Looks like Lucid able to kind of play defense so far. I think that's going to be what we see quite often from OpTic. They're going to elect to play defense primarily, maybe use FaZe's aggression against them. But look at this. They do have the FaZe flag all the way to their base. Finally, that player gets shut down, but I think they're going to be able to bring it home. Frosty's the only player left on FaZe to try to stop it.
Lucid in a 1v1 with Frosty. Excuse me, that's a 1v3. OpTic will handedly, easily score their first flag of the game. Less than a minute off the clock. And OpTic Gaming have already put one on the board. That's going to give them the edge in this match and allow them to let FaZe chase a little bit. You can see that here, Dead Zone lining up the centering, hoping and waiting for a push down the long haul. Wondering at some point if he's going to move off of this once he gets some intel from his OpTic Gaming teammates.
Did we not see Stellar make this exact same play in the series before on this game type? Just waiting after your team caps a flag. You force the other team to come to you. They have to make this push to your side. There's only so many ways that they can get to your side of the map, and more often than not, teams are going to choose this long haul side. It is an easy side to hit a snipe through. Dead Zone, though, going to prioritize his life more than challenging that fight. Trippy's going to die on the other team's side. Not a big deal, though, in CTF.
Yeah.
It does favor being aggressive, because if you die on the other team's side, at least you slowed them down from getting to your side. Sometimes a great offense is a good defense.
Yeah, especially on Empyrean, where that slay at the defensive side of the map, that doesn't even guarantee you mid-map control. It just guarantees you a chance to fight for mid-map, which is what we see here from FaZe, looking to earn the long-haul positioning as they push through. Dead Zone still defensively set up at the Mauler with the snipe, and how did FaZe forget about him? He takes the face of Royal 2 as Snakebite going to have to reposition himself. He's going to have to think again about pushing down the long haul, and think again about pushing entirely as Formal takes him down. Trippy gets a slay, and now OpTic Gaming slowed this game down to a snail's pace. And now after a couple slays and weapons and sandbox items coming up, they're pushing up on the map as well. Dead Zone has been alive for 5 minutes, it feels like, and he's got the 5 kills to go along with it. Hasn't even been 5 minutes in the match, but feels like it has been with the way Dead Zone has stayed alive. Only 1 death so far as he looks to rack up more slays.
This has been absolutely clinical, methodical gameplay from OpTic. They just played defense, bought time until the weapons spawned, used the rockets to get a triple kill. They also had the overshield. Now all those resources are burned. Trippy's going to get the new sniper on the side of OpTic, but you have to think that if FaZe were going to get a flag cap of their own, it was probably going to be predicated on getting the rockets in OS. So despite OpTic not converting them into a flag cap of their own, they maintain the lead and stop FaZe from doing so.
That's another one of those wipes that FaZe clan earns. They take 4 down for OpTic Gaming, but again, it's on FaZe's side of the map, and off the spawns, OpTic Gaming are able to take FaZe 4 down, it looks like, as Formal has the snipe once again on the sword side of the map. Trippy with another sniper on the other side. This could spell trouble for FaZe. Dueling snipers for OpTic Gaming. Trippy set up defensively. OpTic Formal set up offensively. Take your pick. Pick your poison if you're FaZe.
Love this process from OpTic, man. You know that they're just communicating about what they're watching. They're making sure there's no gaps in their setup, but Royal 2 with some amazing shots through a tiny sliver opening into the green side. That's going to open up the door for FaZe to start aggressing. Lucid gets a kill, though. That's going to slow them down just a little bit, but those opening couple slays, massive right now for FaZe. Now they actually have some mid-map control. They also take down the sniper. Frosty's going to clean up the body shot, and suddenly FaZe are the ones trapping OpTic in their base.
Snakebite now with the snipe. What can he do with it? Lands a body onto Formal. But it doesn't look like FaZe are set up on the green hall. You have Frosty down on green hall, so nobody's going to be able to clean up that damage that Snakebite's earning here. Royal 2 is pushed into the snipe tower for OpTic Gaming, but OpTic Gaming pick out that sniper easily on the sword side. Take him down quickly. V2 for now. Trippy loses that 1v1 to Royal 2. Royal 2 going to be allowed to stay alive with OpTic's snipe, albeit one shot. As he misses that shot, Dead Zone pushing up on the sword ramp, and Lucid is going to clean up Royal 2. FaZe have never looked dangerous or deadly. Instead, it's been full control at about the halfway mark for OpTic Gaming.
Great defense being shown from OpTic.
Double kill.
Even when losing 2 players, they're able to stop it, but this is a pretty significant opening for FaZe. Trippy, though, has the rockets. Not sure who got the OS. Renegade, the only player on the side of OpTic. He's going to have to find a way to stay alive. He's usually good at doing so, but it's going to be very difficult with all members of OpTic currently alive.
Wow.
Look at that. OpTic do shut him down. Snakebite gets a kill, but it's not going to matter. FaZe, once again, have to figure out how to get to the other side.
And with how well OpTic Gaming have played to start off this series, they're forcing FaZe to skip steps. Renegade there, pulling flag, is the only member alive on FaZe's side. They sure as hell didn't have the slays to pull. They did nonetheless, and that's not going to be the effort you need. Now, FaZe with the slays. Now, FaZe with the flag. This is looking like the one that could tie things up at 1 as World 2 passes things through the long haul. And if he gets through untouched, this could very well be a tie game. If not for Trippy and Dead Zone, they have the pressure on the FaZe side of the map, does OpTic, and that's going to stop this flag for now.
Oh my god, Trippy with a huge melee kill on Renegade. Stays alive without trading out. Frosty finding himself out of the play. Opposite sword side of the map was trying to flank Dead Zone. But yeah, now the spawners on FaZe are near the flag, but the problem is OpTic know about it, and they're going to shut him down. Great grenade comes in from Renegade, and that flag just returns on its own. They did not even have to go return it themselves, and now Trippy's got a flag out, and FaZe are spawning in the court side. This looks like it could be a potential cap for OpTic.
More often than not, Eli, you get through the long haul untouched. That bodes well for a cap, but it seems like OpTic Gaming didn't prioritize the long haul at all. They let FaZe Clan run through for free and set up on their training and snipe instead to dismantle that run for FaZe Clan. Instead of what looked like a dangerous pull, a 1-1 tie maintains as a 1-0 lead for OpTic Gaming with 5 minutes left.
Honestly, just brilliant counterplay that we've seen so far from OpTic. I feel like at this highest level, the meta is completely different than when teams are lower seated in the lobby. When it's these 2 top teams, the meta evolves to this chess match where, yes, we're going to give up space on this side, but we're going to counter that space by controlling the opposite side. And we're seeing that perfectly played from OpTic so far, but I don't think FaZe is going to just let it happen. I think FaZe is going to have their own counter strategy that they're going to develop. Look at this. Dead Zone knows this player has repulse, so he's not going to let him knock him off the map. Does maximum damage to 3 opponents here. Finally gets pushed, but I think that player's going to get shut down. Royal 2 has nowhere to go. Just has to reload the sniper. Formal's going to pick it up. And now this is the play that FaZe needs. Renegade with a sniper overshield on the opposite tower. If he can get a few kills here, he could potentially pull the flag, but no, he elects to leave the tower. He wants to open the courtside spawns because his teammates are coming in from long haul. And now he can set up and snipe on this side, which is a lot easier spot to snipe from and also a lot easier way to run the flag.
4 minutes left. We're officially in the end game, and this is the time when Renegade usually heats up. Has another double, another triple. No, misses the no-scope on Lucid, but the flag run will go out on the sniper side. Lucid gonna have to reset his sights on that flag. Dead Zone with the snipe spawn. Takes the top snipes and takes Renegade down. Massive win condition for them, but Royal 2 counters on the other side with a double kill, making a triple on the top snipes. Overkill on the training side for Trippy, and he's not gonna worry about it. Instead, FaZe are gonna get the score. With 3.5 left to go, we got ourselves a game.
Wow, FaZe waited so patiently. Every time their pushes were failing, they backtracked and said, okay, let's try again. Okay, let's try again. Eventually rewarded with a cap, but now it's 3 dead for them, and this looks like a potential counter cap. Frosty's got the kill down with the BR. Snakebite finds the kill as well. That should be enough to shut this run down if it's not for OpTic pushing up, but momentary 2v2 on the map. Frosty going to take heavy grenade damage, but he's going to get this flag return.
Yeah, that's interesting to note that, you know, there's not as much what is that, body blocking in Halo Infinite. You can sometimes morph through players. Well, now we know if you throw a sticky at the pole, it bounces right back at you. That's how that grenade damage ended up onto Frosty. No worse for the wearer, though. Our FaZe is they're able to reset things figuratively and literally with the use of the snipe. 2 down for FaZe, only 1 for OpTic. This is going to give Formal a chance to work his way down the long haul side with 7 snipes to work with. This opening break slay with the snipe could spell trouble for FaZe, as I imagine Formal and OpTic are going to wait for the man himself, one of the best snipers in the history of gaming, to earn that opening break snipe, and then we'll see chaos ensue. But instead, it's Lucid with the shotgun. Over on the sword side of the map, that's going to rotate OpTic all along the left side. Nobody focusing on the long haul side. Instead, Royal 2, though, defensively takes down Formal. Mat on mat crime as Royal 2 and FaZe take the edge with 2 minutes left.
1T is better than 2 in this case. Royal 2 with a huge snipe. That's massive. OpTic Gaming almost assuredly going to go pick that sniper back up, though. There's no reason to leave it there, but Royal 2 knows that it could potentially use it as bait to snipe another opponent that's going for it. I think he's going to check top tower here shortly, see if he can maybe spot that sniper. Looks across, finds Lucid on his training, though. Takes him out despite having overshield. But now he's getting attacked by this player with Repulsor on top of his tower. How does he play this situation?
Royal 2 had done so well to stay alive at the snipe tower with snipe. Landed 2 crucial shots, one onto Formal, the other onto Lucid with OS. As numbers felt like they were mounting for OpTic Gaming, but Renegade instead on his side of the map with a great defensive effort, a great opportunity to take a head off of Lucid if he peeks, but instead he does not. It feels like OpTic Gaming have the presence on the FaZe side of the map, and if they can compound on these early opening break slays onto Frosty, no, they're not going to be able to. Renegade again. How well, Eli, have FaZe played defensively with the snipe? Royal 2's hit some clutch shots. Now Renegade's doing just that.
Almost feels like FaZe are totally okay with going to overtime, but look at this. Royal 2 on the opposite side of the map, all by his lonesome, finds a sneaky way to pull the flag before being seen. And he's going to get a kill at the same time they kill Trippy. This could convert into a flag cap.
And Royal 2 doesn't trade out. That gives FaZe a chance to run this one off the rip, as it's RIP for Dead Zone. Maybe Trippy off the double. No, Renegade misses the sticky as well. He's usually deadly with that.
Wow.
But doesn't matter if he gets that slay. Royal 2 looking to put the second score in with 10 seconds left. And FaZe are likely going to steal this one. I don't see enough numbers for OpTic Gaming. Like a spider waiting in the web patiently. They finally get the insect to trickle in. They take their bite. They make their mark on this series. And FaZe steal game 1.
Unbelievable stuff. The first 9 minutes of the game felt like it was all OpTic. OpTic had the early cap within the first minute of the game, held strong to that lead. Every push they tried to make after that, they weren't able to convert into a flag cap. FaZe just played their process, patiently waiting for their chance to pounce, finally get one on the board, and then in the last closing seconds of the game, punch in their second game-winning cap. Unreal stuff out of FaZe Clan. These guys are already playing mind games with one another. I cannot wait for the rest of the series.
That was such an intriguing sequence as Royal 2 had the flag out on the Mauler side, and I'm thinking to myself, it's a little bit like that one pull earlier where Renegade pulled it a little early, but FaZe had positioning on the mid-map to push up, and I was actually very impressed with Trippy. Trippy didn't take the quote-unquote bait to look back and try to stop Royal 2 with the flag. Instead, he engaged with Renegade, but Renegade won the battle with a no-scope body shot cleanup onto Trippy, and that was all she wrote. As we take a look at some highlights, Eli, break it down for us.
This was that first flag cap. OpTic had full control of the sandbox going into that moment. This was another moment that looked like a potential cap opportunity, but time and time again, both teams were just shutting each other down. Right here we see Renegade in the base. This looks so good for FaZe. This is what converted into their first flag run. Renegade just staying alive in this moment ensures that he's able to do additional damage before being taken down. They have to take care of him first. Royal 2 coming in to finish off the play that Renegade started, all the while his teammates running the flag back home, and this triple kill from Royal 2 is really what set off the momentum for FaZe.
Well, we're not going to see a repeat of last week's results as OpTic took that 3-0 in the elimination quarterfinal here in the winners semis. FaZe with a 1-0 lead, but it's Trippy with the OS off the start. FaZe with a 3-2 lead, though. Trippy settling things down with the use of the OS, but he gets taken down quickly by a grenade, and FaZe are going to win the opening break, 4-2.
Opening of this map so insane, and we saw Frosty's tweet recently talking about, are we really just going to leave OS P1 and just curb slide at it and see who comes out on top? That's exactly what happened there. It was OpTic, but
yeah.
he did. Yeah, that is what we're going to do. And he does get taken down for it, doesn't get full value, but it's kind of expected off the start, right? All the attention is down there, so it's very rare the overshield guy can actually get out with significant overshield. Right now, trades going out, but it's FaZe with a 6-kill lead early. And when this team has momentum on this game type, they are relentless. They're going to predict your spawn point. They're going to hit you from both sides as fast as possible, make it almost impossible for you to get out.
And you mentioned momentum, Eli. I think it's one thing in a series like this, El Classico, to take a 1-0 lead, but it's the way in which FaZe did it. Scoring down 1-0 early in the game and then scoring with 10 seconds left to steal that. That is late momentum in game one, and that has a much higher chance to carry over into game two, which it has. A 12-7 lead now as FaZe Clan look to double up on OpTic Gaming. OpTic, though, down 5, going to look to slow things down for now. We have our first stalemate of the match.
I like the way that Renegade and Royal 2 are playing this. So they were kind of baiting, expecting OpTic to play for space. Maybe they'd rotate to car 2 or car 3. If they had done so, these two players would have shut them down. Recognizing that Overshield was about to come up, though, they decided to leave their positioning, rotate over to the P side. Frosty's going to try to get some damage in from the base, but OpTic has great positioning here. They're able to hold the line, keep FaZe at bay, and get essentially a free overshield. Now they're going to use it to be aggressive. Endzone with some early damage. Probably knows the rest of FaZe are on this side of the map. Gets a ton extra damage. That's going to turn into a triple for Trippy. Can he make it an over? Not sure if he knows that Royal 2's hiding here. Has a suspicion. Yeah, okay. Wasn't sure what to do about it. Doesn't have any grenades to work with. Lucid comes in with the heat wave, but wow, what an impressive sequence from OpTic to come back and tie up this game.
Back-to-back net +3 outcomes. I mean, it's lead to a 14-14 tie here as OpTic Gaming win 2 sequences back-to-back flawlessly without dropping numbers. Thought Dead Zone might have fallen there at the remainings of his OS, but instead the bait and switch comes through for OpTic Gaming, and now they take the lead momentarily, but instead it's FaZe stealing it right back, 16-15, 1v1 between Trippy. No, it's a 1v2 actually. Dead Zone looking to bait and switch, but that leads to a trade out. Trippy cleans up on the P side of the map, and it's chaos back and forth. Another 3 go down for FaZe Clan, and if not for that a rather poor start for OpTic Gaming, they're absolutely rolling on FaZe now.
They've been playing through their process so meticulously. Every single step, they're trying to predict what is FaZe going to go for next. Are they going to send players to the car side? Are they going to send players into the base? Lucid somehow gets a double kill, cluster luck with 1 plasma grenade. Dead Zone getting another kill. That's going to open the door for OpTic to continue to roll. You can absolutely find yourself in the blender on this game type. Overshield coming up in the next 20 seconds. And OpTic, I'm a little surprised that Lucid didn't sprint back to mid-map, maybe deciding he wants to anchor on this side with the BR. This is a great position to watch for the overshield, so I think he's just thinking ahead to try to give his team a better chance for the OS.
Was once a 6-kill lead for FaZe is now a 6-kill, 5-kill lead now for OpTic Gaming as Trippy. Back smack on the OS. Oh, he gets it. He steals it. He secures it. Trippy with a masterful play there. Looking like Tom Clancy Splinter Cell. Sneaking in, taking down the relegated overshield as FaZe Clan will lose that ever important battle at a time where they needed that extra OS to earn the couple slays to come back. What a heads up play there from OpTic Gaming as Trippy shows you exactly how to bait that OS.
Trippy has been clutching up in a big way throughout the offseason for OpTic. He's been instrumental in their success. Renegade finally getting on the board with his first 2 kills by means of a double kill. Keep in mind, he's got 6 assists, so he's not just been sitting in the corner. He's absolutely been in the mix, just shut down so far. And looks like some momentum swinging to the side of FaZe, but OpTic trying to shut that down. If they can take this player off a high ground, they can take it for themselves and continue to apply pressure to the spawners of FaZe.
So impressed with what I've seen from Dead Zone in game 2. Multiple times he's been brought down to 1 HP, but he hasn't heard a bell just yet, staying alive in 2 of those crucial situations. And if you think about that, this game would be tied 29-all if not for Dead Zone's 2 incredible survivability moments where he has maintained his life and numbers advantage, now working through with members of OpTic Gaming into the generator, looking to push into the blue side as Dead Zone. That's his sights. Now Melee's for the trade, takes down Frosty. Trippy still on the P2 side, Eli. He must be paying rent over here because every time we've switched to Trippy, he's been on the P side.
It's probably why he's gotten so many overshields. I think he might have gotten all 3 in this game so far, just always in the right spot for it.
20 seconds.
Those overshields absolutely making the difference, but honestly impressive that FaZe is only down by 2 despite losing so many overshields this game. They've been able to shut that player down each time, but haven't been able to convert it into any kills for themselves. Reaching the halfway mark on the clock here shortly. Next OS up in 5 seconds. Can Trippy secure himself another OS?
I love that 99 stays on Trippy. Let's see how he earns these overshields as he waits, baits again, stays just enough in the fight to allow OpTic Gaming to take it, but not lose his life, playing equally as well to the survivability we previously saw from Dead Zone. OpTic Gaming and Slayer, the objective is your life, and they're playing their life meticulously as OpTic take a lead going into the 40s, it looks like. Up by 4 for now, and they're earning so many crucial pieces of sandbox. They've won all the OS, and now Dead Zone with another thrust to work with.
Love this positioning. He knows that FaZe are likely to push out car side to try to jump to car 3. He's just going to hold this side of the map. He knows for sure his teammates are watching other parts. There's probably somebody watching bottom mid from OpTic right now. There's probably somebody watching P2. Dead Zone sees the heat waves up. He's going to grab it, get right back into position. Now he's going to rotate. Probably here's a call out on this side. Uses the thrust to get out of danger just in case there's another member of FaZe lurking. Royal 2 finds the sight line to finish him off. Lucid with another cluster luck. I think he's got 2 this game now with these perfect grenades. It absolutely shuts down the momentum from FaZe. Now there's only 2 left and they're trapped on this side of the map. OpTic are going to come in and collapse, and oh my god, OpTic are looking so good using perfect teamwork in so many engagements.
Spacing and pacing. OpTic has had the edge in those 2 critical factors in Team Slayer, as like you mentioned, Eli. That's a couple cluster lucks where FaZe Clan holding hands a little bit. Lucid going to take down a total of 4 in those 2 moments. As OpTic Gaming have a 6-kill lead, feeling comfortable enough, but against FaZe, you can never really feel like it's over until it's over. This is when FaZe are so difficult to beat with their back against the wall. This is when we expect a surge from them.
OpTic aren't going to make it easy though. This next overshield going to be so crucial. If FaZe can secure it, could be the win condition they need to come back into this, but OpTic have gotten everyone so far, and it's probably because they're getting 4 dead right before the OS spawns, and it's almost guaranteed at this point that they're going to use this OS to win this game.
And that door, or that sound you heard, was the door slamming shut on the face of FaZe Clan, only down by 4 previously, within striking distance to come back in this one. But it's been all OpTic Gaming ever since, and it's been all OpTic Gaming as it relates to the overshield. I don't think there's any team in the world, regardless how good you are, regardless of winning a world championship previously, that can take an Aqua TS without earning a single overshield, as it's just one more slay, one single slay, and OpTic Gaming will have the series tied.
The ping's coming out. Formal just letting his team where that player was weak, says there's only 1 person to kill. And I tell you what, Hunter, I don't think I've ever seen a game where Renegade got only 2 kills in the entire game. Have you ever seen that? I don't know if it's
no way.
That's actually crazy. I mean, he's got to be the best player in the lobby at nearly 100% frequency, but to be shut down so significantly by OpTic, it just shows that OpTic were kind of catching him off guard time and time again. Renegade had 8 assists, most on his team, so obviously still a part of the action, but just unable to get anything going. And if you can shut down Renegade, that's definitely a key to victory to beat FaZe.
I'm surprised I'm just noticing this now, Eli, but Renegade, first name John. We're cool like that, so we can call him by his first name. That's a topic costume name for all you guys just tuning in for the first time. But Renegade, look at that. Interestingly enough, I think Frosty's interesting too. BB12. But look at Renegade. His nickname, self-aforementioned. We saw that HES documentary. He claims himself as the demon of the HES, and that's his nickname too. That's kind of interesting to me. Talk about living by your name. There's something to a name, right? So Renegade. Looking more like I don't know what he looked like there. A mere mortal, not the demon we're used to seeing. But yeah, you could kind of interesting. Just as quick aside as to what these guys choose for their player tags. I think it's kind of interesting that Renegade, that confidence spills over into that with that player tag Demon, but didn't look like it in game 2 as OpTic Gaming tied things up. Take a look at some replays.
They literally got every single OS. That was Dead Zone with the one that spawned at the 10-minute mark. We see Formal. This is the one at the 6-minute mark. We know Trippy got the one at the 8-minute mark. And they also got the 4 dead right there at the very end at the 4-minute mark. So, I mean, just masterful control of the sandbox from OpTic. They also were winning a majority of the fights for the thrusters. They seemingly had high ground positioning far more frequently than FaZe. And FaZe is going to have to wake up a little bit. They won that game 1 in miraculous fashion coming back at the very end, but they're going to need to bring that energy into game 3 here.
Just an impressive regain there from OpTic Gaming. Could have gotten a little tilted after losing a game 1 against your arch rival that you felt like you should have won. Instead, FaZe carried that momentum into game 2. Started off with the opening break win and carried it on. They had a 6-kill lead early, but OpTic ended up winning by 6+ after the impressive performance from all 4 members of the team. And I think that's right. If Renegade is Demon, then Lucid is the God. We have the Battle of Light and Dark saga taking place here between FaZe and OpTic. I don't think we need any extra nicknames or storylines, though, to make this an intriguing matchup as we set our sights to a diet game 5, a game 3 that the winner, historically in Halo, takes about a 75 to 80% chance of winning the series if you win game 3. So this one is huge as we kick things off with Lucid.
In the first 5 seconds of the game, Renegade getting half the kills he got in the prior game, already on the board. And I'll tell you what, Renegade's one of those dudes that when he has a bad game, he is angry. And when this man plays angry, that's when the demon comes out. So I do kind of expect to see a bounce back, massive performance out of Renegade. You have to imagine there was some type of pep talk went on in the comms after that game. And this man is just waiting to pop off. And I absolutely think he's going to do it in this game.
Frosty avoiding all of those grenades. 3 went for him, and he's already left the spot where Formal's still grenading. Great use of the camo here from Frosty as he's got the sniper paired with it, already taking ahead of OpTic. They're going to utilize that Slay to earn the lead here early on, reaching the halfway mark first, as they're going to continue to score here. Frosty with about 10 seconds left in this camo, and he finds another Slay on Formal, and now is set up here in prime position.
Yeah, this is looking like an almost guaranteed score. I think OpTic know about it. That's why Trippy was trying to cross top middle and already set up for the next hill. They've already decided they're not going to be able to get this one, but Frosty holding this tower, this position so powerful. He's looking for the...
Oh my God! Oh my God, he actually almost hit that shot. We would have seen one better Eli than what Renegade did to Gunplexion a couple weeks ago on stream. I can't believe what we're seeing. I feel like even though we're in HCS Season 3, Eli, we're still seeing new angles, new strategies, and plenty of fresh and exciting things taking place, despite the fact that Infinite has matured as a game. Still get to see some exciting moments like that. Wasn't able to land the shot through the crack, but still exciting to know that opportunity exists. As 2 go down on each side. FaZe with a 1-0 lead after that impressive sniping spree from Frosty. And they've already rotated next.
This fight during the transition, usually the most important ones to win in King of the Hill. Positioning so important. Just give yourself a higher chance of closing out a hill if you have the better positioning. Looks like FaZe not setting foot in the hill just yet, maybe deciding their forces aren't strong enough. We've also got a camo about to spawn. Both teams going to be fighting for that on this side of the map. Renegade, some great damage on Formal there on the opposite side. Doesn't look like anyone is really close enough. The hill gets pinged, so somebody on FaZe was saying get in the hill or try to ping a different location and hit the hill by mistake. Not sure, but looks like Formal might have been able to get out with the camo unless Snakebite has it here. Snakebite does have it. Okay.
Renegade now with possession of the snipe tower. Snakebite with possession of the camo. This is looking like a good setup here for FaZe Clan, as neither team has really been able to put much time on this second hill. It's about 2 minutes off the clock as Snakebite looks to continue to rotate, but I like this. He's not going to extend out. Instead, he's going to take to the high ground, and with the hill right below him, I think this is the play right here with camo for Snakebite. Love this play from PJ. Now he's the last Spartan standing. Now he has to make a hero play with that grenade out. Fires the plasma pistol fully charged at Lucid, but misses. And now OpTic Gaming have flipped this map on its head.
Lucid knows how important the tower is and how important it is to stop FaZe from holding the tower. Uses the plasma pistol. Takes Royal 2 to no shields, but was already weak before that engagement. Royal 2 going to turn 2 as he kills Trippy as well. Dead Zone, last player alive for OpTic. He's going to try to throw the sniper off the map. Not sure if he was able to do so, but just trying to deny resources to make their next push a little bit easier.
This hill has been much harder fought for, much harder to secure time for both of these two teams. A fluid cap for FaZe Clan to start off 1-0, but this one has been mixy as FaZe do edge out OpTic Gaming. Double up on this particular hill at that, and with that slay onto Trippy from Renegade, he's going to help protect the mud side of the map, but OpTic Gaming are coming. Dead Zone and Lucid drop. So too does Formal. They're sending 3 for Renegade, and Renegade still finds a way to earn an assist. I think that's an impressive trade win, I'd actually say, for Renegade, considering the fact he was fighting a 1v3.
Absolutely, to just fabricate enough damage for your team to follow up on it and ultimately win the play is the goal when you're facing such pressure like that. But both teams trading kills left and right. It is OpTic currently with control of that half of the map. Snakebite going to see if he can sneak in through the front door here, as it seems OpTic have been fighting for behind the tower for a majority of this hill. Snakebite going to punish that, just going to fly in from the opposite side, takes down 2, but still no one's got feet in the hill. Right now, OpTic do get back into it, but it's FaZe the one that have to make the push.
OpTic Gaming's hold for now. Down 1. Looking to make it 2, but it's 2 for Lucid instead. Impressive countermeasure there from Lucid. He helps maintain control of the C side, but eventually goes down. Frosty goes down as well. Looks like Dead Zone, if he can hold strong here on the back of mud, but no. He's going to go back instead. OpTic do a great job to come back in this one. They gained the lead on this second hill, and if they can follow through, they can tie up this match.
This has been unbelievable. How much time has burned off the clock during this second hill? This is usually a hill that is one that's capped very easily for one team or the other, but the pressure has been non-stop from both teams. Doesn't seem like all 4 members of both teams have been alive in quite some time. Every single time one team gets a few kills, it's answered with a few kills on the opposite side. Finally, though, FaZe closing it out, and because the hill was such a long, it took so long for them to cap, it actually vastly increases their odds of winning this game altogether, because there's only a minute on the clock. If they can just stay out of the hill for the next minute and also keep OpTic out of it, they win the game by default.
That's wild. That first capture took around a minute. This next one, 8 gobs and gobs of time off the clock, and now OpTic Gaming are left with just 1 minute to score 2. That's going to be tough, like Eli said, as Formal looks to push up on the sandbag side. 4 go down for FaZe Clan. That's going to keep the clock at 1:16, and the score rolling for OpTic Gaming. Formal looking to put FaZe in a little bit of a mini blender here. Gets the opening break slay onto Frosty, but can't stay alive with that snipe. Instead, FaZe break through on the camo side. No, they do not. Dead Zone occupies the space that Formal once did and cleans up the slay. OpTic Gaming, if they can tie this without taking any time off the clock, they're right back in it. They are 2-1 with 1 to go.
So impressive, but the problem is they did not play for the transition. Looks like maybe they did opt to, but those 2 players that went to the next hill have already been taken down. Now it's just Dead Zone, player that was in the last hill, and Formal trying to stay alive and make their way to the other side. Dead Zone going to try to take a unique position with the sniper rifle, try to find some opponents, but OpTic cannot afford to burn any more time off this clock. They're going to have to stay in it. If neither team is in the hill for the next 53 seconds, FaZe will win the game.
Can OpTic do what FaZe did to them in game 1, which is steal it in the late breaking moments of this match? 53 seconds left, and OpTic Gaming with the first 25% on the board, but Dead Zone gets flanked. He goes down to Frosty. Frosty with a great play. Repulsor mind the gap, takes down 2. Going to take down Trippy in the hill as well. He gets the early shots, but Trippy finds a way in close quarter combat to take Frosty down and maintain his life. Unbelievable play there from Trippy, but they go down shortly after. So too does Dead Zone. Renegade with the B control, looking to set up some cross shots here on OpTic Gaming's A push. It looks like setting up for QT as well.
And it's clear the strategy for FaZe, the decision has been made. They will play for time. No reason to get into this hill, give OpTic a chance to come back. This is one of the harder hills to capture. It's so exposed to many sight lines. Absolutely agree with this decision, and they got so many kills. They actually get all 4 dead momentarily. Lucid first spawner here. He's going to see if he can break into this tower side, but I don't think they're going to be able to. I think FaZe is going to be able to hold this defense strong and stop OpTic from stealing this game.
Love the composure I'm seeing here from FaZe Clan. They let OpTic get to 50% in the hill, so long as they're able to acquire map control and sandbox items like the QT to work with, as FaZe Clan look strong in Game 3 and take a 2-1 lead in this series.
Impressive bounce back out of FaZe. That second hill, I'm still thinking about it, man. That has to be the longest tower side hill that we've seen in quite some time. Yeah, it was several minutes and several possessions, neither team giving an inch to the other. As we see, there's tons of action going on. Keep in mind, guys, we've got observers in almost every game going on, if not every game going on. Make sure you take a look at the other streams with exclamation point streams in the chat. Check out the YouTube feeds. If one of your favorite teams is still in the tournament, they are probably on one of the other streams. So we will be focusing on El Classico right here on the main broadcast, but looks like FaZe not done yet. There was an impressive win in game 2, but so far OpTic unable to win a single objective mode. And if you're going to win a best of 5, you gotta win at least one.
Yeah, big shout out to this community volunteer team of Halo fans, just people that love Halo across the board. The talent, the casters, the producers, the observers. 4 of them we got today. We usually just got 99. We got 4 today. Gundam Sun, Callus, and drawing a blank on the 4th. I'll take a look at that because I want to make sure that we get to identify and thank everybody from the community who are coming out today on their own time and dime, right? Just volunteering our time. We are supported via drops from HCS, but not monetarily. So any support you guys show us, whether it be subs or just tuning in and holding tight for an ad break, it really goes a long way towards supporting us and our efforts to make it to land, right? That stuff costs a lot of money to fly and travel to events all throughout the year. I know Louis got to lug the entire setup to different events. And again, that just takes time, money, and energy. So for all of you hanging out in the stream, supporting via subs or just watching some ads, we appreciate you guys so much, as this is a community-backed, community-funded team, and what an incredible thing a small community like ours can accomplish, huh?
Absolutely, man. We might be a smaller community, but we are strong. We love Halo. We're here to play. We're here to watch the best in the world, and I don't think there's any esport that's quite like Halo. So much legacy, so much story, so much teamwork, so much cerebral gameplay. As we see right now, it is OpTic coming out to an early lead. This game type, generally one of the fastest ones that we see. This very well could come down to the end, or will one team be able to blow out the other? We'll have to see.
I think also important to note as we head into Game 4, FaZe with a Game 3 win on what's known as OpTic Gaming's best map, regardless of game mode, Qualifier. So that's a win that feels almost like a 1.5 times victory for FaZe Clan as they take the significant lead in this series and the momentum that comes with it as well. However, it's OpTic Gaming in the first minute with the first 30 seconds on the board with control of B and C. Dead Zone again doing a great job staying alive, but he goes down on the stacks as Royal 2 drops into B and looks to flip that.
I do think that this game type also bodes well for OpTic Gaming. FaZe known to lose this game type to some lower seeded teams at times, despite how much talent is on this roster. It seems like they need to get control of the shock rifle and pop off to win on this map sometimes, especially against a team like OpTic. And right now, OpTic have been shutting them down in so many of these situations. The slays are pretty close across the board. Actually, no, it's definitely significantly in the favor of OpTic, but Trippy's the one with the shock rifle, and you have to think that FaZe want to get this gun in their hands if they're going to start coming back.
And remember, it was the Game 2 Slayer that FaZe lost, where Renegade had a really tough time getting off the bench. As he does here, gets his first Slay a lot earlier than he did in that Game 2. But it feels like if OpTic can force a poor game from the Demon himself, once again, we could head to a Game 5. That's where I'll bias for here. As, wow, Trippy goes down. Unbelievable there. I thought he had the hands to stay alive, but instead, Royal 2 on the B side of the map, looking to reserve and hold on to that A-B side, but no, OpTic Gaming are able to secure A with the rare AC split for now, with FaZe Clan pushing into A.
Seems like OpTic just playing all parts of the map effectively. Even if they lose pressure on one side, they just rotate to the stronghold that's free on the map. They've been able to maintain possession despite losing a stronghold here and there. Right now they got the trip cap momentarily. I think FaZe should be able to cap the C stronghold, but they're not going to give it for free. I think we're going to see a push from OpTic here. After all of FaZe spawn, they're going to try to collapse in, get even more slays here. If they open up the A spawns, they can then collapse back onto that side. I think the side that OpTic looks to anchor in a situation like this is that gold side, to just accurately predict where spawners are showing up every step of the way. And Lucid is making FaZe's life difficult across the map in all situations.
OpTic are cycling and swarming here as they jump out to a 2-minute head start. Only 3 minutes off the clock as OpTic Gaming are land damn near perfect strongholds. Wow. Frosty is able to earn the trade before going down on the A side, looking to help flip that for FaZe Clan, but it's all green. And it's all good for OpTic Gaming. They're going to continue the scoring here. FaZe head back to C. Renegade, really their best hope on the gold side, actually forcing some gold spawns as well. And he's got the shot to work with.
His team is capping B, but he sees C's being capped. Knows there's at least 1 or 2 enemies on that side when Formal gets taken down. Probably expects a push to come in through the long haul. Here's a call out, gets the cleanup on dead zone. And suddenly this is the best opportunity that we've seen so far from FaZe to start racking up some time.
And FaZe hold equally as well as OpTic Gaming did to start this one. They back against the wall a little bit here, but with the backseat spawns for OpTic Gaming, it's on them to find a way to break through. They push through glass first, but dead zone goes down first. Trippy on the flank, great positioning from him. He takes down the ever-important gold tower control, and dismantling gold should allow them to dismantle B, but no, instead, it's Frosty with feet in the hill, but he goes down shortly after. Gonna take that trade, though, if you're FaZe, as it retains control of this map.
Snakebite also able to sneak away with the camo during that distraction. Can he convert it into 2? He does. Gets traded out, but that's still a massive 2 kills. That's going to be even longer before OpTic have a chance to get control. Lucid all by himself in the elevator. He's going to get taken down by some great shots from Frosty. They're already predicting the next set of spawns, and they're going to shut down OpTic once again. OpTic have to find a way out of this C side, and with Renegade lurking in the long haul, I don't know if they're going to be able to.
All right, FaZe are half of the way there towards putting up the same proficiency we saw OpTic Gaming start off the match with, as 3 go down, or excuse me, 3 are up on each side. Royal 2 with the Slay over on the smaller side, looking to take down Dead Zone for a potential second Slay, but no, Trippy finds it instead. And Trippy, more often than not, he's finding the flanks, he's finding the Slays, he's having himself a great game for OpTic Gaming, sitting at 9, 5, and 6. As Renegade looks to stay alive, Tower 1, but he goes down to Formal, and just like that, OpTic aren't going to allow the 120 that they got unabated. Instead, FaZe Clan going to stop short at 85. This lead was cut in half, though.
They're continuing the fight. This fight is always non-stop. Snakebite trying to win control of C here. Knows that he has to get a few kills first. Dead Zone trying to shock the pad, but some great shots from Snakebite force him out of the play. Dead Zone's now going to try to stay alive, but Royal 2 is lurking. Wants to shut this player down with a perfectly placed grenade. The grenade had to explode in midair next to the bat ledge. The great plays from FaZe all around, predicting what routes Dead Zone could try to take to survive. And I think Frosty sees that shock rifle leaned up against the wall. He says, that's for me. I'm going to try to hold on to this trip cap for as long as possible. Yeah, AC split cap for FaZe, but they're not content with that. They go for B and the trip cap, and they could absolutely roll here towards that sitting idle. 167 for OpTic Gaming as Frosty looking using some cheeky shots there to potentially get some trickle damage out. Doesn't land enough. Instead, pushes through, has Formal. And how often have FaZe been looking at the back of opponents? I mentioned Trippy earlier. He had been getting the slippy on the members of FaZe Clan with the positioning, but now it feels like FaZe Clan are cycling and swarming like we had previously seen from OpTic Gaming, on the verge of stealing this lead. This AB hold is just so powerful. We saw it in the last series on this game type. Team that held AB for longer, ultimately the team that won, and we're seeing, as long as FaZe can hold this, brought themselves all the way back into essentially tying it. OpTic do earn control of B, but for how long is the question. Renegade actually on the other side of the map just trying to cause havoc on the C side, and that's kind of his playstyle, right? Like, he tries to neutralize people on the opposite side of the map from his team. He's that flanker player. He applies pressure to spawners, but it seems like he's kind of done so and overextended in ways that have kind of played against FaZe. OpTic may be predicting that, know that he's going to go for that, are setting up situations where they can set traps for him to show up, and he's not been as effective as we're used to seeing Renegade being. Yeah, OpTic did such a great job adjusting to
2-minute, nearly 3-minute surge there we saw from FaZe Clan. It looked like they were primed to regain the lead heading into the 200s, but the adjustment from the coach Lunchbox earns OpTic Gaming the lead going into the 200s. And if they can secure a trip cap, this game could be over. Snakebite looking to help prevent that on the side of A, but he goes down to Formal, and Formal could take A, but all the while, B and C are going to FaZe. Objective efficient is the opportunity, and they're going to land it. Despite Formal on the A side, they'll get A, but FaZe will regain control of B and C.
Who's going to get this camo, though? Frosty tries to bait it. Formal knows he's there. Snakebite now going to try to take out Formal. Whoever wins this fight should get the camo. Looks like Dead Zone dropping in to grab it. Or Formal got it, not really sure. One of those players did, and with camo in their hands, they look to control the map. Great shots out of Renegade, though. Turns one with perfect shots, gets extra damage on Formal, has to drop out, though. Can't risk dying in a moment like this. Formal eventually shuts him down with some great routing, just predicting where his opponent might go, also utilizing the camo. And it looks like if OpTic can flip A here, they don't really mind losing B. They're going to try to stop B if they can, but I think the goal for them now would be to cap A and continue to score.
OpTic Gaming back up by 60 seconds, but FaZe have control of A and B. And if Frosty can't stay alive here, A might just flip back into favor of OpTic Gaming. That could be the final cap point they need to secure the Game 5 opportunity. Lucid, Trippy combined for the slay onto Snakebite. Renegade with a nice grenade, though. Takes down one, chases Trippy out. Finds a double, a late double there on Formal. And Renegade now looking like the demon he is. Dismantles A on his own, damn near. As Renegade now gets a melee onto his opponent. A finish here via the headshot cleanup, but no, instead, Renegade gonna get a take to the high ground, and FaZe Clan are gonna take A and C. They're now scoring again.
I don't know how this one's gonna end, Hunter. I mean, Royal 2 holding this position in gold. He's gonna take a risk and try to cap B because he knows C is likely to convert, but if he can take B, it doesn't matter. Look at the way he moves from pillar to pillar, dodging grenades. He ultimately gets taken down, but not before capping B. That's massive for FaZe. All because of that play from Royal 2. They maintain scoring position, and once again, it's OpTic that have to find their way out of C. They were not very good at this before. They're going to have to be very disciplined and meticulous with the routes that they choose to take. Trippy finds an opening into top gold. This is a big part of this push. If you can push these players out of gold, your teammates can push on the other side, but he gets shut down. And FaZe, if they can stop this conversion on B, they could absolutely run away with this one to a victory.
OpTic Gaming found themselves in a 250-249 sweat fest with SSG last week. Are we barreling towards the same result here? 233 to 222. OpTic Gaming secure the trip cap. FaZe Clan are gonna get C. Snakebite takes down Lucid. Trippy goes down as well. This is gonna allow FaZe Clan, with 5 seconds left, to push off their back foot. 3 down for OpTic Gaming. FaZe will get control of A and stop the scoring just moments before OpTic Gaming take the win.
Oh my God, now C's being converted again, but they have to multitask. They've got to go for another zone at the same time. They cannot afford to give FaZe more opportunities, and they shut down Snakebite in B, so they continue to score, but FaZe, no. They're going to try to convert. It's just a mosh pit in B, both teams fighting for it, but ultimately was not enough. We're going to a Game 5.
Oh my God, Snakebite needed a pinky toe. No, the pinky nail in the B hill, but he got backsmacked instead. We're heading to a Classico Game 5, where the winner will go on to the winter finals, and seeding is so crucial in this match. FaZe Clan, OpTic Gaming, we're about to have a dogfight.
You win this game, you guarantee yourself top 3 in this tournament, guarantee yourself a spot as one of the first seeds at Arlington in one of those pools. So much on the line. Look at this push at the end right here. Formal waiting for his process, gets some damage down, but gets shut down. Ultimately, these players split up. One goes to C to try to protect it, one goes to B. Snakebite ultimately needed a millisecond left before it gets shut down, and that's going to be what opens the door. Another member of FaZe got into B, but was ultimately shut down by Lucid. Royal 2 able to die to Lucid's hand, and wow, Dead Zone gets the reset just for insurance, but that game could have gone either way with just one kill swinging one way or the other. It's where that in-game could have absolutely made the difference, but one of these two teams is going to drop to the lower bracket after this Game 5, and they're going to have to earn that first seed in one of the pools in their next match after that.
You know what, Eli? We get accused a lot of being biased. by the chat. I'm going to come clean. We are biased. Biased for a Game 5 between FaZe and OpTic Gaming. The script could not have been more perfect. Back and forth, lead changes every which way, stolen matches in the final seconds. This series has had it all, and the finishing blow, a Game 5 on Solitude, is going to be the icing on your HCS Arlington preview cake. And I can't wait to take a bite into that. OpTic Gaming going to be hosting the event here in a couple of weeks in Arlington. You don't want to give the advantage to the rival here in FaZe Clan. So this one, the onus is on both of these two teams to win it outright, secure yourself a 1 seed overall, or at least a 1 seed in your pool, as that would be the case. You win this match, top 3 guaranteed. And this is going to be a doozy. Game 5 on Solitude. What should we expect, Eli?
I think this is going to play pretty slow. I think that we're going to see lots of lulls in the action where both teams are trying to come up with strategies and counter strategies. They're going to try to predict one another's routes and openings. If one team gets 1 or 2 dead, you might see a collapse. You might see players push in and try to finish off the last 2 players alive while they have that advantage state. They're also going to try to spread out and take map positioning to 75% of the map to 4 spawns in one specific location. I think that the team that's able to hold the snipe side, but also the tram window and ledge at the same time, they can force the spawns into bottom snipe or blue. And when another team falls into that trap and the other team has high ground, it's very difficult for those spawners to get out. So I think that's going to be a common spawn trap that we see utilized in Solitude Slayer.
What a moment this is for the Halo community, Eli. Sitting at 20,000 total viewers in the Twitch directory.
No way.
We got about 10 of them here on this channel. A lot of the pros streaming their gameplay. We invite you guys to support these guys with tabs open.
Double kill.
Woo! And eyes on this incredible series. We saw Renegade bounce back, but it wasn't enough as OpTic Gaming steal it. I really thought, Eli, we were heading towards that 250, 249 finish here, but we're about to see this right here. Snake bite. Look at this. 1 percentage point, and he's getting it, but no! Gets backsmacked by Trippy, I believe it was, instead. And Trippy's positioning, he's reminding me of Soul Snipe. More often than not, Trippy's finding the back of the heads of FaZe Clan, and he's causing chaos. He's been the thorn in the side of FaZe Clan. Is Trippy. Big game Trippy. Does it have a big game here in Game 5? OpTic will need it if they, again, want to secure one of those 1 seeds for HCS Arlington. Whew, cannot wait. They're really icing us out, though. The players are taking their breaks. The players are taking their time to discuss the strategy, knowing how important this moment is. There could not be a more important online match in Halo history, maybe even coming up right here.
So, I mean, that might be a stretch. Come on, man.
At least for now, right? At least until we get to the winter final, man, because this is
most important of the tournament so far, for sure. Yeah. But no, you're exactly right. They are taking their time here because they've got to talk about it. They got to figure out, like, what are we going to do in the opening? What is our main game plan going to be? How do we want to set up for camo and sniper? And granted, they've already talked about most of this in their scrim games, right? So I have to imagine a lot of the conversation might be around some plays that they have specifically set up for one another. These two teams study each other more than probably any other 2 teams in the league. So Coach Lunchbox and Coach Royal One definitely might have some plays up their sleeve. Maybe they have something exciting, some specific way to start their opening here. So very curious to see if there's any curveballs thrown at the beginning, or if they're just going to go with some tried and true strategies that definitely give them a good chance to get one item or the other. Camo and shock rifle off the start going to be absolutely consequential in the opening matches here.
OpTic Gaming, your world champions of HCS Season 1. FaZe built this roster to take down OpTic Gaming, which they did, taking HCS Season 2 World Championship Grand Finals. As these 2 teams expect to meet often in HCS Season 3, the shock rifle, the camo, going to be so important. And so too, Eli, is going to be the team that can push off their back foot. I imagine both FaZe and OpTic are going to get wiped at some point in this match. They're going to have back A spawns. Who can work themselves out of that disadvantageous position as we are live? Game 5, El Classico, hopping on board here with Dead Zone.
Look at this. Frosty does the jump from S2 to S3. We're starting to see that jump be used quite a bit ever since we saw Boo Boo Doo Boo do it, but it's not going to be enough. The first opening kills go to OpTic. That means they're going to be awarded with the camouflage, and Also the shock rifle, and look at this, FaZe all trapped on the blue side. This is not where they want to find themselves early at a sandbox disadvantage.
OpTic with the camo and dead zone could turn into that ghost in the night and cause nightmares for FaZe Clan fans if he's able to earn a couple slays here and find the separation in a game 5 where we expect a stalemate shortly after the opening break. This could be it, but instead Lucid gets the opening break slay onto Frosty dead zone with the last 2 seconds of that camo. Gets 2 shots into the suit, but Renegade's on the flank. Dead zone gets the trade. Impressive. Renegade thought dead zone had worked his way up to the top of Snipe, but dead zone stayed low and earns the trade. 5-5 here to start.
Actually massive for FaZe to not go down by more early on. They are down by 1 right now, but when OpTic gets camo and the shock rifle, you kind of expect them to take an early lead, but no, with the tied game, FaZe was able to play through their process, mitigate the damage, and now they've got great positioning, and OpTic has to find their way out of Tram. I think this could be an extended stalemate, though. Neither team has any reason to move. Finally, Formal, though, somehow finds a kill on Snakebite. How did Formal even get here? He might have spawned here.
Had to have spawned out. There's no way that Formal worked his way across the entirety of the map. Unbeknownst to FaZe Clan, Formal does earn 1 slay before shortly going down after, and that's important for Frosty to take down the pinch potential that Formal represented on the C side of the map. The remaining members of OpTic Gaming still on the A side looking to fight off those back wall spawns, and they're doing a great job of that, earning the lead momentarily, but FaZe Clan steal it right back after 2 more kills. 11-10 early on here. This one's still close.
Not only that, but they got the kills at the perfect time. Snakebite able to get away with the camo. Renegade looking for opponents, calling these players out. All of OpTic trapped on this Tram side of the map. How do they get out of this? Trippy's going to jump into the window, but he takes heavy fire from across the map. These 2 players unable to push all the way out. You have to think this is kind of a half-hearted push from OpTic. You need some presence on the opposite side. They didn't have anyone pushing through the flower bridge or jumping to the ledge, and that push ends up being thwarted by FaZe Clan. They're going to take a 4-kill lead now.
Fortunate, though, are OpTic, because of Frosty's positioning here on A. They actually have 3 members of FaZe Clan in A. OpTic are going to get the cafe spawns and a little bit more wiggle room to work out of a disadvantageous situation where FaZe are rolling. Lucid, though, gets the opening break grenade slay on a Snakebite. Trade out in the feed from Frosty. As Royal 2 looks to take some sights and shots onto Formal. He has him down to 1 HP, utilizes the grenade perfectly, geometrically, to bounce past his way to a slay on Formal as Royal 2 maintains his life, and FaZe Clan maintain this lead, up 4.
Also maintain positioning to grab the snipe, but I think OpTic know it. They're going to be watching this snipe very closely. Looks like Trippy pushing in with some heavy grenades. Knows FaZe is likely to be lurking on this side. He's not going to grab the shock rifle just yet. Whoever extends for it first, sometimes more likely to die. Both teams trying to use it as bait for now.
Royal 2 trying to stay alive, but sensing the pressure from OpTic Gaming. Takes to the high ground instead, utilizes the positioning to take down Dead Zone, but it's Mixie here. 5 total players going down, but FaZe Clan in that situation are going to win out. No, excuse me, it trades out ultimately. But that maintains that 5-kill lead for FaZe Clan, 23-18. Trippy now. OpTic Gaming finally out of the C spawns. What can they do with it?
You called him big game Trippy for a reason. This man seems to step up when it matters most for OpTic, and with the shock rifle and a repulse in his hands, he's definitely best poised to do so. Don't think he wants to use this lift, though. The lift makes a very loud audio cue when he goes up. I think saw an opening, though, based on his teammates' locations and call-outs, and he's able to hit a quick snipe on Royal 2. Those are the exact kind of snipes that you want to get to keep your team in, and he's continuing to roll with another headshot. Uses the repulse just for insurance in case that shot didn't kill, and if he can stay alive, he could potentially continue to go.
But Eli, after 3 go down for FaZe Clan, 3 kills we saw in short succession for Trippy, the lead is ballooned. It's now to 6 for FaZe Clan. How are they able to meticulously build on their lead despite dropping like flies? Trippy still at the top of Snipe, still with the control of the shock. And OpTic Gaming need Trippy to have that big game because they're down big now, 29-22. It's a 7-kill lead out of nowhere for FaZe Clan.
And only 2 shots left in the shock rifle. Gets a melee that Lucid cleans up. There's still a bullet left in that clip. Renegade finding some awkward shots on Lucid. Another trade goes out. Every trade right now in favor of FaZe, still maintaining that 8-kill lead despite what looked like a good run for Trippy. And now we're back to a slow-paced game. Formal and Frosty find a trade on the other side. Renegade, another trade goes out. But yes, every trade definitely in favor of the team in the lead right now. That's FaZe Clan, and Man, every time one of these trades go out, it just reminds me of what Tools was talking about, how close these two teams are in a whole series of scrims going 7-7 against one another. And it's just put on display in matches like this.
I think for OpTic, though, you got to throw out the shimmy, shake, bait trade. You cannot trade out. We're too deep into the game and the lead too big for FaZe Clan. If they play for trades, FaZe Clan's going to happily take it. As Royal 2 pushes up along the cafe side of the map, OpTic Gaming still feels like have not had control of this map throughout the entirety of it. FaZe Clan have always been able to pick their spots. Royal 2 looking to push through into the back of A. A couple grenades going to stop that for now. As Lucid grabs Camo, but Royal 2 shuts it down. OpTic Gaming could have had that win condition in their suit, but instead, they're still dwindling down on this lead. Now only 5. It's back to 5 as Dead Zone does earn the Camo. Formal earns the double kill, and OpTic Gaming are right back in it.
Such an impressive play there. You saw two members of OpTic just holding the line at that flower door, stop FaZe from rotating behind them, ultimately win the fight with only losing one player throughout. Dead Zone unable to get, and look at this, the FaZe rotation. They're sending all of their resources through the cafe side. That's going to take Lucid and Dead Zone out of this play momentarily. They're not aware. They're going to check their corners around here because they expect at least some member of FaZe to have stayed behind, but no, all 4 have rotated. Dead Zone probably knows it now with the communication of the team, hits the headshot, and suddenly it's just a 3-kill game as Renegade gets a kill and then trades out with Lucid.
OpTic has trusted Dead Zone multiple times in this series with the snipe in his hands, and he's not trading it off to the likes of Trippy, who's one of the best shock rifle users in the game as well. So for now, the game lies in the hands of the newcomer, Dead Zone. How can he make his mark on OpTic Gaming? What a chemistry build through the roof this would be if Dead Zone can bring OpTic back.
FaZe not exposing themselves even a little bit. They all know Dead Zone is going to hit that headshot if they expose themselves at the wrong time. Looks like two members of FaZe setting up in the cafe side. Renegade's got a sneaky position bottom mid. I don't think they know he's there. Frosty just holding the line at Snipe Tower. As the team in the lead, they don't have a good reason to move until this camo spawns. Dead Zone cannot find a target just yet.
Opening break going to be so important. Lucid earns it, but Dead Zone caught a little bit out in no man's land, has no more shock to work with, and that could go to FaZe instead as they push on through. Royal 2 redirects his attention from the driveway to the bend here on Lucid. 1v1, and he takes him down. FaZe Clan with an important slay, but the lead's still at 3. Trippy with shots cross map, Camo up top mid, and Formal finds the slay onto Frosty. OpTic are inching their way back. Once down 2 possessions, now down just 2 kills.
This camo going to be absolutely instrumental to the success of one team or the other. FaZe in best position to grab it. Looks like Lucid tries to shut it down. Renegade shuts down Lucid. And still, the camo has not been grabbed. Renegade going to repulse his way to S4. O team's maybe thinking that it's bait. Dead Zone trying to shut down Renegade here. He doesn't grab the camo because he's already got the repulse in his pocket. And you have to wonder if he meant to hold on to the repulse or if he meant to grab the camo. He's going to try to go back for it and at least burn it. I think he knows he's going to die, but did not want to give that to OpTic. That's huge for FaZe in this moment.
Formal takes down Renegade with the camo, but the grenade takes down Formal. What a nice grenade there from Royal 2. 47-44. FaZe Clan have the lead. And the positioning, it looks like on the high ground, but with snipes on the spawns on the C side, OpTic Gaming are going to have the snipe to work with unless FaZe Clan can bait out the grab. No, Formal has the shock now. The game is now in Formal's hands, down 3. What can he do with it?
Got shot out of scope, facing immense pressure from both sides here. All the grenades come in. Frosty gets the cleanup kill. Knew that Formal would try to reach out in that moment, and they're about to close the game.
Massive double, make it a triple from Frosty as Frosty ices up like his name says, and FaZe Clan take down OpTic Gaming in the winner's semis. A Classico in El Clasico. Game 5 finish for FaZe sends them to the winter final where they'll take on SSG.
Amazing stuff out of FaZe Clan. The last time these two met in tournament was last week when OpTic 3-0'd FaZe, shocking the Halo community, knocking them out of the tournament, but FaZe bounced back. They went back to the drawing board. They studied what went wrong. OpTic, studying FaZe all the while, seemed to have their number in different parts of this series, but ultimately FaZe come out on top this time. I think these two teams could not be any closer. And this is just going to be that classic series forever, man. This entire year, these two are going to go at it. But for now, FaZe have the upper hand.
When FaZe first formed their team, everybody predicted OpTic Gaming and FaZe in the grand finals. We haven't quite got exactly that. And instead, there's been a few teams that have surprised their way to a grand final. Sentinels did it last year, and that wasn't exactly the case. And it may not be the case in HCS Season 3, but what we do know is that these teams will find a way to match up regardless, whether it's in grand finals or not. These two teams seem to find a way to find each other in the bracket, as that will do it for Eli and us. We are done with the HCS preseason. What an incredible opportunity this has been to cast alongside you guys. Eli, any final thoughts as we send things back to the desk?
All I know is this Halo is absolutely incredible. We got some awesome casters following us up for the rest of this tournament. You guys got to stay tuned. I'll be starting up my own stream with a watch party for the rest of this. I know Mikowski here will probably do the same. And I cannot wait to watch the rest of this Halo, man. It's been amazing so far.
All right, that'll do it one final time in the HCS preseason for myself, Mikowski, and Eli. The next time we see you, we'll be in Arlington. Enjoy the rest of the tournament, and we'll see you guys on our streams for those watch parties. Back to the desk after an incredible series between FaZe and OpTic.
We had FaZe definitely coming back for revenge. You called it, Tools. Revenge was the play of the day. FaZe moves forward to go up against SSG, Space Station Gaming.
It always feels like you play a little bit better when you have to play for revenge. When the other team one-ups you, you get that extra little gas that you need to make sure you get across that finish line. But one thing is for certain, whenever it comes down to this FaZe versus OpTic matchup, it's going to Game 5. It just seems like these teams are so close to each other, and it's going to be these little minute plays that happen. It was honestly a full drawn-out battle every single game, and it just makes me love competitive Halo that much more.
It could have definitely gone either way. I mean, come on. These two teams are so experienced, and we did have a dead zone coming in on OpTic's side, and I feel like he's been settling into his spot in OpTic. Would love to get some thoughts on that from you a little bit later. We have Space Station Gaming versus FaZe as our winners finals today. It's going to be an exciting day for us today. Is there anything from our last match that you would love to highlight? Maybe a favorite moment that you just want to like bring back up?
I really just enjoyed the battle of strongholds, right? That Game 4, it was a true back and forth, and it felt like at any moment it could be either team's victory. I think OpTic did a great job to stay resilient as FaZe was putting in a lot of that pressure, got some great spawns towards the end, but honestly, that's one of the best strongholds games you'll see throughout the circuit. I think we've been seeing just incredible high level strongholds gameplay. It's quickly becoming, I think, my favorite game type to watch in Halo Infinite thus far, because it's one of those few game types where it's rotational, but the objective doesn't rotate, right? And I think it just creates really exciting games. And this time we saw OpTic take the top end of it, but I think FaZe is just as good at that game type, and they were able to ice up in the Game 5 to get the job done.
They really are, and we'll have to find out if FaZe versus Space Station can, if FaZe can take Space Station off their throne, because I feel like Space Station Gaming is gonna, yeah, we're taking this one, but I'm sure it's gonna be a fight for them for sure. We're taking a look at the bottom bracket right now. We have OpTic versus Sentinels in elimination quarters, and Rebellion just sitting there waiting for the results to see if they're gonna go up against Complexity or against 4G.
I would imagine Complexity gets through here, but you can never be certain, right?
Oh.
You don't want to write off a team, and it looks like
We just got an update.
We got the update. Complexity gets through 3-1. It's just how good Complexity has been. I think that's to be expected. Now, guys, if you're interested in any of these matches that are going down in the elimination quarterfinals, we do have multiple streams today. Go check them out. Make sure you get yourself ready. But I'll say these are two fantastic matches. Would not be surprised if both go to Game 5. I'm really eyeing that Rebellion Complexity matchup, because it seems like they're the team that's like trying to knock on the door to become a team in that top 3 conversation. And it's really going to be an all-out battle down there.
I agree. I mean, speaking of Complexity, we've seen them go through the off season as incognito. They were going incognito through the off season, and they were just really just showing how good they were. Now they're Complexity, and they're here to show Shopify Rebellion that we're gonna take the top place. We're gonna take the top. But I mean, Shopify Rebellion has been such an amazing team as well. It should be a very fun match to watch.
Yeah, I'd say if you get 3 screens up, you know what I'm saying? Whatever you need to have, your tablet, your phone, your PC, make sure you have your ability to watch every match today. And stay tuned for our winners final, because Space Station is going to have to play some really good Halo. Last week they won, but they didn't really have to play FaZe, if I recall correctly, in that bracket. I think it's these top 3 teams. It's almost like FaZe has an advantage on Space Station, Space Station has an advantage on OpTic, and I think most times OpTic kind of edges out FaZe in some of these tournaments. I still think they're neck and neck, but FaZe was able to get past their big hurdle. I think they have a very good matchup against Space Station. I think they play Space Station well on paper. I would not be surprised that they're able to usurp the last week's champions in this best of 5.
Indeed, I think you recalled it correctly. I believe it was Complexity themselves who knocked down FaZe to the lower bracket. So Space Station Gaming didn't have to fight up against them on winner's side. So now Space Station needs to prove that they can stay winners up against FaZe Clan. And here we see it. Recharge Oddball is going to be our first game between these two on winners finals, everybody. It is winners finals already. Space Station Gaming versus FaZe Clan. I don't even know how I would this is going to be such an intense match, and I'm excited to watch it. We have Space Station Gaming with the recent pickup, right? How do you feel this player has been sitting in this team so far?
EU's best player, right? Legend. Simply put, he's supposed to be the player that comes in and allows Space Station to play for championships this year. They lost Dead Zone, and that's a huge loss, right? We already see that how good OpTic look with Dead Zone. They weren't able to get through OpTic. I mean, they weren't able to get through FaZe this time, but I wouldn't be surprised if they get through them later in this tournament. Space Station on the other side, they had to find some sort of way to replace a fantastic player like Dead Zone. And what's interesting about this Legend pickup is when they replaced Dead Zone, they didn't replace Dead Zone with the same type of player as Dead Zone, right? Dead Zone's a very good player at following up on damage. He listens. He's always going to pick up any sort of gap that's on the map. One of the better players at just being in the right spot, right time. Instead, they go and get Legend, and Legend is sort of one of these prototype players that's very similar to Bound. Fast, aggressive gameplay, loves to be an entry fragger, kind of has that sort of X Factor feel to him. And I feel like we see a completely different blueprint for the Space Station team, but they're just as good as they were last season. Wouldn't be a surprise whatsoever if they come out this season and win this first major. They just look that good.
They do look indeed. You said X Factor, but I feel like FaZe Clan has a lot of X Factor players on there. I mean, we have Renegade, we have Frosty. This team is stacked up.
This is all of the sort of star factor that you've been looking for in a matchup like this, right? On both sides, you have players that can take over the game at any moment's notice. In particular, I'm going to be looking towards Legend and Frosty in these games. Frosty, I think, has been playing extremely well. I want to see him with that sniper rifle. Look at our first 2 maps. We have 2 snipers on it. I want to see Frosty pop off with that same thing. On the other side, I want to see Legend create discomfort on the map, right? Get into the face of FaZe, create these intense close 1v1 battles, and try to disrupt this even keeled flow that FaZe Clan often has.
Well, hopefully I can't wait to see that. If that does happen, I think that might be the key to beating FaZe today. We'll have to see. We're taking a look at what is happening on the other streams. In case you guys missed it, you can type !streams in the chat to take a look at all of these streams. We have our main stream, our main broadcast, which is what you've been watching today right now, and you have B stream, C stream, and I believe we don't have a D stream today because we're so far into the tournament. We have some awesome games happening. We have Complexity versus Shopify Rebellion, and then we would be Sentinels versus OpTic, who just got sent to lower brackets. So some intense gameplay happening on the other streams as well. So make sure to click those and check those out while we hang out here in our main broadcast. And I want to take a moment to thank everybody who has been with us here so far today. It's been incredible having you all here and just watching Halo with you guys, honestly.
Yeah, it's a great day to watch a lot of competitive Halo. The D stream, it's done. We only needed it for the first couple matches. Now we have every match available. As matches continue on, the streams will condense until eventually we get to the end of the day, and it's all eyes on the same match at the same time. But I love the fact that we are able to go out and get some observers to keep following along in these matches. I want to give a shout out to the observers that we hired, actually. So over there on the Delta stream, if you guys were watching anything over there, that was Coach Callis. Shout out to him. He coached that G2 roster over season 1. I think he's a fantastic observer. He's a great coach. If you're looking for some coaching help in Halo Infinite, go check him out. Gundam Sun was doing our Charlie stream. Fantastic mouse and keyboard player on the game. He's done a lot of observing work in other games as well. He's been a great addition. Love to have him here. And then we have Izzy Plus, aka Isaac. Man, love this guy. I play Halo all the time with him, and glad that he's over here with the broadcast. And yeah, I think he's been doing a fantastic job over at Bravo. I gotta say, man, all these observer feeds, they've been looking great. It's just great to be able to slide in and pick whatever poison you want to watch while you're listening to the casters on the other screen.
I know, right? They've done such an amazing job to make this happen, and not just the observers, but everybody in the LVT team. Like, we have stellar talent, like Tools right here, right? Tools, shout out to Tools.
Hey,
shout out to Tools. See, I can compliment you. See?
Hey,
he says I
Thank you.
bully him too much. He's apparently, I don't know. I don't think that's true. Gundamson with the gifted sub 2-3 for 3 guilty carb. Enjoy. Thank you so much for that subby as well. I wonder where we're sitting today in our sub count to see if we can hit any goals today. Let's see if we can get that number.
2340.
2340. What was our highest sub count last week?
That's a good question.
Yeah. 336 Mackie with the prime. 24. So we've most likely passed our highest sub count ever here on LVT. So thank you so much for being here with us and continuing to subscribe. Join us in following Tools. Hey, you got a shout out. Hey, look at that.
Give me a shout out. Look,
you got a shout out.
Thanks, admins, for giving me a shout out.
More love to Tools.
Thanks for the subs that people have been bringing in. I think our talent talked about it, but everything we do here, like community funded, is all these subs that help do what we do. And J-Rap helping out with his one. Beiji with the 10 gifted as well. Shout out to Beiji. I feel like I play Beiji at least once a week in the matchmaking queue, and I always give him a nice little teabag. I gotta let him know, even if you're gifting to LVT Halo, you're still getting the bags. If I reversal you, I'm still coming over. I'm still putting some disrespect on the body. But I love you, Beiji. But be watching out for me in matchmaking.
All right, so our current record is 24-28. So 2,428 is our sub record, and we need only 80 subscribers for our brand new subscriber record or sub record ever here on Twitch. So let's make it happen today on HCS Arlington Major Qualifiers. That's what we're watching right now. We're waiting for these teams to set up right now while you hang out with me, Alec, and Tools on the desk. We got a bunch of subscribers just now to shout out. We got Calvinator with the Prime, and Tools, you got the activity feed. I'm sure you can take a look at it. We got a sub gift bomb just a moment ago.
Yeah, we got that from Beiji. We also had some primes from I Swear I Tried. I think that's a great gamer tag. I Swear I Tried. Love that one. And then Nomad MH also with the sub. Got Greenhorn with the prime. Thank you so much. Chobes with the prime. Destiny with the prime. I like Destiny.
Let's go, Destiny.
He puts the LVT teabag emote right in there with the chat.
We got Dalton and Cloud Eater with the first sub here to LVT. Welcome. Enjoy.
Yeah, those
the
tier
teabag
ones,
emote.
I feel like we don't talk about it too much, but like just having like that normal tier 1 sub one, appreciate everyone that subs, whatever way you do. But those tier 1 subs, they're great because like those are the ones that are renewing, and we can kind of look at that and be able to budget out what sort of events that we're gonna do for next year, because for this next month, based on those subs that we get. So if you have the $5 laying around and you want to be a continual supporter, like those tier 1s go a long way. They help allow us to plan a little bit more efficiently for what's going to happen in the future. Calvinator 11 with the tier 1 gifted sub as well. So appreciate everyone that's subbing, but we definitely have some plans in the future. We want to do more tournaments. Anytime there's an HCS event, we want to keep covering it. We want to try to expand the production whenever possible, right? So like for this event, like we knew this was going to be a big one. We knew there's a lot of matches going on, so like we went out, we said, okay, let's make an investment. Let's make sure we get some extra observers in for today. And honestly, I'm so happy that we did. It's just great to be able to jump around and see all the matches happen in real time.
Exciting indeed. And you know what else is exciting? Look at that lobby right there. OpTic versus Sentinels.
Ready, huh?
They ready. They almost ready. We gotta wait for those R's in the chat, but it looks like they're about to start in just a moment. OpTic, if they want to continue on, they have to win this. What pool would they fall into if they do not win this? And then we have Sentinels also. Man, Sentinels, I just really want them to. I feel like they need to break out of that like top 2, top 4 spot. What do they need to do to get there?
And they're gonna do a lot. So let's go with these pools, right? Because we have the pool seeds ahead of us. So this match right now between OpTic and Sentinels is for top 6. So whoever loses will be top 6 in the tournament. If you get top 6, well, you're either gonna find yourself in that C pool or that D pool. That's gonna make your matches just a lot more so you're gonna have to play against people that are very close to your skill range, compared to getting yourself a little bit higher up into the seeds. You want to get that first and second, right? But pool C, pool D is really what you're fighting for here. Whether the difference between being the top seed is going to be 3rd, 4th, and the difference between being the 2nd seed in those pools is going to be 5th, 6th.
Well, there you have it, guys. In case you needed a pool play breakdown, tools with all the knowledge in pool play. And speaking of Sentinels, you still need to tell me what they need to do to beat OpTic. What can they do?
They need Lucid to have a little bit of a slower game, right? I think they definitely need to have Lethal going around the office and making sure that there's no one there to knock on his office door and try to chit chat. You know what I'm saying? It's all business up in the office today. I do think that this team is ready. I just think OpTic gives them trouble, and and I think it's going to come down to Spartan playing like the main slayer that he needs to be. He needs to be on that same level as Lucid, as Frosty, as Renegade, as Stellar. Make sure that he can take over a game at a moment's notice.
Well, here to guide us through the next game, we're going to be welcoming Tony and Clutch.
Capture the flag. Yo, what is up, guys? What is up? So happy to be here in yet another qualifier, at least day 2 of what happened yesterday. And let me tell you, SSG coming out with that 3-1 over Rebellion. You had FaZe with the 3-2 over OpTic. Things were absolutely crazy earlier today, and it's going to get better. Wes, such an honor to be here on the desk with you. How have you felt so far throughout this early tournament, and what do you feel about this matchup in front of us, OpTic versus Sentinels in the lower bracket?
Yeah, we're getting down to the big matches, right? These are going to be the series that matter the most. The best teams in the world are still left in this tournament, and a lot of competition left to decide who's going to have those favorable seeds going into the OpTic Major. So I'm very excited to see how these turn out, and this is big time moments that could dictate a lot of these teams' futures coming into this series.
Sentinels going against OpTic Gaming. One of these two teams will drop to top 6 here in this tournament right before LAN, and the qualifier leading to LAN. Really unfortunate, but we're here in the situation. Sentinels finishing, averaging out 4th, 3rd place finishes. OpTic obviously been in the top 3 as well. It's going to be crazy to see what happens at Arlington because of this tournament that's literally happening right now.
So far, so good for OpTic. They have the snipe control. They have the kill advantage right now, and with that, you're able to find some pressure if you can trap the enemy team. A big pick by Dead Zone gets him a numbers advantage for a moment, but taking him down is Sparty, anchoring this position with the snipe. You know Sparty's going to be one of the best players on this map when he has that S7 in hand, and for reasons just like that, he can snap onto the body, but Formal takes him down for a quick kill and a trade. So the battle for this snipe is going to continuously happen until some team can find a way to have multiple members over here to get a successful push. Trades across the board once again will favor OpTic Gaming for the moment. But you can tell how much priority Tony is over on this snipe side because both teams do not want to give this up. And as I say that, giving it up is jumping off the map, and does just that.
What unfortunate timing right there. Just we talk about how important that snipe side, the sniper control is. Dead Zone goes in for a nosedive right off the map. We're still getting acclimated. It's still the newest map here in the HCS, but I'm gonna be honest with you, it's growing on me a bit. And so is Falcated shot. Perfect shots out of him. Formal now getting out with the overshield. He's gonna have to contest Falcated and the rest of Sentinels. As of right now, they're trying to attack the 50, but Formal is trying to keep them stuck here.
Let's see what they can do with the rest of this overshield. Nobody's staring at Formal here is usually a bad sign when no one's looking at Formal. Formal's doing a lot. He finds 2, maybe 3. A triple for Formal. Perfect shots out of him, and that flag is on the move. They're going to run this one low, Tony. A difficult run unless you're able to get fresh dead as you're pulling that flag. OpTic perfectly get that pull and are going to be able to turn the corner as long as they can meet the Sentinels respawners at the 50-yard line. This should be a 1-0 lead.
Full snipe is about to come up right as OpTic get a 1-0 lead here. Sentinels, they want to bounce back. They need these slays and need to get in the base of OpTic and prioritize these snipers, but Formal was able to take down Lethal. Trippy grabs a hold of his sniper, puts it to work immediately by taking down Sparty, and Falcated is going to drop as well. 3 out of 4 members from Sentinels are staggered right now, and this is where OpTic start to move up on it. This is where OpTic start to take control. Not gonna look good for Sentinels if they get cycled one more time.
Yeah, we talk about this Forbidden CTF map. Relatively new still, and it's very fresh, figuring out the meta. It looks like Formal's found himself very comfortable so far, and a big tournament moment, I would say, for these online qualifiers and figuring out where you're going to place, especially at your own event on the side of OpTic. Love the fact that he's been able to start this series out 13-2-5, especially after maybe OpTic's series against FaZe didn't go the way they wanted. You got to figure out a way to rebound. You know how bad OpTic want that #1 seed going into their own tournament, or at least one of those top seeds. So this is a big series for them. The Sentinels, no pushover, a team that has given them some problems in the past as well.
Lucid does a masterful job of staying alive right there. The no-scope allowing his teammate to come in for the cleanup, and eventually goes down, but not without Formal grabbing a hold of overshield and snipers. So things still looking very good for OpTic. And now Sentinels, we get to see what they're really made of. Backs against the wall. How do you fight off of your spawn when you know that OpTic have taken space? You know they've now surrounded your side of the map and are watching every single angle. You try to sneak out, but OpTic are watching you like a hawk. Now we could see a flag being pulled here. Dead Zone putting them 3 down, make it 4. That's a full squad wipe once a spawn, but I don't know if it's gonna stop Dead Zone. He's already got it off the base.
Such good patience from Dead Zone to understand that although there were 4 dead in the moment, one player, Spartan, was able to spawn. He was going to have an angle on that flagpole if you were to just ape that flagpole and immediately go for it. So Dead Zone pauses, waits for the 2 grenades, and then goes. He's able to keep his shield. He's able to turn the corner. That flag's still on the move. That flag punched in now. OpTic take a 2-0 lead.
He's going to push up over toward the mid side. A beautiful double cut of him, and the nades almost gets him the triple. Sparty just gonna steal that one, but that leads to a 3 down for OpTic. So now the same way that OpTic have been able to dominate that map control to give him that 2-0 lead, now Sentinels have an opportunity to do the same. But who let Dead Zone get a hold of the sniper? Who let Formal watch his back perfectly? And who let OpTic take back control almost instantaneous after Sentinels got the kills they were looking for?
If I were to tell you Lucid was 4-6 right now, you'd probably assume Sentinels would have the lead. Right now, Formal at 18-3-8, absolutely dominating. Lucid with 13 assists. Bit of a role player here in this game for him, but I think that that's going to happen on a map like Forbidden where you're doing a ton of damage to open sightlines. So unlike a lot of our Halo Infinite maps, this is a very open map. You're able to use a lot of teamwork, capitalize on your teammates' damage, and if you have the S7, you can pop off. Spartan, now with 4 dead, is going to be the player to grab this flag. He has the new snipe in hand. He wants a teammate to be able to pull this so he can go off. We know what Spartan's capable of, and this is a must-cap flag right now. Down 2-0 with about 6 minutes left. You're not going to get a ton of opportunities, so we'll see if Sentinels can punch this in.
You said you wanted to see Sparty pass off that flag. That's exactly what happens. And although it wasn't he that came out with the snipe, it's Falcated double snipers in the hands of Sentinels until Dead Zone gets himself a kill and flag being pulled. So a momentary stalemate. Sentinels still have that flag over towards their base. 1 round of slays and that return will come in, but easier said than done when you have Formal chasing you down, almost gets a double while one shot the rest of OpTic now starting to push up. 3 down goes Sentinels. This could be a return and possibly a counter cap to end the game.
Not only is Formal popping off with the snipe, he's able to get there in time to get a flag pull in order to delay the cap that Sentinels have. He buys enough time, even gets a kill of his own while knocking another player to no shield to allow respawners from OpTic time to get there, and the cavalry arrives. They get the return. Not only that, they get the counter cap. It's a 3-0 OpTic Gaming domination clinic, and Formal just wrote the blueprint on Forbidden CTF.
Man, you gotta feel for Sentinels right there. Down 0-2 in that game. You do almost everything right in order to get yourself in. You have that flag all the way towards the base, and OpTic make a play, not only to get the slays, not only to make you uncomfortable, but gets the return and the flag put the same right. You do everything so well, but OpTic with a perfect counter cap right there. And like you said, really putting on a clinic on how to play Forbidden CTF.
And I kind of expect that from players like Formal. A new map like Forbidden might seem strange and the meta might seem unnatural, but if you've been playing Halo as long as Formal has been playing Halo, I think the sight lines and the overall meta, especially when you can get that S7 in your hand, will feel so comfortable to a player that's done it on the pit. He's done it across so many different maps in Halo history. In Reach, Formal was doing this on Sanctuary. Like, he understands all of these different sight lines and timings, and he looks to be very comfortable on that map. You can expect other players to take a little bit more time to find themselves their groove on that. But as we refocus here, we have an elimination bracket quarterfinals. It's Complexity versus Shopify Rebellion. And Tony, this is one of the matchups that excites me the most for this year, because I expect these two teams to be matching up a ton in that top 6, top 4 range.
Yeah, I think you're talking about 2 teams that are legitimately contending, for top 4. You know, these two, along with Sentinels and whatever Quadrant would look like with their new roster losing out on Legend. You know, it's going to be really tough to predict Arlington. And the same way you talked about Formal and the gang having experience, the same way Ryder with Complexity does. We'll keep you guys updated on that one. But this seems to be our featured matchup, and let me tell you, it's been absolutely exciting going into game number 1. Now here in game 2, we get to see if Sentinels can match OpTic's energy from that G1.
A lot of damn good Halo going on right now. 4-3, Sentinels off to a much better start here in the Slayer. You can expect them to bounce back fast, especially after a fairly quick game where you had some chances to get some caps, but OpTic nearly playing so perfect in the opportunities that they were given in order to keep that game in their favor the entire time. The 3-0 maybe wasn't as dominant as it looked from Formal's point of view for everybody, but right now Sentinel's doing a good job to get the camouflage, have the lead, and let's see what they can do with it.
Smarty backed all the way down toward the back A side, used that shotty to trade out his life, and Lethal follows it up with clearing out the heavens. A side control momentarily in favor of Sentinels, but I'm seeing OpTic start to creep up quick from the C stairs over towards the purple side. Thought it was a 1v1. It was a sneaky 1v2. Those ratty plays will catch you every single time. Bait and switch for OpTic lead to them taking map control once again.
I love the high-low setup they have too. One on the box, one under the box. They're going to hold that angle, and the second you turn that corner with Bandit starts in this game, you are pretty much dead. You're not making it back around. It is such a quick kill time, especially with the teamwork. So OpTic using that high-low strike you typically see in a CS or in a Valorant, it transitions to Halo. When they slow the game down, OpTic are at their best.
11-10 lead, just a 1-kill advantage here for OpTic Gaming. Lethal being forced to back down from the arcade side, has 2 members of OpTic kind of surrounding him at the moment, but reinforcements are starting to come quick, so he gets aggressive, takes height, does the damage necessary to put OpTic 3 down. Sentinels have officially pushed OpTic off of the A side. Boo-boo-doo-boo. Where did that mid player go?
Here to get away with his life. It is going to be tower control for Sentinels right now. Camo is in the hands of Dead Zone, and Sentinels will know that someone on OpTic Gaming has this camouflage. They're going to expect him to be heaven, though. So difficult to project that the player's going to do that, and with that, the double kill is easy for Dead Zone. Even the red gun in his back pocket trying to put it to work, but all 4 down go Sentinels. It's a 4-for-1 trade on OpTic, and all of a sudden they have the lead by 4.
You got on the storyline with the story we just painted right there. Boo Boo Doo looking for that mid player who got away with camo, and then right after that, Dead Zone uses it to immediately put the 3 down after Sentinel started to gain some control right there. Back the lead back in favor of OpTic Gaming at the moment. And Spartan just looking for this player here, but ends up running into Trippy. Trippy working that red room corner. It is so dangerous if you're not checking them. Trippy takes down Sparty. Eventually, Dead Zone trades out his life. OpTic do end up going 3 down, so not the end of the world for Sentinels.
Newcomer to the green wall, 9-1-3 to kick this game 2 off. It's a 2-kill lead. Dead Zone, every bit of the difference so far here in this game 2. You wondered what kind of slaying power he was going to bring to this team. You lose APG, a more objective teamwork based player. You would think Dead Zone a little bit more probably individual prowess in his Halo Infinite career so far. Dead Zone's individual prowess is the reason that they have this 1-kill lead. Let's see what he can do to close this game out as we cross the 20-kill mark.
For the most part, OpTic have not been stuck over toward the C side. They've really been dominating control towards that B and kind of using those corners to their advantage. Now we get to see what happens when Sentinels back them up towards C and how they're able to fight off 3 down go OpTic. So Sentinels with a huge cycle here. Sentinels are going to take the lead here, but we do have our featured match, I know, coming up real soon, and I'm actually hearing that they might be ready right now. Again, guys, we got multiple observers. We got multiple things going on. We red zone in just a bit here. Or, well, I guess not a red zone. What would it be? The red hill, I guess? King of the Hill for Halo? I'm not sure. But either way, we'll keep you updated in that matchup. We got some winners bracket finals action ahead of us. We got to find out who makes it towards the grand finals with that advantage going in of only having to win 1 series as opposed to the losers bracket team that would have to win 2. Lots of implications here with FaZe versus Space Station Gaming.
Slightly jealous of the viewers right now. I don't get to watch all of the Halo. We just have to focus on the main series at hand. Winners bracket finals, Space Station Gaming versus FaZe Clan. And it looks like Frosty getting away with this camo is going to give FaZe Clan the early map control.
Frosty not able to stay alive, bound, awarded the kill for that one. 3 members of Space Station Gaming now going to play right through the tower side. But Raw 2 with the kill. Eco across map over towards goal, wants to make a play for that ball, but FaZe are not completely down just yet. Excuse me, Stellar just got himself a kill, and FaZe are walking out, coming off a spawn, kind of stuck over toward the A side. SSG rotating that ball towards their early setup.
Ball drop. Enemy has the ball.
Let's see what Stellar can bring us. A lot of talk about Stellar being the MVP last year, but you know he wanted that world championship. Would have been a 2-timer if he was able to pull it off, but unfortunately SSG didn't have the results they wanted from that last LAN. You know they want to set themselves up for early success here this year. This is a massive series to give themselves such an advantage for the potential 1 seed. If they can beat FaZe Clan, a team that has traded series with them since this Legend pickup, and Legend's going to have to find a level of consistency, I think, on this team. And the more you play, the more consistent you'll probably be. So looks like he's found himself a home at 5-2-4, having a good start against a very strong FaZe team that is your former world champions. Current world champions, I should say.
Frosty up high here with the shot, buys no time for his teammates to come and provide the reinforcements and provide the backup that he needed. With camouflage coming up, FaZe, they want to take control of this tower side, take control of this C side, keep Space Station over toward the opposite side. Getting some flashy kills leads to grabbing camo. I don't think it was burnt. Renegade is going to pick up right on that. That Shroud just provides so much cover.
And this is such a difficult position for Space Station to try and come off respawn right now. Eco looking lost because there's a camo player in Renegade with the shock rifle able to take down that kill. And this is how FaZe get right back into this round. You get the kills, but not only that, you get the ball at the same time. And you get shock rifle in Renegade's hands. You pair it with camo to where he can't be seen until he shoots, and he's going to start finding picks left and right. This game's going to be tied up here pretty soon.
Wasn't too long ago that Renegade was teaming alongside these Space Station Gaming players, at least 3 of them, and mind you, know, he's playing a little bit with the Legend as well. Back in Halo 5, used to watch them in 2s all the time, so really excited to see Renegade going up against his former team, and 8-4 right now, looking pretty good. Meanwhile, Raw 2 taking down Stellar. Gold side of the map just about cleared up. FaZe want to take advantage of that. Currently down by just 7 points, but now with that ball, with that setup, they could take the lead here, especially with Renegade shooting like this.
Yeah, right now FaZe is out slaying Space Station, but the score is still just about tied as FaZe pick up that ball after a couple of kills. They will be able to take the lead here, but Space Station clearly with the efficiency early on in this game, you got to find a way to shut down Renegade. He is starting to heat up, and when Renegade heats up, he starts to take over the game. He starts to create a lot of space and put a lot of damage out. So if you're on the side of SSG, I'm specifically trying to focus on where is Renegade getting that first pick, because he can get caught out. And with that, can you break this setup?
I see Legend making sure that he mans the first perimeter over towards that gold door side, wins his kill, but actually ends up getting stuck, so trades out his life there. Eco gonna replace him. Meanwhile, Renegade over toward the tower side. The rotation with this ball leads it from the A side towards the C side, where exactly where FaZe wanted to be. Frosty the first one to go down. Early pressure does force Snakebite and FaZe to play the ball off, and Bound already putting down massive damage through the shadows. He comes out with that one. Damage still going now. Bound not slowing down. If he has full shields, you better watch out, FaZe. Bound is gonna be in your face. 4 down. Go FaZe. SSG gonna take advantage.
Yeah, similar to what the impact that Renegade has when he heats up, so does Bound. Bound puts about 5 different players to no shield and is a part of so many different kills right there. And it was so needed for the side of Space Station. They were up 39-0. It was 64 unanswered points from FaZe. But now Space Station with the ball in hand looked to tie this up off that damage that Bound was able to just provide. How long can they hold the setup? It's a 3v3 at the time. Stuck at elevator is a difficult place to fight out of, but you buy enough time for Eco to come off respawn. He has an angle that's able to give you a numbers advantage that should turn into a solid objective hold here for Space Station.
Better target prioritization coming out of Eco, finding the one-shot player. Obviously, Renegade lives and get away with shock rifle, but would have been even worse if both of them stayed over toward the gold side. Now Renegade doing everything he can to stay alive. Teammates made it towards long haul. That means he's gonna get aggressive and doesn't have to worry about cleaning up his kills. He wins those battles. Legend goes down. 72-64 lead in favor of Space Station Gaming, but if FaZe continue to slay like this, they should be able to break this setup. They should be able to grab this ball out of the hands of SSG. 2 down, make it 3. SSG completely out of the A side. One more player trying to do damage here, but FaZe gonna pick up right on that ball, and we could see yet another lead change.
And the big blunder there is Space Station not being in a position after Legend goes down to play that ball into a neutralized place to be able to compete for it, to deny a potential counter setup from FaZe. FaZe get that counter setup in hand. The game necessarily tied right now as multiple players go down on each side. It's actually a 3v2 for the moment. You still have the ball in elevator, and FaZe are going to take the lead here. Space Station have maybe one setup to break. This camouflage could be everything for the side of SSG in round 1.
Normally a grapple very good in the hands of Raw 2 to try to grab a hold of that camo. However, SSG had positioning and also had the shroud, so Stellar emerges through all of that chaos, grabbing a hold of the active camo and hopefully putting it to work. But with his teammates going 2 down, you have to imagine how much can he do with this camo. Normally you need your teammates to create a distraction, but now Stellar, he's gonna be the one taking things into his own hands. Double kill out of him. And now the rest of SSG, while coming off a spawn, have made it over towards the A side of the map. FaZe go 3 down, and SSG could be able to finish this right here and there. FaZe off a spawn, they need to break.
You got 15 seconds to do it from here. Can you find the opening pick? This player on the red stairs is traditionally the player you're looking to try and pick. They try to cut across the middle of the map. It gets snipped out. Renegade goes down. The desperation push now has to come through. It gets shut down. FaZe Clan will go down. Space Station will be able to count these last few seconds in their hands, and that camo play from Stellar will win them round 1 with some solid defense afterwards.
Take a look at some of the stats here. It was the same thing last week. The combination of Legend and Bound, I called them Le Bound for a bit. 15 kills out of Legend, 12 kills out of Bound. A decent amount of ball time, by the way, 42 seconds in the hands of Bound, but it's the speed, it's the damage that both of them provide. If they're not getting kills, they're getting assists. Either way, FaZe definitely feel the influence that both of these two have on the map, whether it's in the objective, whether it's in the kills, or whether it's in that assist column.
And that's the first thing that came to mind when they picked up Legend, right? Was how is Legend going to fit in with this SSG squad? And then all of a sudden you start thinking about how Legend plays. He plays fast, G-sliding everywhere, taking his timings. He's the initial entry fragger for a lot of what Quadrant did as far as success. And you have to think Bound's a very similar player. And it's like, are they going to clash, or are they just going to be the Bash Bros knocking people over left and right as they're creating space for the likes of Stellar and Eco? Because that sounds like a dangerous formula. If they've been able to kind of sharpen that tool and been able to figure out a comfortable play style for everyone to exist in, this SSG roster is going to be so difficult to beat when it comes tournament time.
All in the hands of Bound at the moment here.
Ball dropped.
Not very often you have Bound being your main objective player, but as of right now, it's looking good on him. Kills and assist along with the objective looking good, but forced to play the ball does Bound. Now FaZe want to grab a hold of it. World 2 almost grapples it before it falls, but down to bottom mid it goes. FaZe have to put themselves in a bit of an uncomfortable scenario to pick it up, but they're able to grab a hold of it, grab it over toward the H side. World 2 wins out his battle with the shot. Gold side, it's so important on the map when holding on to the H side setup, but SSG, they just robbed this ball from FaZe. FaZe have 4 up, SSG were 2 down, and Stellar has the ball in a play ball situation.
It's beautiful, right? You get players dropping left and right. Royal 2's on a killing spree, for God's sake, but SSG are up 22-0 because of the objective efficiency. The rotation was perfect. The second that one player goes down, Stellar rotates that ball to blue, and because they get into a position to play it, all of these kills that Royal 2 and FaZe Clan are accumulating mean absolutely nothing in oddball if the ball cannot be obtained. What a beautiful rotation from SSG. That is how you take down a team like FaZe. Efficient objective plays, and you have to find ways to counter some of the high moments that FaZe are going to have as the killing sprees come in with the shock rifle, for example, from Royal 2.
It's plays like that that don't show up on the scoreboard, but well played by Stellar and SSG. What do you do with it now? You allow Frosty to grab a hold of that camouflage, get an easy kill. You're not able to play the ball. He sends it right back. Interception out of him because of that. FaZe gets some major time on the board. But Nico coming out of nowhere gets himself 1 kill, can't make it 2. 2 down go SSG. FaZe have control. Ball still in their hands. It's 34-12 in favor of SSG. But right now, FaZe have all the control, have all the momentum. But SSG, they have a rebound combination.
They isolate Snakebite over at Elevator. That's going to give them a numbers advantage here. It's a good job by FaZe to drop that ball and kind of spread out. You do not want to be just sitting next to that ball neutralized. A beautiful extension there out of the pipe door is going to allow FaZe to release some of the pressure SSG has, but unfortunately FaZe go 3 down. Snakebite's the one coming off respawn, I believe. He's somehow in pipes. A massive one-on-one from Snakebite will deny what was going to be some significant ball time from Space Station.
Snakebite was the first one to go down in that engagement, but the first one to come up and wins himself a pivotal battle, which is going to make things hard for a Space Station Gaming to get any kind of control. Mind you, FaZe were just 3 down. And Space Station Gaming still at 34. They didn't get a single bit of ball time. Maybe because of that pressure that FaZe continue to put on him. Right off of spawn, as Bound drops a perfect nade on World 2. Snakebite gonna answer right back. The final 2 players from SSG are over towards Long Haul, and FaZe are gonna rotate that ball as furthest away from them as humanly possible.
Interesting decision here from Frosty to push. There's multiple players here, but are they going to expect Frosty to have pushed? No, they expected him to hold the pipe door. And because Frosty's behind enemy lines, it's a lot of damage. Does anybody have a sight line on these guys that are standing top middle is what Frosty's got to be thinking right now. A ton of damage. Nobody's cleaned up. And when you go down right there, that is a massive blunder. Stellar gets away with the camouflage. Your setup now completely broken because those kills don't come through. FaZe are still down 9, but the last time Stellar had camo, good things happened for SSG. You have to wonder, is that another recipe for success here?
They're gonna roll that ball just a little bit over towards the bottom mid side. Stellar almost gets a double due to the one-shot player in front of him, but because of that, Frosty stays alive and gets himself yet another kill onto Bound. Little bit of a skill jump. Eco showing off just a bit. Tower side cleared out. Legend has made it towards gold, and now you see the rest of SSG start to get aggressive. They want to have his back. Legend trades out his life with Snakebite, and Bao just going to replace him on that same positioning.
Trades continuing to come across. That ball is neutralized. It's really just a battle for map control, but as I say that, Bound trying to just get that ball into long haul to make it a little bit more difficult for FaZe to get across the map. It's going to be 1 down for Space Station, an easy kill onto Eco. from Renegade right now will allow a massive numbers advantage. And this ball, it was momentarily in SSG's hands, but Legend's going to have to drop it. FaZe are nowhere near this ball, though, and it's a very difficult spot to get in now that it's bottom middle. SSG are kind of somehow flowing through the outslays that FaZe are putting them through this round, and denying this ball by neutralizing it in this location is such a difficult like chess game to try and play around. FaZe are eventually going to grab that ball, but now SSG have come off respawn and are able to compete.
34 seconds on the clock. Obviously, when the ball is in hands, it stops it, but time will become a factor in this one, especially as SSG. Double-digit lead right now. May not seem like much, but it may just be enough. Renegade has to kill his way forward in order to allow his team to grab a hold of that ball, and that double kill might just be exactly what the doctor ordered. Snakebite off the screen takes down Stellar. SSG tried to move this ball away from them, but FaZe refused to be denied. They grab a hold of that ball, 10 seconds off of respawn. Can they steal this away? This is their final hold, and it looks like Bound and Legend get the 2 kills necessary. And that ball gets reset. Mathematically impossible. SSG gonna be taking that one, and that makes 2. That makes game number 1.
I mean, 2 incredible shots hit by Renegade, but a very questionable decision for him to try and anchor that grapple spawn. Not only are you sitting there trying to get information to your team, but there's 2 players that go from elevator to white without getting touched. They're the ones that kill your ball carrier, and with 8 seconds left, that's the one thing that cannot happen. If I'm Renegade, I want to get to my ball guy because there are 8 seconds left in this game, and I just killed 2 of them. We should be able to stagger the respawners of SSG. I understand what he's doing as far as trying to cut off resources, but he is blocking spawns on the furthest point of the map at that point. So he is spawning them not only just long haul and elevator, he's giving them such quicker routes to influence the impact of the end of that game. And Renegade with a bit of a blunder there, you know he would take it back if he could. But maybe a lesson learned the hard way there. OpTic Gaming and Sentinels now tied up 1-1. We can see the Sentinels won game 2 after OpTic dominated game 1. Let's see what game 3 has. The Sentinels is up 3-2 with 1:40 left. So time not necessarily a factor, Tony, but OpTic on their back heels.
They're looking to create some kind of setup here over toward the battery side. A very, very tough hill to grab a hold of. So many angles you have to watch, but you kind of mentioned it yesterday, talking about funneling the enemy team to exactly where you want them and playing through that. OpTic able to do that in order to secure themselves some hill time here. You find yourself down by 1 right now. Falcon is sitting up high over towards A. Decent shots out of him. Lucid able to take down 1. Looks like Formal goes down on the feed as well. OpTic finally zoned out of that hill, but dead zone. The danger zone pushing in. Takes down Lethal. Falcon forced to back down. Boo Boo Doobu not allowed to make anything happen. Of course, he has that camouflage, and this is going to be troublesome for OpTic Gaming.
It's going to be a difficult decision for Sentinels because you don't want to put time with 1 minute left, but the hill already in halfway in OpTic's favor. It makes you think you have to play time in this sense. So they're going to step out of the hill, but this is a lot of time that they're going to have to push back the forces of OpTic. OpTic just going to need 1 set of 4 down with a force spawn and long haul for Sentinels, and you're going to end up tying this game up. Let's see if OpTic have what it takes. Dead Zone slow playing this elevator push. This is where you want to try and get to, but unfortunately he can't get in that door with any shield, let alone his life. Falcated takes him down across the map. Blue spotted trying to sneak into red stairs. Multiple players from OpTic making isolated pushes will make them 1 less push away from winning this game, or tying this game up, I should say. 20 seconds on the clock, and now you're coming off respawn with desperation.
2 down, go OpTic Gaming. Sentinels know exactly where OpTic are pushing from, and they're limiting their option, funneling them into 1 spot just to knock them down. OpTic finally making 1 last-ditch effort, 1 last breath to try to get in towards this Hills party. Not able to get the kill. Boo Boo Doobu has the shock rifle. Trippy's down to 1 shot. There he is. He ends up going down now a 1v1, and Dead Zone takes down Boo Boo Doobu. Is it enough? Nades are coming in. The grapple keeps him alive. If OpTic are able to steal this away, Dead Zone goes down, but he's simply replaced. Smarty now trying to grind forward here. OpTic have just stolen that hill with 4 seconds on the clock.
Oh my God, Trippy wins a massive 1-on-1 down several shots there in the back of that hill. Because he wins that one-on-one, he not only milks a couple of more seconds, he plays his life so well to buy time for the respawners of OpTic Gaming, and Trippy may have just had the biggest one-on-one of this series to tie this game up and take it to overtime.
I'm not gonna lie to you. I was mentally prepared for Sentinels to win this one. They're up 2-1 in the series. Like, I apologize.
Playing time is a dangerous game against OpTic Gaming. Ryan Noob's team learned the hard way yesterday, Complexity, and today Sentinels will learn the hard way on the exact same map mode combo. You give OpTic an opportunity to get a full setup with 4 down. It is going to be very difficult to break anything they put together. These guys are former world champions for a reason, and they are showing you that they still have what it takes to ice up.
And look at how it's carried over towards this next hill. Already about 50% done with the progression on that hill. You give them an inch, and OpTic will take a mile. Meanwhile, on our featured matchup, we see that we've already started off, and SSG 3 down themselves, and FaZe looking very good as they grab a hold of that camouflage. Bit of picture-on-picture action as FaZe are about to close this one. We're about to see if they can hold it. Smarty forced to make a play with the grapple. Gets aggressive, but apparently it's not enough. Only one goes down for OpTic Gaming. Lucid gonna try to finish this off. Another 1v1, and Lucid will not be denied. That's his killing spree. That's his double kill, and that's OpTic Gaming taking that one.
OpTic Gaming taking the lead there, 2-1 in that series now after coming back because Sentinels left the door open, trying to play time. But now let's refocus on the winners bracket finals. FaZe Clan versus Space Station. FaZe down 1-0. But 23-18 is the scoreline here in game 2. The snipe in Snakebite's hand, and he's doing what Snakebite does when he feels the pressure coming. He starts to waste the ammo. He knows he does not want to give this over to the likes of Stellar or Bound.
I could barely breathe now, Wes.
That was a lot of play-by-play. I was just sitting back smiling like, at least Dunny's got this one because that's not my job.
But it's fun, and we red zoned it because we go right from one action into another. 1-0 series lead for Space Station Gaming here on our featured matchup. Mind you guys, that lower bracket matchup was to find out who gets knocked out in top 6 in the entire tournament. We're in the lower bracket there. Meanwhile here, winners bracket finals. Both of these teams guaranteed top 3, but neither one of them are happy with that one. 31-22 lead here for FaZe, who desperately want to tie the series up after 2 and bring us into a swing game 3.
Yeah, you got to think about momentum going into the first big tournament this year. A lot of team changes to try and take down FaZe Clan. Space Station obviously making one themselves. Penguin leaving for OpTic. They said, let's pick up the legend himself. And with that, all of these changes are happening to take down the world champions in FaZe, the current champions in FaZe. And FaZe have got to have a chip on their shoulder, and it's difficult to do when you're in first place, right? It's easy to be an underdog mentality and have a little bit more like to you from that standpoint. I feel like it's actually very difficult to be the favorite and trying to compete and always win. So FaZe right now, with that target on the back, want to go into the first tournament with the #1 seed. Believe they probably earned it with the World Championship last year. We'll have to prove that they can earn it again here in this qualifier. SSG trying to steal that away from them. And FaZe looking to tie this up now. 37-24, this series up. And they are just 10 kills away now from doing it off the back of a major performance from just about everybody on the team. Roll 2, maybe with the quietest game, is 6-6-6, but you surely have to believe he's going to end up with a few more kills.
When that target is on your back and the pressure is on, you lean on your habits, you lean on your preparation, you lean on your bread and butter. And how many times last season have we talked about FaZe being one of, if not the best Slayer team in the league? Game number 2 so far handsomely in favor of FaZe, 40-25 right now. Don't want to count SSG just out because I made the mistakes of counting teams out too early, just too many times. But man, what a mountain to climb if they're gonna come back in this one. They would literally have to play, you know, I hate to say it, it's a cliche, I guess, but you know, damn near perfect Halo at this point.
Not gonna happen. Renegade finds a nade kill on the Stellar. In this game, being drawn out maybe a little bit longer than it should. Right now, SSG feeling that, and they're going to push A plat right into the snipe of Frosty. Frosty's starting to hit some body shots, and just briefly, as we've seen this game too, you can see that the map control has really favored FaZe. The snipes have been in Snakebite and Frosty's hands. Snakebite didn't miss a shot really when he was aiming at the enemy team. He wasted a couple shots, and In all honesty, when Snakebite's playing as well as he was with that snipe in that life, you're wondering why he's wasting shots, but more of a strategist and understands the bigger picture a lot of the times. But right now, FaZe looking to end this one. They're not going to get the stake, but a very dominant game 2 will give them some momentum to try and push to the rest of this best of 5. Oh, wow. That's one way to end it.
May not be a steak, but you know, it's a very good burger. One of the finest burgers you can find right there at 50 to 32.
100% Angus beef right there from Frosty.
Switching back towards your elimination bracket quarterfinals, guys. Just to remind you, OpTic Gaming and Sentinels, who oftentimes will finish in the top 4 and top 3 of almost every single tournament that they've participated in here in the early season, are fighting right now just to stay out of top 6 when it matters most. This is to determine seedings going into pool play for Arlington, which, by the way, guys, what, 19, maybe 18 days away, and we're gonna be there. So OpTic versus Sentinels, a very important matchup that we're seeing here.
Right now, OpTic doing a good job of getting some kills, but unfortunately, A and B are going to be in the hands of Sentinels right now. Sentinels looking to push this series to a Game 5. Falcated starting this game off at 3-1-1, and OpTic did get the S7. We saw it, I believe, in the hands of either Formal or Lucid. I believe it was Formal, but a good job by Sentinels to maybe not get all of the power at the start, but to get a good little bit of a lead here. 30 points is nothing to shy away from. You got to get a couple of kills if you want to get back control, however, and that is a phenomenal kill from Boo Boo to expect the double back and to play his life around that pillar. We'll join back in that series later on, but right now FaZe Clan and Space Station are going to go at it here on Aqua CTF. The battle for Overshield's ensuing, and it looks like FaZe Clan are going to get there a little late.
Snakebite's able to get a huge kill. Frosty able to push up mainly because of that Renegade attacking another side. So we have the fridge and utility control in the hands of FaZe. Any slays that go on this point, they have to pull off of a spawn. Looks like that's exactly what they do. The moment the kills come in, Frosty frees up the fridge side, and with that, Snakebite and Royal 2 get back-to-back kills. They're going to try to run a utility, but a clutch kill goes down there. 3 down, go SSG still. Royal 2 sitting up high, doing everything he can to find himself the kills, but a bit of a reset happening. Still SSG stuck in the corner.
Rotuk is behind enemy lines here. He does take a melee, so it's going to force him to kind of run back towards Car, but they did not expect him to be in the util. And if he was able to find those 2 players simultaneously with their backs turned, that could have been the flag run that they needed. Once again, 3 go down for Space Station. Nobody quite in the base right now to get a pull, and I like this play by Renegade. He's going to block the pink side of the map, and he's going to force Space Station to push out. They don't check the corner right away. He's able to trade, but nobody from FaZe able to really follow up just yet. And Space Station do a good job to come off respawn and take some space back on the map. Right now, Space Station have been fighting for their own control of their side. FaZe are going to try and pull this flag, but as soon as you lose those 2 players, that's an unrealistic pull in my opinion. So Space Station are going to get a defensive stand once again and finally gain some map control.
So interesting that both players had the awareness to push through their fridge, almost like they were going to check it, but just that little corner right there will get you every time. Overshield is coming up right now. I do see Eco over toward the bottom car side. I do see Legend attacking the opponent's fridge, but with that, Legend ends up going down. Eco down to 1 shot. He's gonna hit the black screen as well, and Bound almost steals himself an overshield before going 3 down, but now FaZe are on their offense. FaZe are on the attack.
You can joke about having to desperate the overshield like that, but that's never going to work. Not against a team like FaZe. They have the angles, they have the damage. They're able to take down those players, and with this full overshield, they should be able to get the flag out. 2 go down, trying to melt the flag carrier, but because he has overshield, he's going to get it a little bit further. They do a good job to get the first couple of kills, but that return will not come through. The last 2 players alive for Space Station are spawning pink 1, pink 1, 1, pink 2. They spotted. That flag's still going to be on the move, and if they can find this last kill, this flag is going to give FaZe the lead.
FaZe have been playing so well, and finally it ends up in a 1-0 lead here for FaZe. They punched that one in while simultaneously still having 4 players up and still having presence over towards the mid map. So that means no counter cap opportunity for SSG, at least not yet. They'll have to get the kills necessary, and with falling 2 down and allowing Renegade to just about sneak past. Excellent awareness out of Legend to take him down before things got too dangerous.
Still Space Station trying to fight for map control right now. You haven't really seen FaZe go 3-4 down at any point in this game right now. You know that's got to be a frustrating feeling on the side of SSG, because on a map like Aqua CT you have to find ways to get all 4 down, get a flagpole, and really control the amount of space that the other team's playing around. Without these slays going in SSG's favor, they're going to have such a difficult time trying to get a successful flagpole. But as I say that, Legend getting behind enemy lines can make this a little bit scrappy. 2 go down for FaZe, and this could be a perfect pull for SSG.
The timing literally perfect on that one. As the kills go down, Legend pulls that flag immediately, so half the members of FaZe now coming off a spawn, and the other half might just be a tick behind. SSG already have that flag over towards the util side, but looks like the flag carrier hits the black screen here. Frosty wants to fight after overshield before prioritizing going for the flag. It looks like they've gotten it, but can he get the return? He'll get a nade. He'll catch Legend's bandit. Bound will end up getting the cap there and break that down for us, Wes.
Oh my God, Bound slow plays it in the closet. The second a player hops on the return, he throws a pre-nade. That player gets caught by the respawners of Space Station. That's the numbers advantage you were looking for. Even though FaZe just pick up that overshield, Bound's awareness that was the only player that went for a return is absolutely insane. After that kill comes through, he immediately goes for the touch on the flag, somehow gets it into the window, and FaZe didn't really think Bound was going to desperate that flag round. Once it was sitting on that bridge for several seconds, FaZe are like, all right, they're trying to get 1 round of slays before they try and punch this in. Bound actually just takes the timing himself as FaZe is approaching the base. They don't have the angles on the bridge to the window, and Bound able to tie this game up. A phenomenal heads-up play by Bound. There was risk there, but with risk comes reward, and the reward is tying this game up.
Fantastic breakdown by Wes and letting us know what teams have to do when they get in the clutch. Tied up in one apiece right now. Eco over toward the car 3 side. Only died 9 times so far in this game. Continues to value his life like this. I can imagine he'll always be able to cover his teammates back. But as I say that, back-to-back deaths here for SSG. Stellar gonna hit the black screen as well. Eco might have to make an individual play right now. He doesn't have the reinforcements and almost gets a sword lunge but doesn't connect. And by the time he trades out his life, FaZe should be able to push forward. FaZe should be able to attack the 50, but SSG are here.
SSG doing a much better job so far in the second bit of this start of this game, that they're getting some map control. They're starting to get some slays, capitalizing on each other's damage. As I say that, FaZe are going to double hit the high hall there. They're able to find that first kill. SSG would love to get an overshield today. They're thinking right now. Bound's going to try and set up for it, but he needs to create some space. I actually love that play. Being proactive as overshield is coming up, you do get a trade, and that's allowed the rest of FaZe to kind of focus on that overshield. That allows Stellar to hit the car flank. He finds himself an easy double. Overshield's coming up. You got the flag on the move already. Legend going to take down the last player alive for FaZe, and this flag should be capped, but I don't believe anyone's running it right now. There are 2 players of FaZe trying to compete for it. Frosty's come off spawn car and hit some perfect shots to deny the move. A second you see Legend with overshield there, pink 1, you're thinking that this is going to be a cap. Not so easy, not so fast. Space Station have gotten some slays and gotten that flag on the move. It is going to go up those shroom stairs, jump up onto the bridge. They are eventually going to cap it from what it looks like, but that was a very difficult string of events for Space Station to try and sift through. They do take the lead, however, 2-1.
And it's crazy because you talk about Space Station Gaming being one of the most, objective efficient teams in the league, but it's hard to be efficient against a team like FaZe with that relentless pressure coming in. Like, literally, they had 3 down overshield, and it still took a secondary round of slays in order to move that flag even past the 50% portion of the map. That's what makes FaZe one of the toughest teams to deal with. And also, on the other side of things, Sentinels, a tough team to knock out of a tournament because they just win that one. And by my math, if you had 1 win, you add another 1 to it, that should be 2, and that should be a game 5 on one side.
Game 5 on one side. This flag on the move to tie this game up, however, though. FaZe are doing a good job of controlling the car side right now. That was the way Space Station has gotten their 2 caps. These car flanks that weren't really expected on the side of FaZe. But here comes a counter cap opportunity. When you punch that one in, and there's still multiple players in your base, and you go down, coming off respawn and trying to find ways to get kills is vital to keeping this game tied up. 2-2. The flag is in the closet. You remember the last time this happened. Space Station played it slow at first, but they waited for their opening. They do have 2 members of FaZe in their base to try and deal with. The flag gets thrown out to make things a little bit dicier on the spot of SSG. And you can see the slow play is once again what SSG are planning, but it's expected this time. Frosty gets the kill and the return, but Overshield is something he's got to deal with next.
Frosty ends up going down. 3 members of FaZe are going to follow here, leaving Snakebite by himself. And Stellar, he wants to take advantage. He wants to get in the base and in the face of FaZe at the moment. Heatwave is out. There's at least one player to deal with over toward the util side, and it looks like he's not able to even take down Renegade despite having the Heatwave. Renegade winning a pivotal fight. Now wants to get in on the rest of the players from SSG that are pushing forward. Finds 2 weakened players. That's 3 out of 4 members that go down courtesy of the main Slayer. Why not make it 4? Renegade is out of control.
God, Renegade gets several different kills you weren't thinking he was going to be able to pick up. Eco would have loved to trade there, but Renegade doing so much right now, giving Roll 2 the opportunity to get this flag on the move. It does get stalled. Down car 1. Good damage, good route by Roll 2 to stay alive. Unfortunately, Eco expects the loop around bottom mid, and with that, Roll 2 does go down, but the kills come through. Renegade off spawn already starting to impact this flag run. They know Legend is behind them, or Bound is behind them. I'm sorry, can they get this kill? Bound finds 2, almost a third. Doing his own Renegade impression there, trying to make an individual play. It would have taken a miracle for Bound to try and stop that one. And that is going to be FaZe taking a 3-2 lead and potentially the 2-1 series lead. 2 minutes and 20 seconds on the clock now to see if SSG can respond.
Theoretically, more than enough time for SSG to cap a flag onto FaZe, but easier said than done. As I say that, 3 down go FaZe. Still 2 members of SSG pushed up. Snakebite catches Eco. A bit off guard, trades out his life in order to do so, but now it's SSG that are sent back towards their side. Meanwhile, Renegade having a perfect angle for this overshield, but 3 players from Space Station Gaming are going to fly on it, and they're going to demand what's rightfully theirs. Bound with the overshield. This is troublesome for FaZe. They want to tie things up. They already have that flag out, and they're finding the kills while doing it. Bound takes a player down to 1 shot, wins himself a beautiful fight. Perfect reversal out of Bound right there, and SSG gonna tie things up at 3 apiece.
Stellar and Frosty were the last 2 players alive on the map. It was a 1-on-1. Stellar gets the better of Frosty. That gives SSG the leverage that they need to get that overshield. You saw what that overshield did. It punched a flag home because of the amount of damage Bound was able to not only output but take in as that flag was on the move. So a great job by SSG. A massive 1-on-1 won by Stellar has now tied this game 3 up.
Last shot.
Frosty with the heat wave. Has plenty of shots left now in the chamber to use, and is going to do just that. Enough damage onto Eco to allow his teammates to come in quick for the cleanup. The rest of SSG are still grinding forward, being sent right back to spawn. Heat wave looking good in the hands of Frosty. He's bringing the heat, although he's ice cold with it. Stellar, the MVP, gonna chill him, or at least put him on ice on that one. Rule 2 trying to clear out his flag side. FaZe doing a great job of alleviating some of the pressure. 33 seconds left in regulation. This is not guaranteed overtime, though. We could see a sudden death. 2 down go FaZe. Is this the opportunity for Space Station Gaming?
Good answers from Roll 2, though. You can't go 3 down, so Roll 2 needed to find a way to get that kill. He does pick it up, and not only that, he finds a nice nade onto Stellar. That's going to make 2 down for SSG. That's going to kill this flag run dead in its tracks. Legend is going to be able to take down Roll 2, but you have to think this pie chart is about to come out. This flag is still on the move, though. Bound somehow with no shield, taking the risk to take it bottom middle. Nobody on FaZe has an angle to try and slow him down. Stellar's going to get it to the bridge, and Bound may have just once again made an objective play that wins SSG the game.
Defeat.
Space Station Gaming absolutely stealing that one right before overtime starts. And I told you, we weren't guaranteed an overtime, not with sudden death and not with Space Station Gaming firing on all cylinders right there. But if you thought it was over, it definitely is not. That series is still going on. Meanwhile, this one is about to come into an end. Game 5, elimination quarterfinals. One team will go out in top 6. One team will guarantee a top 4 spot going into Arlington. OpTic Gaming going up against Sentinels.
And as we start this game 5 off, I just want an opportunity to talk about Bound and the player that he's become right now, right? When he came on the scene 2 years ago and really started to placed well and was on top teams competing at HCS events. Bound was known as an incredibly individually skilled player, but what he showed you, even just in moments today, is that he is continuing to develop his game. The efficiency that he is playing with, the actual quality of Halo that he is playing around the individual skill that he has, around the movement that he has, is so impressive, and he is just getting better and better. Bound is a player that could change the outcome of a lot of tournaments this year if he's playing the way he is now.
Definitely want to give out a shout out to Bound right there and show some love. Also want to give a shout out to Lucid because he came, kind of similar, newer around the Halo 5 era and whatnot. Really came with mechanics, came in with the shot. And I remember one thing he wanted to say, he wanted to work on his IGL, he wanted to work on his leadership. He's really become a great leader here for OpTic Gaming, that are currently up 21-13 over Sentinels right now as we switch gears over towards big game trip. When the lights are brightest, a man's 9-3 in a game 5 Slayer.
The guy is a game 5 god. I've said it a long time ago, and he continues to prove me right very often. Is Trippy the leading killer for this OpTic Gaming team in these game 5s? And right now, having a 9-1 and we'll make it 4 performances, he gets taken down. A good job by Sentinels to shut this down. You want a close game 5. You do not want the score to get out of hand, because on Aqua, it is so difficult to try and get a massive comeback from down 10 or so. It's so easy to trade some kills out once you're able to leave it to just the bandits. No real power weapons to play around. The overshield's nice, but it's not going to create the power curve that you really need in order to make down massive deficits. But Sentinels with map control right now, only down 4 and an overshield coming up. I'd like to see them be a little aggressive here, take some map control, and with that, get this overshield and tie this game up.
As right now, it looks like there's a couple members of Sentinels that are over toward the P side. They should be able to grab a hold of this overshield as OpTic have been pushed back. Sparty staying over towards Carr, watching his teammates back. Excellent shots to take down Lucid, and Sparty not able to get out alive. Formal awarded the kill for that one. Down to 1 shot himself, but finds the cover he's looking for. Finds a teammate, and he might find himself 2 Sentinel members who are pushing up towards utility. Formal able to take down Lethal, and Trippy right back to action with the green gun.
Trippy looking for this overshield player somewhere on the map. Sentinels. Maybe the overshield's gone right now, but Trippy doing a good job of just holding some of this space for the side of OpTic. Right now, it is a tie game. That overshield actually turns into a triple kill. Booba Doobu is woken up. He was 1-7 at one point. Now he's 4-8-5. The heat wave in hand, but those 3 kills will tie this game up with a lot of room to play around. This game 5 is so important. The elimination bracket quarterfinals, these teams do not want to be placing outside of the top 4, because that will make your pool so difficult come the OpTic major, and one of these 2 teams will be sitting out of that top 4.
Maj and Boo Boo with the triple kill, but OpTic Gaming with the answer back. 3 kill advantage here for the boys in green and dead zone. Daring Sentinels to overextend. Just so we can catch him a bit off guard, catch him at the right time. 1 shot player over toward the fringe side, immediately snaps onto the next target. 2 over towards Carr. Lucid pushing up, have almost whipped him. Sparty's forced to back down here, down to 1 shot, and he can't get out alive. Lucid takes him down, and Sentinel's play breaks down.
I like the initial push from Sentinels, but unfortunately OpTic kind of had a counterplay towards him on the Carr side of the map that was able to trade out efficiently. Still a 1-kill game. Sentinels feeling like they probably are doing so much work just to stay in this one. And when you find yourself tied with that much work being done, you got to have some promise going into this late game. The game doesn't start till it's 30-30, a lot of people say. Well, this game's kicking off right now. Overshield's coming up. And these kills all going in the favor of Sentinels is massive. 1 player alive was Pink 1. He gets removed. 4 go down for OpTic. Sentinels pick up the overshield. Sentinels with a 3-kill lead. A beautiful trade from Sparty's going to deny any of the early space OpTic respawners are trying to take. Now, what can this overshield player find? Because there is a plasma pistol player for OpTic somewhere, Car 1. You do not want this overshield zapped. And they have good information as he's taking damage. The plasma pistol misses. And with that, he's able to take down Lucid.
That's now twice in a row that you allowed Sentinels to grab a hold of that overshield, and they put it to work to get themselves another lead here, moving into their end game. Sentinels have taken OpTic to a game 5, but they're not just happy with that. They want to pull off the upset. They want to pull off the win right here. You're up by 1 kill right now, but hold on. OpTic are trying to make a play.
Too much good Halo going on right now. The winners bracket finals is in game 4, but this game 5 tied up at 37-37. It looks like we'll stay here for now. 15 kills from the side of Trippy. Gonna need a little bit of help from his friends right now. 13 to go for both sides. No free deaths given as both teams kind of back up. They find a lot of information right there and choose not to push. In a different time, maybe not in the game 5, you're seeing a different situation, but you can tell how much this means to both of these teams right now with the fact that they're both showing so much respect on the map.
Lucid and Falcon to trade out their life in an already tied up game, deciding to split the difference just there as Lethal can't quite thread the needle onto the one-shot player. Still, Sentinels with that damage, with that advantage, they take peak control because of it. Now they're sitting up high. Booba Dooba and Falcated working a bit of a 1-2 combo, taking down Formal. Falcated now moves his way towards bottom mid side, ends up going down, but not before getting in that damage. Lethal with the cleanup. 41 kills so far for Sentinels. This could be upset here.
Right now, the big difference in that series, or in that game 5, is the assist column for Sentinels doing such a good job to get these kills. 42 to 40. They have the overshield in hand, and he is behind enemy lines. Somehow, no one spots the glowing Spartan in your base. He's able to find the first kill. But Sentinel's going to have multiple members step this base, so you see that overshield immediately. That player trying to get towards pink 2, trying to make sure that they have some map control. The last thing you want to be is stuck in the back of a base. And Lucid knows that there's multiple players in that base. He's going to look to get his shield back and push. Trippy now up to 18 kills, giving his team everything he can to try and tie this game back up.
Yeah, I mean, you've lost 3 overshields in a row.
Wow.
And somehow, OpTic Gaming are able to tie things up. Beautiful bait and switch, beautiful action. Out of the 2 from OpTic Gaming, Lucy gets the kill on that one. But now it's Sentinels right back in the lead. Boo Boo Doo Boo taking down Big Game Trip, dead zone. Dropping down to the low ground to hopefully play his life, just hoping that nobody breaks through towards the utility side. Looks like he's home free for now as the player takes height on him. Excellent shots out of dead zone, trying to make a bit of individual play. Oh, there is his teammate. Utility side is cleared out. Falcated, forced to back down, somehow gets away with his life. Neither one of these teams wanting to make any mistakes here, but Sparty knocks down the first domino in dead zone. Trippy answers right back by taking him down, and Falcated is chasing down multiple members of OpTic Gaming. This could be dangerous, or this could be game-changing.
3 players in the courtyard, 1 in the flag, and it's Formal looking over everybody to try and make sure no one gets taken down. The push doesn't come through, but here comes the flank from Formal now. It's a triple kill from who else? Formal to tie this game up 47-47, and wisely so. Formal's going to get his shield back. He knows he's got thrust and heat wave in hand. He is the win condition for OpTic.
They're trying to slow the game down once again. The problem is Lucid and Formal are upping the tempo. The red side of the map is cleared out. OpTic Gaming have dominated control right now, but a 4th overshield in a row in the hands of Boo Boo Dooble. Will it be enough? He gets himself the backsmack. There's a one-shot player toward the B1 side. 49-49. No shields to work with, but no problem. Boo Boo Dooble goes in for the challenge. Majin Boo Boo taking over.
The last 3 overshields of the game go to Sentinels, and because of it, OpTic have such a difficult time trading out the damage. Every bit of that overshield making the difference there. It gives Booba Doobu the presence of mind to be able to push with a little bit more shield than he would have had. And now let's jump back into the winners bracket finals. 2-1 FaZe Clan in this game 4, trying to push this to a game 5. I said, Tony, yesterday, we had a lot of game 5s yesterday, and we're going to have a lot more today. And I can't tell the future, but I can tell you good Halo is being played, and when that happens, typically teams can push each other the distance. Camo is up, a 2-1 lead right now for FaZe, as I said, halfway through this 3rd hill. SSG with their eyes set on the prize in that camouflage top middle. The first couple of kills are going in their favor. Surely this camo and potentially the control of the map with this 4th hill on the line as well.
I'm over here still trying to digest that last matchup that we just saw, but we're right into another one, and one that matters. FaZe currently down 1-2, your reigning world champions. Meanwhile, Space Station Gaming trying to go back-to-back as far as tournaments in the one that matters most here in your qualifier, the final tournament leading up into Arlington. The 2-1 lead here for FaZe, as least as far as the game goes. Snakebite with the triple kill, clearing things out. 4 down goes Space Station Gaming, and will this be a 3-1 by the time SSG are even able to push up on the map?
Had to be a big blunder by SSG there. You saw Bound trade with the camo shock rifle play. He trades the melee with Renegade. Something you never want to do is trade a melee when you have that camouflage, because immediately FaZe snap on to bound. They're able to finish that kill, and that is so much presence off the map. Snakebite finds himself a disgusting triple with the shock. He's going to be anchoring this back loop position right now. He's got a ton of SSG players flying his way. Did he buy enough time is the big question. Unfortunately, Frosty turns the corner trying to help him out. He gets taken down. SSG break this immediate setup of FaZe, but you had to think SSG wanted a little bit more time from that first initial setup when they had the camouflage, because look at this, Tony. FaZe are steps away from taking a 3-1 lead and pushing this series potentially to a game 5.
All they got to do is dip their toes in it. The problem is that Space Station Gaming has a full setup on them right now and might just steal yet another hill away. Space Station Gaming stuck in this hill. Stellar has to watch out for the player that sneaks by toward the planter side, or he doesn't, because too little too late. SSG tied things up.
Perfect hold from there. You wondered if FaZe was going to be able to break that setup. The answer was no. Tying this up is massive because there's 1 minute and 6 seconds on the clock. If you were to go down 3-1, this game would have been over based off time alone. Right now, camouflage does get into the hands of Snakebite, but he's hunted down immediately. Unfortunately, Legend's going to find 2, actually. Unbelievable by him. So any hopes that FaZe had of getting an early setup here is removed off the map from Legend.
And this is a pivotal time in the game, a crucial time. I would imagine with 45 seconds on the clock, Next Hill will win this game right now as we're tied up at 2 apiece. Going into the end game here in King of the Hill, Space Station Gaming can knock FaZe down to the elimination bracket and give themselves a huge advantage to going back-to-back. Meanwhile, FaZe, all they can do here with a win is send us into a game 5. They'll have to do it once again. SSG with the setup, Legend allowing the players to spawn up and move up on the map just so we can get the flank off, and it works to take down 1. There's still 2 more players for FaZe that are moving up, and with 3 down goes Space Station Gaming. That is a lot of map control they just lost.
Legend had a perfect flank on the respawners that just spawned loop right in front of him. Unfortunately, he gets repulsed back. What a heads up play by whoever on FaZe had that repulse. They're able to kill the rest of Legend's teams. He's forced to kind of reset and play his life and wait for respawners to come up before he can really do anything. But SSG give away that initial control. They do have over halfway through the hill, and there is a player still in it. There are 2 down for SSG. If you're FaZe, you need to get Stellar out of this hill, and you need to start acquiring time yourself.
Sorry, OpTic fans at home, but I had these 2 as your power ranked #1 and #2 teams in the entire world, now duking it out here in the winners bracket finals. Are FaZe and Space Station Gaming. Frosty with a well-placed shot with the shock rifle, bound, doing everything he can to stay alive. Target prioritization on point. Frosty takes down the player over toward the power position, gets himself another kill, turn it into a triple. And Legend, you better watch your head. You might just be on a highlight reel. FaZe have now stolen all that momentum back and are looking to end this right here, right now. Space Station Gaming off a spawn, and FaZe will not go down, at least not now. 13 seconds on the clock. Space Station Gaming can still answer.
Frosty with the killing spree. Frosty with the triple kill to ice this game. From that moment, this one was over. 6 seconds is all we're waiting on, and we will be going to another game 5. It's the winners bracket finals. FaZe versus the new SSG, and these 2 are going to play each other a lot of times this year. Of course, we go to a game 5 in the qualifier for this #1 seed. They're going to have to earn it the hard way.
We've said it so many times in the past. Year 1 to year 2 to year 3 right now, and I still believe it's true. The competition is so tight. It really is. The gap is starting to get closer and closer from #1 to #2, from #2 to 3, from #4 to 1. Right now, it seems like anybody's game. As FaZe send us into a game 5 against Space Station Gaming, fresh off of winning just last week, trying to go back to back. And why don't we take a look at some of the highlights, because there was plenty.
Jesus. It's that Frosty triple. This is just so much awareness, the presence of mind to just hear everything, see everything, understand the timing on that player's shield coming back. He has every opportunity. He knows the angle, that the only angle the overkill is ever going to come through is that small window looking up. I mean, an unbelievable play, but I mean, you don't even need the overkill, right? Like, you've done enough if you're Frosty taking down 3, especially when you're forcing those blue spawns. There's no way they're going to be able to get to that hill. A fantastic finish and a much needed play from the superstar himself, Frosty, to push his team to a streets game 5 between these 2.
Expect to see a fight here on the streets of New Mombasa Meanwhile, on the other side of things, the elimination bracket, really surprising to see OpTic drop in top 6. That is going to affect their land placings big time going into pool play. It's going to be tough for them to find it out because they're going to have a much harder seed.
Maybe not the placings. Yeah, maybe not the placings, but the seedings, of course. Yeah, their road's going to be tough, right? They're going to have the reason we say that, everybody, is if you're not familiar with how pool play works, getting a top 4 seed is what's important. Everything else can kind of go by the wayside. You'll have to make bracket play, and of course, if you're the 1 seed versus the 2 seed, you're on opposite sides of the bracket, and you probably stay away from the FaZe or the SSG. It's traditionally in our heads in the competitive Halo world the past couple of years. Yes, Sentinels has arisen as a contender, but you want to be on the opposite side of 2 of the 3. So if you're FaZe, you want SSG and OpTic to have to play each other before they get to you. You don't want to have to take the hard road and take down both of those guys. But now OpTic's going to have a top 4 seeded team in their own pool. And with that comes a massive match that's going to happen on that Friday kickoff show that will determine what the road is for whichever team loses that series. One of our top 4 seeded teams versus OpTic Gaming, whichever team loses that series, is going to have such a difficult time trying to find their way back from the elimination bracket, and that road is going to be a grueler. So OpTic Gaming can erase this entire story by winning that series in the pool play, but whatever team they play against, you're hoping it's not FaZe and SSG if you're OpTic Gaming right now, but obviously Sentinels taking you down online doesn't look good. And I mean, Complexity and Shopify are no pushovers either. So you're going to have to bring your A game every single day that weekend, as opposed to a team like FaZe or SSG that will probably have a pretty easy pool.
Well, the one thing I'm going to expect to see from OpTic Gaming is them just answering the call. I mean, lots of times we judge teams not based on them riding that momentum, running downhill, but based on, you know, what we see from them when their backs are against the wall, when they're at, you know, a bit of adversity. So you're gonna have a tougher pool. It is going to be tough, and like I said before, there are so many teams that are closing the gap onto the top 3. Shopify, very good. Sentinels, very good. Complexity, you know, everybody knows they're good, but they're very good as well. A lot of teams that are competing for the top 4 also want to break into that top 3 as well. So OpTic may have a target on their back, but we have to see what they are really made of. Meanwhile, Game 5 on our hands. Winners of bracket finals. Oftentimes, the winner of the winner bracket finals goes into the grand finals and wins the tournament. Space Station Gaming has already done it once in the last week. FaZe want that advantage here this week. Streets is going to be Game 5 West while we're waiting for the lobby to get formulated. Talk to me about some keys to success here on Streets.
Yeah, newly changed. We no longer have rockets on Streets. I know we've had several qualifiers and the guys have been scrimming these for a few months now, but I mean, the first really big moment where you're dictating your C going into the OpTic Major, this camouflage is going to be everything. So you're looking to see who can control that power up, obviously. Pair it with the Bulldog shotgun or a Stalker rifle and quick kills will come. But something I saw yesterday that I was kind of disappointed in was several times teams were able to get that camouflage, but that camouflage was trying to be the entry fragger into potentially applying some pressure now that we have camo and we have some map control. When you lead with the damage with your camo player, so often does he just get traded out, and all of a sudden that presence, that threat is removed from the enemy's team's decision making, and they feel a little bit more free to move around the map. I would love to be able to see this camouflage used as a third-party tool in order to clean up some kills and honestly just threaten the idea that the camouflage player could be anywhere. Sometimes standing alone with camo can even be better than trying to be proactive, because the other team is so threatened by your existence on the map, knowing that you are somewhere looking to try and make a play. Sometimes the best play is to not make a play at all, especially if you can just find a way to third party some of your team's damage. So I'm looking to see how this camouflage is used. I think that it can really change the outcome of a game on Street Slayer if it's used correctly.
Well, we saw literally just last round in a game 5, obviously different map, but we saw Sentinels literally grab 4 at least overshields in a row, so we got to see exactly how strong power control can be, because it led him into a win in upset fashion. Maybe a Cinderella type story right there, beating out an OpTic Gaming that were trying to go the distance and try to make it into the grand finals. Camouflage obviously much different here than overshield, especially the way that it comes up on a bit of a delay, so both teams have an opportunity to really fight for it, really earn it. And FaZe earned the first 2 kills, make it 3, and a complete squad wipe. FaZe 4-1 lead.
Snakebite finds 3 at the start, and a bit of a stagger push from SSG. Bound makes it all the way up B stairs, but Legend's nowhere near in order to try and help him out. So it's just a 2-on-1 and then another 2-on-1 for FaZe, and they're able to get complete map control here. Stellar doesn't expect Frosty to be anywhere near PD as he's able to find that kill. Camo did just come up, and I'm not quite sure if FaZe were really in a position to pick that up, as it is Eco that gets away with it, but not for long. Snakebite hunts him down, takes him down. You have to think FaZe wanted that camouflage, but I think they're happy with the 9-5 lead.
Yeah, I feel like they killed Space Station Gaming so fast that they had the opportunity to fight for that camo off his spawn, and Space Station Gaming did win it over, but weren't able to stay alive with it. So doubling the scoreline right now has FaZe, and Frosty picking up on that shotgun that SSG weren't able to pick up themselves off screen. Legend was able to take down Royal 2. Frosty now coming with a well-timed flank, but there is a player right behind him, and that's Eco dropping the people's elbow, dropping the people's champion, the former MVP. 2 down go FaZe. Space Station Gaming have the strong side of the map.
Trade's still coming through though, but Bound coming off respawn is going to make his way up driveway, able to keep Eco alive, and those trades will benefit Space Station. They make it a 3-kill game, so as hot of a start as FaZe has had here in this game 5, 3 kills is... it can be gone in an instant here on Streets with the size of this map. They don't clear red room, you don't clear your corners, you get punished immediately. And right now, Snakebite getting taken down, and Bound with the sandwich right now is going to give his team man advantage. 10 seconds for camo right now, and they're trying to create some space, and these early kills can give them that space they need.
Frosty pushing right up, trying to apply pressure onto Space Station Gaming, maybe trying to be a distraction to allow FaZe to grab a hold of that camo, which is still sitting towards the mid-map. Stellar not able to make a play for it, and Legend not going to be able to watch it. A kill by Bound makes it a double, but it looks like FaZe, they're not the ones that are 3 down. They're the ones that are going to be awarded the camouflage and already have a 2-kill lead, making 1.
Legend spawns by himself in the back of Tram, and Renegade does not expect anyone from Space Station to be anywhere near Tram right there. He backs with his back to camo. He backs up with that camouflage in front of Tram, and Legend just cleans them up for free. Renegade's got to be frustrated that that player spawned there, and that he didn't really expect that. That was a power curve that FaZe were looking forward to having, that they got removed because Legend had a heads-up play, but a fortunate spawn as well.
Frosty backing down, trying to avoid a bit of damage while also trying to watch Renegade's angle. Back over toward the B stairs he goes, but 2 members of SSG are going to meet him and Bound with the flank, taking no damage while taking down the 1-shot. Frosty, because of that, he's able to push up. He's able to apply pressure, takes down yet another 1 and 2, quickly going down for FaZe. Space Station Gaming have taken back control, and with that, tying up the game in blackjack. 3 down go FaZe. FaZe now spawning toward the PD side, and Space Station Gaming have reticles trained on them. FaZe off a spawn are already being shot at, but they're willing to fight. Raw 2 gets the first kill.
Space Station go 3 down right now. Bound not really able to impact that combat loop. He's going to slow it down, sit on this laundry gen, and wait for his team to come off respawn before he's going to jump up and try and make a play right now. Will they check for Bound is the big question. They know they got a 3-player wipe. Bound's got to be somewhere near us, you'd have to think. And they're able to snip him out. Royal 2 takes him down, and that's a big find because Bound has been a thorn in FaZe's side when they are not able to find him. This time around, FaZe are looking for him. They take him down, and with it, a 5-kill lead extension from that 21-21 all.
Camo's just come up. Frosty with a power position here toward the B rail side. Didn't exactly know Eco was pushing up on him, and Stellar able to get the kill, but somehow, while they're focused on Frosty, Renegade gets away with camo, and there's 4 players of Space Station Gaming now funneling towards the B street side. Renegade gonna try to adapt, try to get behind enemy lines here. This could be a flank that could be game-changing. Double kill out of him leads to a 3 down for Space Station Gaming, and why not make it a triple, huh? Eco has something to say about that.
Eco takes him down, but good kills with the camouflage from Renegade. I like the idea of him taking the scenic route there. He's third-partying that damage. He has so much information that multiple players are on those stairs and nades come through. It makes it really easy for Renegade to pick up a quick double there. You would have loved for a little bit of damage on that third player, potentially the triple kill, but Renegade did enough with that camo, I think, to continue to extend what was FaZe's map control. Unfortunately, since then, SSG have been able to pick up kill after kill to make this just a one-kill game. So the second that they were able to take down Renegade, they took space with it, got several unanswered kills. On the back of Bound and Legends, both 10 kills so far. They tie this game up.
Bound only have one bullet left with this shotgun to work with, but one shot in melee is all it could potentially take. Does he know there's two players playing a bit slow over towards the bottom B side, trying to make a rat-like play, and it's gonna work. The snake strikes. Legend ends up staying alive as Stellar and him provide pressure and to take down the players that are sneaking up towards B stairs somehow. Renegade sneaks in towards Tires, gets himself a kill, then gets right out of dodge. Camouflage coming up in about 10 seconds now. Both teams want hands on it as it's just a one-kill game in favor of FaZe.
Renegade hit some kind of a route there in order to stay alive. Several players on SSG have to be frustrated trying to hunt him down right there. He's still going at it. 4 go down for Space Station. Camo is up and Renegade is on a tear right now with this one life. Spinning, circling, repulsing, everything in the cards for Renegade right now. And he's just 9, 7, and 8. But if you paid attention to his Spartan throughout this one life, he has changed the outcome of this game for the better for FaZe right now. 41-37. SSGs can still come back. They have a little bit of work to do, but that's a good start by taking Renegade down finally.
I was a bit worried for Legend right there. He flies in with the curb slide. Didn't seem ready for Renegade, but is able to adapt, able to get the kill. And now it's Stellar flying into a one-shot. Not able to get the kill. 3 members of FaZe still alive and man in the A side. And mind you, it's a 43-39 game. FaZe have a huge advantage. Space Station Gaming, something has to change for them. It has to change right now. You are simply running out of time.
This game's going to slow down. 43-40. You're in the winners bracket finals. This dictates your seed for the OpTic Major LAN event coming up here in just a few weeks. And no teams want to give away anything for free right now. It's no surprise that this game, all of a sudden, that has been very chaotic, turns into a stalemate.
Renegade forced to back down. You see, it's almost like he's being used as bait right now over toward the PD side. He's by himself, but meanwhile, FaZe are quick from the back A and quick to maybe, just maybe, if SSG tried to pounce, there's going to be a 3-man push from FaZe. I'm loving this position and what I'm seeing right now, but it looks like they realize SSG are going to play it slow. Now going to take space right now. Renegade slides over toward the caution side. I'm not sure if Stellar saw him there.
I don't think that they know Renegade's there, but Renegade, if he does get spotted, if they do check this from the Flowers position where you don't have to overextend the tower side of your body, you're going to get caught out. And when you go one down here, you can expect the rest of SSG to swarm. The information comes through. Renegade gets out of there knowing that he's trapped in the corner. Camo is up, so it will force these players to move on the map. A Shroud is going to come through, and FaZe will be able to enter that Shroud, get the camo. Will they be able to stay alive?
Camo in hands, a snake bite. Back-to-back kills coming out of FaZe. Once again, not only are you down in the score line, but now you have no map presence where you want to be on this B Street side. FaZe have completely dominated it at this point and have a 4-kill game. Snake bite wants to check every corner, make sure there's no off-spawners, but it looks like everybody's spawning towards C, and Legend Eco might have been able to break out and make it towards the purple side.
Not quite sure what Renegade's doing here. Playing for audio, it seems. 2 players get repulsed, 2 players get knocked no shield. Renegade finds his way to a kill here in a 1v2 situation, and a ton of information now given over to the rest of FaZe. They're looking to be aggressive. 46-42. Unfortunately, you're aggressive right into the red gun of Legend, and that is a death that you don't want to just give up because this game's still very losable. 3 kills separate the 2. 4 needed for FaZe to get to 50.
47-43, make it 48. Just 2 more kills needed from your reigning world champions to make it to the grand finals with having a huge advantage. Nades are going down. Eco's down to 1 shot. He's going to be taken. Just 6 kills between the 2, but no more lives to give for Space Station Gaming. And with that, World 2 is able to take down Bound. FaZe are going to the grand finals. Space Station Gaming are going down to the losers bracket.
And if you're talking about moments that decided that game, I think the Renegade flank with the camouflage, although he only gets a double and gets traded out, that was a big separation point that you thought SSG, if they had found out Renegade bottom middle, the play may have gone a little bit differently. Or that play where you're down 3, camo is coming up, you know the other team is going to have Shroud because they're on the tower side of the map. If I'm SSG and I find myself in that situation, we have to have an idea of a game plan that we want to execute, knowing that they are going to shroud this camouflage, and with that they're probably going to go for it. It looked like SSG wasn't really prepared for that play. That's got to be a common occurrence here when the game slows down on streets. You probably don't get an opportunity to play a lot of slow games on streets and scrims because teams aren't willing to just slow it down when there's nothing on the line. But they got the first dose of what that's going to look like. I would expect the next time SSG is in a situation like that to be a little bit more aggressive right before that camouflage comes up, or to be able to be prepared for several grenades to enter that shroud, knowing that there may be a player sprinting in there for that camo. I think you have to find a way to compete for that a little bit better, because that camouflage does force your hand, and when it gets into FaZe's hands, that game's basically over.
Well, guys, very fun winners bracket finals that we just saw, but the tournament is not done in the winners bracket. We still have plenty of action on the way. Send it over to Ali and Garrett to break things down. And how did you feel about that winners bracket finals?
FaZe Clan are our HCS Arlington qualifier champions, and I mean, they are the 2023 grand champions, so it was to be expected. But I feel like no, it wasn't to be expected. Anything can happen in Halo. Sending down SSG to lower bracket to go up against maybe Sentinels or Complexity, which is what we will be waiting to see. Tools, how did you feel about this last one?
I mean, honestly, it feels like I've been through an Odyssey. You know, it's a long written tale. That whole last series, right? We saw the FaZe space station. That was phenomenal. A lot of back and forth. I really liked Clutch's breakdown in that game 5 and talking about what the lesson space station will learn. But in the meantime, while all that was happening, right, we got to see that the OpTic game 5 against Sentinels, the 50-49. There was just so much density to what happened in these series. It shows how close the competition is, right? We saw the big 3 all play against each other. What were the results each time? It's 3-2 game 5 city right now. I would expect to maybe be seeing another game 5 potential in our grand finals. Honestly, this is the best Halo that we're seeing in a long time. I think this season, I'll keep saying it, this is going to be the best HCS season of Halo Infinite.
I agree. I think these teams are just getting better, and they just keep getting closer and closer to just being, up against each other's, like, how do I even describe this, Tools? Like, there's just a wall there, and you can feel it, right? Like, everybody is just so good. And for those of you who are Space Station fans, they're not out of the game yet. They're just in lower bracket right now, and they're going to be competing against either Sentinels or Complexity, which is our next game. Here they are, Tools.
They're right in it.
Complexity has such an amazing run throughout the entire tournament, and Precision also. We meant Precision was doing amazing as well yesterday. Didn't he drop a 50 bomb yesterday?
50 in the oddball, right? It just started off the game so hot. And okay, wait 1 second. I got a request from our observers.
Okay.
I gotta see what they're saying in chat right here. They're talking about bowl cuts. They're talking about everything. They're having like a stroll down memory lane right now.
Oh, you want to read this?
Yeah. Okay. Here, I'll play Lethal. You want to play Spartan?
Sure. Let's do it. Okay. I just died 17 times, so I suppose that was close enough.
They had Sundance and Adam AP getting them personal sponsors. Wait. Let's go up a little. We gotta go up a little.
I think we need more context. What's going on here? Scrolling up.
Is there anything more?
I
think
that's it.
What is this? Okay, 1 second. We'll get back to it. And they had Sundance and Adam AP getting them personal sponsors. I guess we need to find someone for Ryan, dude. Right? Okay, I'll be Ryan, dude. And there were like bowl cuts and all. And there we are, bowl cuts and all.
Wait, are you lethal? No. You're lethal too.
No, never mind. You're lethal.
Oh, I'm lethal now. Okay.
Yeah, you're lethal. I'll go to Sparty.
And then after winning, we go to Orlando and still don't have jerseys.
I vote to bring back bowl cut TJ.
Yo, you remember how mad APG was in the pro meeting? He asked about why we didn't have jerseys, and they asked him what his team was.
LOL.
Are you laughing as it?
Yeah.
Okay.
What is this?
Classic. Wait. Oh, wait, wait, where we at?
You're right there. You're
Oh,
right there.
I'm
They're
here,
guiding you. They're guiding
The
you.
scrolling got me. Okay. He just crossed his arms and huffed and puffed and said, "That's so disrespectful."
Classic APG. Sorry, Jason is fighting for his life right now. Gotta get it going ASAP.
After winning, APG gets in his mood. You know what I mean? So he was just extra bratty.
All good. We all got that sometimes. I'll go grab water, use the restroom real quick in his honor. Oh, hey, chat. Tachi, can you fix the red rack? Thanks. Is red rack not fixed? I like lots of equipment,
Of course it's not.
so I'm down. I'm down for no fix on that.
I don't even know the last game they worked.
Wow, they caught on. Look at that. Look at that in real time. We're making art.
I
This
love
is
it.
truly substance. Works for weapons.
Works for me.
That's all that matters, right?
Wouldn't know. Wouldn't know.
Oh man, can you
Can you believe this script? They're seeing LVT script right now, real time.
Wouldn't know. Wouldn't know.
Wouldn't know. Shouldn't have
I
lost
wonder if they'll get
OpTic,
that.
to be honest.
Lethal just wants to clock out. He's like, oh, I gotta put in overtime. Gonna be in his office all day. Yeah. Right? He was like, yeah, you should have lost the OpTic.
Everything all right in that office? Everything all right?
So you gotta stay in the office. See, I just need
Yeah.
a live thread of Lethal in his office all day.
I don't know. I saw a tweet about something happened in the office, and I was curious. I wanted to see part 2 of that.
Let's see. Lethal's got an update for us. What's
Okay.
going on in the office?
Let's see. Water and coffee machine both say need filter change. Uh-oh.
Oh, rip. You'll never know how to fix that. You think he risks it? You think he's like risking it? He's still going through it? It's gonna be some super bug in that water.
I don't know. I just watched a TikTok about that, and it just the things that grow in those water filters. Let me tell you.
Well, you know what? That water filter might be old, but there might be some older people that we want to bring a familiar face to. You know, I think we have a special iteration of who's that Halo Pro.
You know what? I like that. Let's see if chat's smart enough to see who's this retired Halo Pro.
Special iteration, retired Halo Pros. This is like extra
Boomer
hard
edition.
mode. Boomer edition, exactly.
Boomer edition.
Right.
Is that a cap? Whoever this is holding a cap. All right, let's see.
Well,
Who
let's
the
tighten
boomers in the
it
chat?
up. Let's get this thing to be a little bit clearer.
Put the wipers on.
Oh man, there has to be. What is that? A beanie?
Oh, is that?
A taco?
Okay, I think I got it. I got it.
Wait,
There's no way it's not. Listen, chat's saying Pistola, strong side,
I'm feeling
Walshy.
Walshy.
I'm feeling Walshy too.
This feels like a Walshy to me.
Chat
but-
is convinced this is Walshy, and somebody said Uber Nixo. Maybe he's a retired Halo Pro player from the old days. Yeah, he's a boomer. It's definitely Walshy.
Look at it.
Look at that face.
Hey, yeah, that's how we
What
feel
is he-
about triggers down in this establishment.
Is
huh?
he crushing triggers down? All right, who's this one, guys?
This is hard.
This is. It couldn't. No, it's retired Halo Pro. I was like, maybe it's like somebody really young or something. That in
Ooh,
that time.
I saw a guess in chat. That was good. Muggsy says Roy. So
Guys,
you know,
it's
the old
retired.
heads.
Retired Halo Pros.
See, I saw someone
Lunchbox.
say, 1 second, Heinz. I'm feeling a Heinz right
Heinz.
here.
Okay. We got a lot of it's
Wow.
Lunchbox. It's Lunchbox. Good job, guys. I think it was like 50-50. All right, everybody. Our next match is ready. Sentinels versus Complexity.
I love me some Who's That Halo Pro. I'm not gonna lie, I thought the first one was you. I thought you were like holding up like doing a little flex, but it was extremely blurry, so I didn't see how big it was, and eventually it was Walshy. I actually thought it was you at first.
I take that as a severe insult, even as Walsh's blackout.
It was blurry. I would say it was like totally.
Hey, Walsh is one of the GOATs, but he's a little bit too small compared to me, I like to think. I gotta have something on the kid. He's got about 37 trophies on me. But right now, let's get back into this action, Tony. Sentinels versus Complexity, a team that probably is shocking some of the Twitch chat that they're still in this tournament. Complexity playing so well, and this is testament to how much work that they've been putting in throughout the offseason. No surprise to see them here in our top 4, competing for a top 3 spot right now. And if they can take down Sentinels, that would be a massive win. This Complexity roster is going to be a threat inside of our top 6 this year, especially if they continue to put in the work that they've been putting in all offseason. Ryan Noob has found himself quite the squad, and Boobadooboo has found himself the shock rifle, so Complexity better be careful.
Yeah, I've been talking about this team time and time again. I think Ryan Noob is obviously the main IGL, but after listening to scrims, it feels like Huss is kind of a co-IGL as well, and they've been working really well together. I think Precision is not only one of the better young Slayers in the league, but one of the best Slayers, period, that we have in our league. He's been absolutely incredible. And then, you know, Descendant doing what he does, formerly going by Carbea, and he's been an absolute animal. Love what Complexity been able to do, but Sentinels are coming off a huge upset right now, so only imagine how much momentum they have right now.
Yeah, you know Sentinels goes into this. They don't want to lose to Ryan Noob. There's a lot of history between Lethal, Ryan Noob, Spartan, Ryan Noob. I mean, these guys, they've been competing together and against each other for a long time. The rest of the underdogs on Complexity, the newcomers, you talked about Descendant a little bit, Precision, and how he was my Rookie of the Year last year. Huss, another player that is really stepping up as an individual. If they can get on the same page and Ryan Noob can kind of formulate this team, the amount of individual skill is pretty scary to try and deal with, even for the likes of Sentinels. Right now, Complexity off to a minor lead, we'll call it. They do go 3 down, and that should be Sentinels holding an elevator setup that will take this lead back here momentarily. But this Complexity team is going to be scrappy. They're going to have a ton of gun skill. And that player actually just spawned pipe doors, so this could be a problem that Huss is going to break this setup. He does get taken down. A good job by Falcated to rotate back in order to stop that potential disaster of a setup break with that pipe spawn right there. And this ball being rotated to blue is a perfect play from Sentinels to not only get the lead, but maintain the lead with the play ball eventually.
Almost the perfect spawns coming out of Huston Complexity, but Falcon has somehow found his way behind Huston with that since then. Rotation with this ball that stopped short toward the tower side. A momentary 1v1 as both teams end up going 3 down, and Ryan gets the information that Lethal is over towards batteries, moving Whirlpool, and actually attacking tower with the quickness. He must have hit a curb slide to get here, but just to get taken down by Ryan Noob, and Boobadooboo was the one to get away with shock.
Here comes the first from Spartan. There's multiple players trying to get through this doorway. Sometimes it's difficult, but they take their time. They break it down. Huss gets taken down. A beautiful, patient play from Spartan there to not just fly into white. It's rewarding Sentinels with map control and the ball now in hand. Complexity, we're not able to get that ball to the back of blue and play it successfully. And because of that, Sentinels will have that opportunity themselves. They find a few kills, so they will not need to play it just yet. And how long will this blue setup last is the big question. Did Complexity have enough cohesiveness at this point in time to break this setup quickly to make sure this first round doesn't get out of hand?
A fresh 3 down for Complexity leads to a seaside setup for Sentinels, and right as Camo's coming up, they can play themselves some ball time, and once they get pressured, throw the ball off the map and attack Camouflage. Boobadooboo is up high with the shock, waiting to get himself maybe an easy kill. Body shot onto Hush, just barely missing out on the head onto Precision. Ball not played. Boobadooboo does back down, but the shot onto Precision, the melee, the double kill by Boobadooboo. Things were looking bad when they played the ball, but Boobadooboo making some plays.
Yeah, you're thinking when Boobadooboo misses his first couple of shots, like, what the hell, dude? Like, we need you to hit some of these shots if we want to hold this setup. I didn't even play it because I thought you were guaranteed a kill. Boobadooboo actually turns back around, gets the double kill he should have gotten maybe a bit ago, does it the hard way, and with that, he gets the ball back in hand. This 40-point lead continuing to extend for Sentinels with a perfect chance to play it when under pressure. Oh my God!
You know, it wasn't too long ago. I believe it was Renegade that said that you're only good with the shock rifle in the twos tournament.
I think it was Bound.
No, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Yep, it was Bound that said only good with the shock rifle in the twos tournament. Well, you know what? He's doing damn good with the shock right now, making some plays to keep that ball alive, making some plays even afterwards. Complexity now going to try to rotate this ball as Falcon gets right behind him and right with the grapple, making the right play. 3 down. Go Complexity, gold side control for Sentinels.
Yeah, this round, it's going to be over. But on that comment, when I heard that, I was like, I'm pretty sure I said some stupid stuff like that to Royal 2 back in the day when he was first coming up. I'm like, you're only good with the snipe. Well, it turns out he gets the snipe a lot, and he goes off with it a lot. So maybe you need to stop Boobadooboo from getting the shock rifle as a recipe for your success, because once he gets it, he seems to make a play just about every time.
9-32 in favor of Sentinels at the moment here. Falcon down to 1 shot, tries to back down, tries to get out alive, but eventually taken down. Huss pushing forward. Boobadooboo gets perforated by Huss, and now Complexity want to rotate this ball over 3v3 scenario. So this next slay gonna be so important. Lethal takes down 1, but then gets taken down himself. Falcon dropping to the low ground to try to take down the weak descendant, not able to do so, at least not easily. And Complexity have a bit of control, but Sentinels, they have the A side and camo.
Almost gets stuck, but Spartan wisely backs down. He's going to get these plasma nades, and this is going to be a much needed 2-way push from the side of Complexity. 1 point is all Sentinels are going to need. They may get the kills. Actually, Complexity, I guess they get the push at the exact second they need to. They cut it close. They have a lot of work to do. Can they get this last kill on the Falcated to get a complete reset of the map? The answer is yes. But they have to play perfect from this point on if they want to win this first round. And Sentinels, if I'm them, I slow this game down, I find my kills, and then we just worry about the ball later.
Ball dropped.
90-68 right now. Sentinels have the advantage. Complexity rotating this ball toward the Charlie side. Lethal gets taken down by Huss, and now Boobadooboo's trying to move in with the shock. Ball gets saved right before being dropped right off the map. Complexity making a play, and Boobadooboo chasing Huss to play the ball. Oh, almost like he landed on the wall right there. Got an extra second or two. Sentinel just looking for the final few seconds. Less than a minute on the clock, and Complexity right on their tail.
Lethal's gonna...
Double kill.
I've gotten Onyx. I've gotten Onyx every single season, except I'm not gonna lie though, except for this one. I'm working on it. I've been 1 game away 3 times, and I haven't been able to close it. But come on, man. Oh,
Ball dropped.
Sentinels are 1-0 right now in rounds. Huss making the play onto Smarty, trying to push up over toward that A, but a nice setup by Sentinels already. BR is out here for Huss. Not able to take down 2, but does enough damage for Complexity to try to push up, try to get this ball out of Sentinel's hands right now. 2 go down for both. Ryan New gets himself a huge battle against Falcated, leading to the 3 down for Sentinels. Big play by Ryan Dubin. Excellent job by Complexity on the break.
I'm so mad that whatever technical difficulties just happened when you admitted to having absolutely no ice and choking in 3 straight games, if I'd be honest. I mean, I had so many comments that I wish that would have loved, but we'll move on to the gameplay. We'll give the players the respect they need, especially here in the elimination semifinals right now. It does look like Complexity have had a little bit better of a start to this round. This pipe setup is going to be threatened by this glass push, however, and Boobadooboo, of course, has made his way over here. And I actually like the fact that he's not going to just like try and fly in that doorway. He's going to get some initial damage on the player hiding towards the turbine. We'll see if Complexity can capitalize on those first couple of kills, and they get 3 down. A strong setup from them.
Enemy has the ball.
I know you normally are doing the math and whatnot in your head and whatnot, trying to figure out how the play is gonna break down. But I didn't know you were actually a robot. I'm learning something new right now. But clearly you've been cheating some kind of AI technology or something. That's why you're so daggone good and one of the best analytical minds in the business. It's all AI apparently. Lethal. In the face of complexity right now, while Sentinels hold on to that seaside spawn, nades are going down, and Boo Boo Doo gets to clean up on precision. Lethal gets to get some good damage off, but Descendant still sneaks by, and because of that, he should be able to play the ball if they need to. There it is. Gets the grapple, but not going to get away with his life most likely here. Ryan making sure that goes to an end, a 36-6 lead. Complexity still have control.
Am I sounding better yet? Can you tell? Beautiful. All right. Technical difficulties avoided. Sorry, not an audio guy. Just a caster, just a former pro. Technical skills will give me a 1-star there. Halo analysis, I'll take a 4-star though. 36-7 complexity. A much stronger round 2. Trying to push this to a round 3. Starting to feel a little bit more rhythm there, and you're wondering for these young players in an important series like this. I know it's not a LAN tournament, and that will be its own adventure to try and overcome as far as an experience for these guys to be on a main stage in a big series against a team like Sentinels for a potential top 3 spot. Those are the reasons you put in the long hours if you're on the side of complexity. But for right now, finding their rhythm, because there is some pressure to trying to accomplish pushing further into this tournament than they already have. This is the deepest any of these players have been outside of Ryan Noob, of course, and they don't want to be done just yet. So they don't want round 1 to be the epitome of what this series is going to turn into, and it looks like they've done a good job to keep this a little bit more competitive in the second.
Ball trying to be rotated through long haul, but chased down right now is Sentinels with the grapples. Party making some plays, but it's only so much you can do by yourself. 3 down goes Sentinels. Complexity now having that ball in their hands and just have taken the lead 45-40. Precision makes a play for camouflage, and nobody dare to contest him. This is a free camouflage, and more important, Sentinels are left guessing on where he can be.
Something we haven't touched on in too long, I would say, is Falcated 29, 11, and 16. Absolute domination on the side from Falcated's point of view, and a player that we always talk about is one of the up-and-coming like superstars, but he's been around for a long time at this point, since the Halo 5 days, and he's been doing his thing. It's just a matter of time until he really has that shining tournament that pushes the Sentinels team over the edge. I mean, a few times last year you saw how much he was able to elevate the Sentinels roster, the slaying power, the damage that he provides for them. So difficult to try and match, and complexity learning the hard way right now at 30, 11, and 18.
75-40 lead. Complexity looking to answer back after that round 1 performance by Sentinels. And with a fresh 3 down for Sentinels, Complexity doing everything right at the moment. Falcated long-range shots and nades were looking good, but that ball's on the opposite side, and so are Complexity. So Sentinels now waiting for the spawners to come up, trying to get 4 up on the same spawn cycle so that you can push and maybe, just maybe, break the setup. Complexity try to respond with a rotation through the tower side. Most likely this ball will end up towards bottom mid, but Sparty with the shot.
Oh, crazy rotation from Spartan, or from Ryan, I'm sorry, with the ball. He sits in the corner, he puts his head down, and denies Spartan from being able to hit the headshot here with the shock. Because his head's down facing the opposite direction, he doesn't give Spartan an opportunity to hit him with a single shock rifle kill, and with it, the round's over. Complexity with the big brain plays on the side of Ryan Noob, obviously. The rotation was perfectly timed. And with it, they're going to push this to a round 3. Complexity have woken up in this series.
Huge plays by Ryan Noob and Complexity, but all it does is answer back and tie things up at 1 apiece right now. But momentum is real, and as of right now, Complexity have it, and Boo Boo Doo no longer has the shock. BR out for Descendant, but not enough to put down the damage from down range. Precision tries to get that ball into a safe spot towards gold. Stopped just short. Complexity will have to slay out once again, and currently in a 2v4. Huss The third one to go down. Staggered spawners are getting sent back to the black screen here by Sentinels. 3 down, go Complexity. Sparty giving Sentinels the lead in the early rounds.
A big risk taken by Precision there. If you can get that ball and turn that corner, you can get your team 15, 20 seconds of time. That risk is so worth it. But if you get melted before that ball carrier gets in, not only did you just give the ball into a very strong position with nobody on your team to really move it anywhere else, but you gave numbers advantage to Sentinels as well, and Sentinels used that first kill, that desperation act from Precision to get that ball into the glass, and they take the ball and they gain a 17-point lead early on. Continue Complexity members trying to get this ball into pipes right now, but they don't really have the support. So when you do that and you get taken down like this, you're giving Sentinels the setup. You are using your lives to move the ball to where Sentinels are going to kill you and take your setup. And right now, Sentinels do it once again. They should be able to extend this lead another 20 points.
21-6 advantage here for Sentinels. On top of that, already having an early setup, but also having every bit of resource on the map. And Boo Boo, Majin Buu putting the shock rifle to multiple players' bodies. Still descending the Complexity, decide to push up towards gold. Cleared out, at least for now, but descended. Just want to make sure that nobody for Sentinels leaks through. Huss has his back with the shock, ready to line him up, but can't quite find the kill onto that one. Ryan with the pings. He knows exactly where Sentinels are trying to push up. Complexity have taken control from the gold side, but Sentinels are right around the corner. 2 quickly going down for them, and Complexity should be able to grab ball from here.
Very well played by Huss and friends right there. Descendant and Huss working together to clear out that turbine area. In the meantime, Ryan Noob has been able to pick up the ball. He's going to be able to throw this one out. They actually denied some very significant time that I thought Sentinels were going to be rewarded after getting those few kills in pipes. Sentinels do not get too much ball time acquired right there. Still just a 15-point game at this time. Complexity staying in this one. I'd like to see them get a few more kills because right now the Slays are heavily favoring Sentinels, and you have to think that over time that is going to add up to map presence ball time as well.
Lethal and Boo Boo back-to-back kills. Descendant goes down as well. 3 out of 4 members of Complexity no longer on the map. Huss, he already takes down 1, but with those shields to work with, Falcator gets himself an easy kill. All the distraction for Complexity and Ryan to be able to push up through the seaside, maybe take some space. Boo Boo Doo Boo takes him down. Falcated, a bit of Halo timing there. Lethal got your back. Don't worry about it. Precision hits the black screen, and the ball does end up being reset. Sentinels still have a numbers advantage, and now they have positioning as well when that grapple gets so much value.
Yeah, you have to think Sentinels knew that that ball was close to resetting, and Falcated just doing a phenomenal job of pushing back the members of Complexity to keep that ball neutralized to where it does reset over time. And then they just backed up into pipes, and they have everything that they want right there. Complexity have done a good job to get out of blue and find a way to break this setup once again. So Sentinels maybe not with the strongest pipe setups so far throughout this round 3. They still find themselves up 30.
Enemy has the ball.
Some unorthodox scrappy play coming out of Complexity, but it's been working to at least deny a lot of ball time here from Sentinels, who already have a 45-14 lead. But you gotta imagine with some of the plays that Sentinels were making. Surprised this round isn't over just yet, and surprised that Lethal can't quite find the camouflage right there. It's so tough without that aim assist. And Ryan almost makes them pay for that. Precision gets himself the ball. He has Huss to work with, but Falcated quickly trying to at least win 1-1v1. If he can pressure the ball time. Huss ends up going down, and just that happens. Takes down Precision as well. Barely any ball time being accumulated from Complexity there. Sentinels still have the lead.
Falcated gets his 40th kill of the game. They keep a 19-point lead for now. Sentinels do. Respawners for Complexity are going to be Elevator and Pipes right now, so Sentinels still have a lot of work to do if they want to extend this lead. They got to find a way to get kills. Unfortunately, Huss just one shot away from being a melee trade right there that would have given Sentinels a numbers advantage, but Huss finds himself that kill. He becomes a nuisance long enough to disrupt the Sentinels' pull of the ball right there. And 20 points is still just one setup away. Complexity, if they can get one round of Slays and a solid back blue setup, they can still get right back in this round. But Tony, Sentinels playing time right now is probably the
Ball drop.
ultimate win condition. 44 seconds on the clock. They do have the ball in their hand, but the second they play this, I wouldn't expect them to try and go for this ball any longer. They've been playing such a methodical game in this round 3 throughout the entire time, to where now this win condition of the clock is in their favor as well. Oh no, they didn't play it. Descendant doing a ton of damage, but at least enough as Sentinels were in the back of blue in order to stop whatever Descendant had planned right there, because that could have gotten ugly.
Yeah, it feels like a two-pronged attack. If Sentinels win off of this hold, great. If not, once they play the ball, they're giving themselves such a gigantic cushion to play with that they can just play time at that point. But the ball not played. 4 down goes Sentinels. 31 seconds on the clock, and if this ball was reset, maybe the spawners would have kept Complexity off, but as of right now, Complexity gets a free setup right now, but Descendant not able to get away free with that camouflage. That's going to be huge for Sentinels to get that kill, and Huss, with a very sneaky play, takes down one, puts down the damage. Finally, that ball is reset, but at least Complexity were able to play a bit of catch-up.
Round's not over, but Descendant definitely regrets shooting that shock rifle shot and not being able to hit that shot with the camo and the shock rifle in hand. You have to think that if you get that kind of a power curve in your hands, this game could be dictated by you, but unfortunately he gets taken down. This Pipes push and setup for Complexity as they came off respawn is immediately wiped. It's all 4 down. The seconds hit 0, and Sentinels will grind through a game 1 win. It was not easy, but the job gets done nonetheless.
Almost a 50 bomb out of Sentinels right there, and just good fundamental gameplay coming out of them. One of the best defensive teams that we have in the league. I will say, another side of things, Complexity, scrappy, making it tough for Sentinels. Every setup was really earned. Every bit of point was so well deserved by Sentinels, but still, it's Sentinels that take that one. And let's take a look at some of the stats here.
46 burger on the side of Falcated. 46, 27, and 18. He welcomes Complexity with open arms into this series. One of the best main slayers we have. One of the best damage outputs players in the game in Falcated. When he is on and he finds his rhythm, he is a problem. And Complexity learned the hard way. Hey, you want to play with the big dogs, you want to get this deep into the bracket, you better bring your A game. You better shut down Falcated, and that is harder said, or harder done than said.
Live Fire Slayer coming in for game number 2. Exciting game number 1, but it's not done yet. It takes 3 in order to advance forward, and here in your elimination bracket, there are no more chances. One team will be advancing. One team will be knocked out here in top 4. Will it be Complexity or will it be Sentinels?
Live Fire Slayer, and you would expect Complexity to feel more comfortable in the Slayers here without having to weigh so many different objective decisions and all those things that come with that. You know, Ryan Noob's doing his best to try and elevate these players and their individual decision making in those objectives, but it almost felt like Complexity was trying to play too scrappy in the oddball. Now you're just able to focus on kills, your individual skills, something that these Complexity members do best for their assets right now. Unfortunately, checking your corners is not what Huss is doing best right now. He gets a free death right to the hands of Sentinels, and with that, I believe camo control is going to go in their favor as well.
Early advantage here for Sentinels. You're in the Slayer, but all of this really to set up more towards grabbing hold of these power-ups and power-ups. Like, not sure exactly what happened with camouflage at the moment here. Oh, there it is in the hands of Sparty, who goes down to 1 shot. Just barely able to stay alive. As he gets his shields back, he'll be more of a threat and doesn't trade out his life. Does Descendant right there, so you give him a double, almost a triple. Was 3 down, go Complexity, and now Sparty not only with camo, not only had camo, but also has a sniper now with plenty of ammo.
Now, just 1 bullet, Tony. Just 1 bullet. Plenty of ammo for 1 kill, though.
Plenty of ammo. That's like 4 kills for him. That's like 5,
Spartan,
6.
Yeah, what is this transition to? I'll shut up if he hits a 2 for 1 or something, but just 1 bullet left, and maybe the damage that Spartan's able to do here is minimal, but the first pick could be the one that turns into 4, so you never really know. That 1 bullet's just narrowly missed on the Descendant. Good movement by Descendant to not just be an average target there as he G-slides across top mid. They get the information that Sentinels are playing towards green, and here comes the Complexity push.
2 kill advantage here for Sentinels, but Complexity get the kills they were looking for until Lethal takes down Precision and is trying to stay alive. Look at that movement. Okay, I didn't even know Lethal can move like that. The curb slide back to the green, gets himself the melee kill. The man is still alive and kicking right now. Meanwhile, off his screen, Boo Boo Dooble gets himself 16 to an 11 advantage here for Sentinels. And man, Lethal got the moves.
And Lethal is a player that really stepped up about halfway through the year last year and started playing some of the best Halo we've seen him play in a very long time. A player that this Sentinels teams, if they have ambitions to win, needs to be on his A game. A player that has been the best Slayer for a long time in Halo. Maybe no longer that in his career, but if he can recapsule some of what early Lethal was an absolute problem on the map right now. Obviously, with age, I think he's become more of a cerebral player, but nonetheless, he has been very impressive here in the end of the second year of Halo Infinite, and kicking off this year. You have to have high hopes for him in the Sentinels roster if they're playing at this high of a level.
Always fun to see the young gunners evolve into experienced and savvy veterans and really kind of take shape. And even the way of Rhino, for example, look what he's been able to do, find 3 young players in himself and be able to kind of be that general. And look at where they are right now. Top 4 guaranteed, maybe top 3 or better in their future if they play their cards right, but down by double digits right now at Complexity. Sentinels have really taken control. In fact, Boo Boo Dooble on screen right now, he's only died 3 times this game. Uses that repulse to immediately take a perimeter side angle, and I wonder if Complexity are aware of it. This is about to be a flank. Takes down 2 players. Boo Boo Dooble doing Boo Boo Dooble type things.
Yeah, I was about to say, I don't know what this play is. I'm not really quite sure what he has in store, but ends up turning into a beautiful timing where he jumps up the window. He's able to get 2 melees for 2 kills. Corners continue to not be checked in this series. Everyone trying to play a little bit faster than maybe they should, and that's an easy double kill for Precision. Slow plays the bait of his teammates back. Bring finds that double, and Precision now 9-0-7. Descendant's gonna have snipe in hand as he tries to be a little aggressive, thinking that the quantum is gonna allow him to play his life if he ever finds trouble. Unfortunately, he finds a ton of trouble. All of Sentinels are waiting around the corner. They take him down, and he gives that snipe up for free.
It was a double-digit lead and some amazing plays out of Boo Boo Dooble. Complexity able to eat added and was as low as a 5-kill advantage. Sentinels once again putting some separation between them and the scoreboard. Lining up the sniper. Down to 1-shot. Husk goes. He's going to be collapsed on immediately. 3 members of Sentinels surrounding him, hitting with the Bulls triangle offense, it seemed like, as back to a 34-27 kill advantage. Sentinels able to weather the storm, stop the comeback from Complexity, slowed him down just a bit, and now Lethal once again. A critical double kill right as camouflage is coming up, and things once again going from bad to worse for Complexity.
All these situations where these power-ups are coming up, or the real battle for the objectives so far throughout the series, it really looks like Sentinels are so buttoned up with their teamwork and the angles that they're taking and the understanding of how to capitalize on each other's damage. Lethal finds himself a nice double kill, but it's the perfect timing for that camo power up, this power curve that will allow Sentinels the comfortability to not only play from an 8-kill lead, but to play aggressive and to deny win conditions continuously from Complexity like those power-ups.
Smarty down to 1-shot. Takes a play out of Majin Boo Boo's book, using that repulse to get away from danger and take a bit more space. 2 fall for Sentinels, but it seems like they're happily playing for trades at the moment because every trade brings them closer and closer to that 50-kill mark. Majin Boo Boo once again puts down damage. Down to 1-shot, he goes back in for the reach out onto Precision. Precision winning that one, and Falcated doesn't find the 1-shot player, but still was able to take down the full shield Descendant. Falcated stays alive. Sniper is up, just baiting out both of these teams to try to adjust their focus towards it. Meanwhile, Sentinels only 5 kills away from taking this game in a 2-0 series lead. Lethal takes down Descendant. Falcated goes at him. 48-41. Complexity, they gotta find a way to stay alive. It's not gonna happen. Just one more needed. Sentinels.
Booba snipe in hand. Can he end this one with the punctuation? 49-41. It's all she wrote. You'd have to think Sentinels are going to get the kill. You wondered how it was going to happen. Well, Husk, he goes out on his own terms. He gives Lethal his 11th kill of the game. And Husk says, let's go to game 3 a little bit earlier than I think the rest of Complexity might have wanted to. Tony, I've seen you do that matchmaking like 50 times. Don't even lie to me.
Okay, well, first of all, I don't sideways walk off the map. I back up off the map. And the man was like, was he strafing and just continuously like right strafing? Like you're not in one direction strafing, just eventually you run out of space right there. I don't know. I don't think the Vegas odds saw that happening. As far as the ending kill being that way, nobody getting paid out there.
I think something, I mean, just to talk about the stats, obviously Descendant having a pretty rough game, and that's something you see, I feel like, pretty common with a lot of the up-and-comers in Halo Infinite that have so much individual skill, that play at such a fast pace. All these newer players that know how to play when their team has control and know how to really perform and apply pressure. It becomes almost a problem at times when you're trying to force that same level of pressure against some of the best teams in the world that will slow it down, that will set up a trap and allow you to kind of fly into them. They'll find that pick. I think Descendant playing a little bit too fast for his own good right now costed him maybe some potential in that game too. Let's see how he performs in this game 3. I mean, it is a phenomenal play style to be able to apply pressure, to hit your shots the way he does. But he is going to have to learn that when you do not have map control, especially against the best teams in the world, you cannot afford to go down. You cannot afford to just get caught out. And I feel like to have stats like 4, and I believe it was 14 or more deaths, that has to be some of the case that's what's happening.
Well, luckily for Hustle and Complexity, there's no way to fall off the map here. So on the other side of things, you know, unlucky for them, you're still dealing with.
I have seen you nade yourself on this map though, so there is the same
plenty of times. I named my teammates at the same time as nading myself. But unlucky for them, they're going against a red-hot Sentinels who just put them a fresh 3 down. Flag moves over towards the mid-map and finally gets some damage onto Sparty, but too little too late. It's passed right up. Alley-oop in the first cap in just over a minute for Sentinels, and right back to map control. Complexity go for it. They're gonna have to slay out if they have any hopes of going after this flag, and a full rotation over towards the util side, and another pull now coming in out of Sentinels.
The Sentinels are playing so strong today, and you love to see that, especially in the qualifier right before the first big LAN, because you wondered how hot Sentinels really looked at the second half of last year, right? The SSG tournament, they did so well in Salt Lake, and then maybe didn't get back to a grand finals or anything, but you wondered, do we now have a big 4 on our hands? I think Sentinels consistently are playing at such a high level that it is safe to say that we do have a big 4 on our hands. Sentinels has joined the OpTic, the SSG, and the FaZe clans of the world. As far as, are they able to perform at that level consistently? Because those 3 teams, it feels like they bring it every single weekend. I think Sentinels has done enough consistently over a period of time to welcome them into that conversation. They are a true threat to every tournament this year.
It was a bit worried when they got sent down to the elimination bracket early by Shopify Rebellion, who they beat in a game 5 last week, but SSG then beating Rebellion, and then Sentinels getting the revenge by making it right here. Up 3-0 against Complexity. Sentinels showing that they are the real deal, potentially sweeping a very good Complexity roster. Both teams trying to compete for top 4, top 3 in the world right now, and putting yourself in a good position in pool play might just get you closer to that dream. And Sentinels up 2-0. Complexity stuck in their base. The Sharks are swarming. They're about to strike. Multiple go down for Complexity, and yet another pull just fundamentally dissecting them as Falcon gets himself an overkill. But it was a full team effort there in order to get them that control, in order to get them that pull. Falcon almost turning it into a kill attack, but at least he's able to turn it into a 4-0 lead here on Aquarius.
Falcated was 13-1-1 on a map like on Aqua CTF. It is so difficult to play your life when you're in that many different combat engagements. 4 players at Complexity are front Sentinels looking like lost puppy dogs out here, down 4-0 this early in the game. Sentinels are writing a masterclass on how to play this Aqua CTF, led by Falcated in this 13-1-3 performance.
This game has been, this series has been so close. Complexity have been so good, but if you just tuned in right now and you see it's a 2-0 series lead in favor of Sentinels at the moment, 4-0 in this game, 1 game away from not only sweeping them in this game, but sweeping them in the series, you would call me a liar, but I promise you, it's been a close series, but Sentinels have been playing so darn good and have earned every last bit of those caps and have earned this advantage they have right now. Complexity fighting not just an uphill battle, but an up mountain battle.
I mean, how much does Complexity have left in the tank? Because right now you're down 4-0. There's 8 minutes on the clock, and you're thinking to yourself, if you're on Complexity, this is going to be the longest 8 minutes of our lives right now, because there is very little hope, if any, to try and create a comeback here, especially with how well they're playing. An overshield may help. A flag would do a lot of justice to the confidence on the side of Complexity at what a potential like greatest of all time comebacks in CTF would happen. But right now, Ryan Noob has no friends to work around. His flag's getting pulled at the same time. His overshield's now gone. He's been spotted out. And this is the last flag that's on the move for Sentinels as well.
Even if Complexity are able to cap this flag, they'd be down 1-4, but even just a bit of life would be some kind of momentum for them, but shot through the heart. Complexity might just be too late. The Send is stuck over towards Util's side. Meanwhile, their flag is being pulled. He not only has to stay alive, but he needs some kills at the moment. And as of right now, they're not going to get it. Booba Duba and Falcated back-to-back kills. Luckily, the Send is able to catch an off-guard Falcated, but his position has been located. His position has been known. Gets himself yet another kill, but it's only buying time for what is inevitable. Lethal has had this flight towards the Shroom side, and that's going to be it. Sentinels taking it 5-0 and a sweep. I wasn't ready for that one.
I hope you never made that noise again. I don't know what that was. But
Oh, you
that
like
was
my noises, you liar.
That was a masterclass from Sentinels, and although Complexity played very well in the first couple of games, gave it their all. I mean, a top 4 finish from them in this tournament. Hats off to them. They're going to be very satisfied with the top 4 seed going into the first tournament. I guarantee you that. But there is still a difference between those big 4 teams and the rest of the world. I think Sentinels showed you they have exactly what it takes to shut the door on these series very quickly.
So good, man. Such good gameplay that we're seeing at the top level. Honestly, it makes me want to play right now. I'm so hyped. I just want to get on the sticks right now and try to emulate what Falcon is able to do and completely fail, because I'm a fraction of what that man is on the kill feed. 18-8, put up close to a 50 bomb earlier. What was it, 45, 46 kills in that game number 1?
46,
excuse me, 46 kills in that game number 1, and just Sentinels have been so good. Like even behind that overkill that Falcon had, like a full team effort to be patient enough to surround Complexity, back up into that corner. Yes, Falcon took down a few weak players and were able to get an overkill off of it, but it was a full team effort to surround them, limit the options, and put them in a position to get that, which then turned into a 4-cap lead. They're just so good right now. And I guess sticking together from season 2 over to season 3 is really, really paying off for Sentinels.
Yeah, much more to come from Sentinels. You can expect that teamwork is going to transition. I'm going to throw it over to Allie and Tools, though, on the desk and let them break down the analysis for that series, and look forward to seeing some more great Halo with these tournaments in them.
These 2 teams have worked so hard to get to where they're at, and I mean, we see it from both of these teams, and they just showed it in this match. Sentinels is up 3-0 in this series, or just finished the series, but I feel like these games, like it was said, they were so close. You could tell they were so close. Complexity, tough loss for them, but again, they're really happy, I'm sure, with their top 4 placement. And isn't that the scary pool where OpTic is going to be sitting at? I feel like, that's what I was just thinking.
That might be sort of on the horizon for them, right? And that's a little tough to think about at the end of the day. But for Sentinels, they won an important series, and they won it in the 3-0 fashion, which is I think what they were looking for. I think Wes said it best, where this is a team that is no longer knocking on the door. They're in the conversation. They are a team that's on the same level as Space Station, that's on the same level as FaZe and OpTic, and they're gonna have to go through the gauntlet today if they're gonna win a championship, right? If they're gonna win this weekend and get themselves that number 1 seed, they're gonna have to knock down each one of the big 3 teams.
Definitely a tough road ahead of them if that's what they have their sights aimed for. Sentinels versus Space Station Gaming. The first matchup will be Solitude Strongholds. Map which I believe both of these teams are great at. Do you think like any of these might have an advantage on this first game?
I feel like Sentinels is going to have an advantage just because they've been playing for so long. Like, they've been playing and they've been playing hot, right? Space Station coming off a loss, albeit a close loss. I think they're going to be a little bit iced as we go into this first game. Now, do I think that's an indication of how this series is going to go? Not the case whatsoever, right? I think this is going to be one that's going to come down into the margins, little individual plays, and I can definitely see this one most likely going to a game number 5.
Hopefully so. We have a lot of game 5s happening as expected at the end of today's event. It's great to see for us, right? Great to see for us. I'm sure these teams would like to get to the grand finals as soon as possible and get their seeding, but it's definitely been an amazing day for us here at LBT watching, and definitely shout out to everybody who has been hanging out with us today. I would love to see what our current sub count is so we can see if we can reach our sub goal as well, which was like 40 subs away just about an hour ago. So I wonder if we're getting closer to that first time ever. 24:09, and our record was 24:28. Was it? Is that less than 30 subs? So 20 something?
Yeah, we're getting right there. So if you have a Prime sub, you want to use it, it's absolutely free. I just check it. If you've been enjoying the show, see if you have a Prime sub available. It honestly, it helps go a long way. It's absolutely free. It's, I think, like 17 cents every day you don't use one, something like that. So see if you have it. I'd love to break our record once again. We've had these like record-breaking days throughout. We broke our record today. In fact, on the YouTube stream, we were able to get just under 4,000 concurrents on YouTube. So shout out to the folks
Amazing.
over in the YouTube chat. They've been killing it over there.
And you know what we're gonna be killing it with? Our brand new segment. Brand new. Another segment. We're going to be doing Who's That Halo Player? Who's that pro player? I got it right. Who's that retired Halo pro player? I did not get it right. All right.
Who do we got?
Who's this?
Let's see. Let's send it out. While we're letting chat speculate, I want to give a shout out to Johnny Fireball with the 5 gifted and Shade with the Prime sub as well. Thank y'all for the support. But who is this retired Halo pro? Getting some Hines, some ogres.
Somebody said ogre, duh. Maniac Roy.
Someone said legit. That's a good one.
Legit neighbor.
Seen a lot of legits now. Here. This is a good one, right? Jamie Spots. First time chatter, Jamie. I want to know how confident you are, because this is your first chat ever. You said legit. You know that this is legit. I want you to say, if you are wrong, I want you to say, if you are 100% confirmed, I will ban you from chat if you get this wrong. If this is the first time you talk.
Oh, wow.
You know what I'm saying? But I want to make sure that you're down with it. Are you willing to go the distance?
Okay, Halo came in and said it's Hines.
It's Hines.
So what happens if they get it wrong?
If Halo gets wrong, do we ban Halo from the chat?
We
okay.
ban Halo from the chat.
Okay, here we go. Let's go, Hines.
Okay.
Who
is it? Hines?
Is it Hines?
What do they have on their shoulder? What is that? I think Elamite said it's a parrot.
Right? Just like I think, are they not just like
Elamite said it's a parrot.
Down? Look at those arms. Those are some gamer arms. Know
Indeed. I see it.
Yeah. Damn, this is hard. Who is this?
Retired Halo pro, guys.
Retired Halo pro.
Retired Halo. All right, let's see. Reveal.
Neighbor from Clutch. Let's see. Wow. It's Neighbor. Clutch is too good with it. And
all right, Clutch on a streak. All right. Let's see who the next one is. Or not, because I think the lobby is ready. All right, here it is, guys. Space Station Gaming is going to be our next matchup against Sentinels. Tough game indeed for both of these teams. Man, this is getting difficult by the second, huh? Oh, look, the R's rolling up in the chat.
Look at the R's. That's what I love to see. I love to see them getting ready. Yeah, that means we're starting. Get that lobby going. Come on, boo. Press the button. Do the thing. I'm so excited for this game.
All right, let's see as Sentinels versus Space Station Gaming starts now.
The OpTic Major Qualifier Ladies and gentlemen, what an incredible day of Halo it's been. I've never seen so many Game 5s in my life, Tools, and now I get to join in on the fun. How you been? I mean, you've been here all day. What are you thinking of the events that have occurred so far?
Some of the best Halo we've seen this season for sure. I think Game 5s are going to be a mainstay. I have a sneaking suspicion that we might be seeing 3 Game 5s if you catch my drift.
That would be absolutely incredible. But it's this one that we need to watch first. It's Sentinels versus Space Station Gaming. Now, Sentinels surprised me a bit. A 3-0 versus a complexity roster as practice as I've ever seen a roster. They've been putting in that work, but Sentinels have put in the work as well. And they have been an established team for multiple seasons now. We'll see if they can continue to dominate here. They've got to get through Space Station first.
This game type has the potential to swing like no other. It's not unusual to see a 250-0 come down on this map, and it's largely going to revolve around this bottom mid hill. The fight to secure it and to be able to find some space on the map. Boo-Boo Doo-Boo going to have to try to stop the push as his teammates go down. Shock rifle in hand.
Boo-Boo Doo-Boo is going to have to try to find some space, and he's got the shock rifle to make that happen. It's going to be Bound that takes a body shot, eliminates the shields that keep him protected, but Boo-Boo Doo-Boo trying to just find an opening here as they get A. Sentinels stopping the bleeding for now. It's going to be Boo-Boo
find
now.
Some space. Look for those perimeter spawns. Boo-Boo Doo-Boo trying to make sure his teammates have a little bit more space to work with, get themselves in a position where they can have some sort of entry point to collapse in on the hill. And there we go, first player down.
There it is. Sparty's going to be the first one to fall, and it's a 2v2 situation, but they get 3 down on the side of Space Station Gaming. Make that 4 dead. A full wipe goes through as Sentinels looks to get space and looks to lock in the triple cap.
Sentinels is so effective at capitalizing on the numbers, right? It was all about finding that first player. Once they get that first player down, everyone else pounces to the action. They're looking for that trip cap, and Boo-Boo Doo-Boo might just make it a little bit easier for his team.
The shock rifle's devastating. The 4 down once again as Space Station fall. They'll continue to respawn here, but the staggered spawns come through. Boo-Boo takes a 1v1, but Legend's gonna take him out quickly. Sentinels still putting points on the board.
Legend wins the fight, but Boo-Boo Doo-Boo and the rest of the Sentinels are on top of the spawns. Love his ability to come back there. They don't end up winning that gunfight, but it really shows to me how well-oiled this Sentinels machine is. They know exactly where they need to be playing, and it's going to reward them with a camouflage in this situation.
Another 4-man wipe for Space Station, and like you said, the camo picked up, but it's Sparty that has to stop Space Station Gaming from getting this A cap, and he cannot do so. They do end up getting A, and Sentinels are going to trade that. The Sentinels come back once again, and a 3-man wipe happens. Now they're on spawn.
Get the high ground. That's Boo-Boo Doo-Boo's priority, right? Not often you can say it in S4 when there's players over at blue, but maybe a bit of a blunder shooting the first thing he saw right away. I think he could have been a little bit more patient there and wait for his opportunity in that fight.
Well, Stellar found his opportunity. He's going to get the kill onto Sparty, and because of that, he will be rewarded with the A cap. That'll be a triple cap locked in for Space Station Gaming as they stride forward to continue to gain points here. With that, they will take the lead.
Play fast. Make sure that you keep Sentinels on their back foot. You have them all scattered about on this map. As long as they can get their numbers back up and reapproach this gunfight, Space Station has the potential to put in a dagger early in this game.
Well, Legend is the first one to fall on Space Station, and this will allow Sentinels to push on through. They do get Stellar and Bound as well, so now Sentinels, sensing the weakness of Space Station Gaming, looking for a way to defend this B site. It is lethal. Inside of the dip, gets his first kill, and 2 down for SSG. Sentinel's gonna push forward.
Lethal's behind everyone, and well, look out. Even though he's not really getting the spawn for his team, he's isolated Stellar out of the fight, making sure that he has to go through him. And although Stellar wins the fight, what's the cost, right? 3 of his teammates going down, and he's instantly pressured off spawn. So it's not necessarily about that individual battle. It's about the war for Sentinels. It gets them in the strip cap situation. Camouflage going to go to the hands of Boo-Boo Doo-Boo with Camouflage masterfully played from macro sets from Sentinels.
The battle wages on as triple caps trade back and forth. It is Boo-Boo with the tool in his hands to pierce the defensive hold of SSG on this C site, but he can't find enough damage. Finally going to get the pick onto Legend there. But he's being chased. Bound looking to kill the Camo player on the map. He does just that, and that's 2 down for SSG.
The pressure's still on. SSG really don't have much room to breathe. 2 players occupying the same lane. It's really going to be up to Legend to find some space, but he's waiting for information from his team to let him know that he can't come. But that information's not going to come as Sparty keeps hitting shots like that.
Bubu's having an incredible game as well, 12 and 5, but Sparty does have the shock rifle in his hands. It's going to be the last bullet.
Enemy team score.
And it's going to put it on the respawn, but Sparty's still just slowing down the pace of the game here. Wants to find this opening onto Legend, who's posted up inside of A, waits for a teammate, and this will be the push now. That's going to allow them to get the reset onto A. They do just that, and what that will do is give them points as well, but SSG are relentless, continuing on the pressure here as they take A back.
You can tell that everyone in this lobby are some old school gamers because they know it's dangerous to go alone. So often we're seeing them wait for the team help, right? They're always another player just behind to get the collapse. And Eco, give him a little back from a separate a little away from the body. But I see you over there, Eco. He knows how big that 1v1 fight was.
Pivotal fights are what allow victories to come to fruition. Right now it looks like Sentinels taking every advantage they can. They get SSG down 2 once again as Eco and Bound come off the spawn. It'll be this bottom center side. The Lethal decides to drop down to save his life.
And Legend, I think he's just not used to the pacing yet of Space Station Gaming. He's just playing a little bit too fast out of his spawn right there. Falls into essentially a trap from Sentinels, and this is preventing Space Station Gaming from getting 4 players up at the same time. Continually, just 1 player's on this respawn screen, and it's having huge ramifications in this game.
Sparty somehow lives in that situation, caught off guard from Legend, but able to save his life and also get the spawns for his teammates. On the back of Blue, he'll decide to push on the bottom.
Escapes. Right, he jumps over, right, he escapes through a longer route to try to get towards his teammates. I just love the plays that this team is making. It's why they've been able to hold a 2 cap for so long.
Yeah, and it's got them 217 points. They aren't satisfied with that 2 cap though. They want to go for the triple cap. A will be reset though, and Space Station Gaming will get C as well. So this will be a 2 cap situation for SSG. Legend going to solidify that as well. It's going to be 2 down for Sentinels.
Space Station, not a lot of time left to dilly-tally when you're going to make your play, and well, this is the good way to start it. This is a trip cap in effect. The spawn setup that you want. You look at a top-down menu, this is basically a giant U on the map. They're focusing all of their attention towards that blue room. Legend with the sniper, he can shut down any sort of push that comes to A, leaving his teammates able to watch the middle of the map.
The push comes through, but Legend, like you said, is going to stop it. Prevent them from coming into A. He will rotate though.
This is so smart. Right, he heads back because he got those kills. He has an internal timer. He says, I have to push back to prevent them from spawning out. I have to make sure that we corral them.
Sentinels pushing in though. It's gonna be Stellar, the first one to fall. It's gonna be now 2 down for the side of SSG. Legend has to get a kill here, and he does. The killing spree's locked in. Legend still being contested though, and it will be Sentinels that stop the bleeding from happening. A is taken, but B and C, it's Space Station with points counting up.
Sentinels had to commit everyone to that push, and it ends up being the last player alive, Lethal, that makes all the difference. And well, he's not done with his rampage yet. Not only is he going to get 2 kills, he'll get the capture and also get the position for his teammates to play for camouflage here. Space Station had a great run, but Sentinels is looking to close it out with this last play.
Sentinels have locked A and B down. It is Bound who goes towards the lower side of the map, gets the kill. That's gonna open things up. Sparty does fall. SSG now locked down B and C, and it's Bound who makes sure that C does not go anywhere. 2 players from Sentinels trapped down low. Bound has to play his life, and he does it masterfully, but Lethal's gonna find the kill, and that might be the opening. Sentinels have a 2 cap, and they approach 240 seconds.
Patience was the play there. Bound just got a little too excited, gets caught out, and now only seconds remain for them to make a play.
There it is, 247 and counting here. 2 go down for SSG. That will be locked in. Sentinels are looking to win this series. They start off extremely strong. 1 posted now for Sentinels. SSG looked real strong there, Tools, but they just weren't able to find that continuation after they got that triple cap locked in, after they got the spawns forced onto blue. It was Sentinels who broke through once again.
Fantastic triple caps from both sides of the aisle, right? Sentinels and Space Station were able to get their game plan into action, but it just comes down to that singular break that Sentinels had. They committed every single player in the lobby to get into that home hill, take out the players in yard and capture it. But it's about the follow-up play that matters, right? When Lethal captures that hill, what does he do next? He drops down and gets the important double kill. Yeah, they're both one shot, but what does this do? It secures the back spawns for his team, and it allows the camouflage to move into their hands. From here, it's just too tough of a situation for Bound and the rest of Space Station Gaming to handle.
Sentinels found that opening. It was the double kill, like you mentioned, from Lethal, and they will get the first win in this series, but SSG looking to fight back here potentially. Just a great job overall, though. I truly feel like Legend, and we talked about this a little bit in the green room, I think Legend was an incredible pickup for this roster. That's definitely a very different pace of play than what we saw in Dead Zone in previous seasons, but he just seems to be gelling so well with SSG.
Yeah, I think he's a great pickup. I think he's going to make this team a little bit faster. I do think that that's going to be up to Stellar and Eco to keep him in check sometimes. He likes to get himself right into those into the face of the enemy. Sometimes you have to be like, hey, hold up, get the timing right. Make sure that you're pushing with a teammate right behind you.
Well, here we go. It's game number 2 now. SSG looking to answer back with a series win of their own, or I'm sorry, game win of their own. They're gonna have to get through a Sentinels roster who has just stood true to themselves, kept this roster through multiple seasons. Everyone was questioning why wasn't there a change, you know? One top 2 finish, multiple top 4 finishes, why wasn't there a change? And Sentinels put the work in. Now looking to make a statement in HCS Season 3, but they've got to start here with this OpTic qualifier.
Says a lot when the player that's holding the sniper rifle doesn't drop it for your camouflage player just feet ahead of you. Shows how confident they are when Stellar has his weapon in his hands. Expect to see him make some impactful plays.
You see 8-4 now. Space Station have gotten a little bit of a lead here, a little bit of a cushion, so to speak. And they will continue that lead as they get 2 in the kill feed. Boo Boo and Sparty are going to fall. Not going to be able to assist Sentinels in bringing this game back.
Look at the splits. 2 players from Sentinels on that long trail over to long haul. Stellar, if he doesn't get information, this could be devastating to him. He's killing the players across the map, but it looks like the help was in Boo Boo. Jubu single-handedly getting through that long haul. Stellar gets the information because of his teammate that went down, but this is where they're going to try to break through, is on that gold stair.
Yeah, Stellar is the first point of contact, but he's got Bound there to help him, and you see the reversal comes out. Stellar stays alive. Shock rifle put on the respawn. Minute more and a triple kill for the side of Eco, a player who Frosty says one of the smartest players in the game, also showcases his mechanical skill as well.
Look at that rotation that Space Station made to get that triple kill. They moved all their resources towards C, split the spawn out there, got the 3 down, but what was most important is where their spawners were coming up. Camouflage was the important play. They were able to spawn towards C, grab the camouflage while winning the gunfights and working on getting back the control that they like, where it's over at A and Pipes once again. This is just fluid Halo, very transitional Halo from Space Station, where they understand the next important play to make.
Space Station Gaming have picked apart the plays of Sentinels and read them at every turn and every move. And with that, they'll garner a 21-12 lead here. This Legend is looking to make a name for himself, looking to make sure that Space Station Gaming made the right move, but it's 4 down for SSG.
This is the chance the Sentinels has been waiting for. How do you act, or how does Space Station play off spawn is the better question. Do they slow it down, or are they looking for space? There's nothing slow about Space Station. They're rocketing their way across the map. Look at all those blue arrows move.
16-24, Space Station still with the massive lead here. Legend gets a kill, but Falcated close behind. make sure to assist Spartan, trade the kill out, but he's got many more to deal with. It's 3 down for SSG once again. Stellar gonna confidently challenge, but because of that, he will be taken out. And it's a 27-20 lead. SSG hanging on by a thread. It looks like Sentinels are in all the control they need.
Expect Space Station to keep playing fast. When you have a big lead like this, it opens up this opportunity. And who else but the new kid on the block? What we talk about? This kid loves close engagements. He is going to get in your face and try to take the fight. No one expected a flank to come immediately off the spawn of a 4 down. Legend takes advantage, is able to get a 2-kill swing, and now an 8-kill lead once again for Space Station Gaming.
Camo came up at 8 minutes. Curious to see who ended up getting that. You see, Shroud screen does fall. It's Legend with a perfect kill, but gets traded out pretty quickly. SSG 3 down once again, 25-31. Sentinels starting to bring this back, but not sure who picked up that camo. Falcated, though, does have the shock rifle. The push comes on in. He gets a lot of damage, and he gets the kill as well.
Standing strong, that's the way you counter Space Station. They want to play fast off their spawns. Doesn't matter if they go 4 down. What do? Situate yourself right at the choke point. Say, I am going to hit my shots. Now they have Space Station corralled. They know where they can enter from. Valkyrie slices off the middle lane with that sniper. And, well, it's about making Space Station bleed. Turn that bleed into a severe wound. It's time to get this game tied up.
That's interesting, though. They get the first kill, and Sentinels still continue to maintain that slow pace of gameplay. You see right here, it's Sparty waiting for information.
I love this from Spartan, right? Because Space Station, they've been playing fast. I think they're going to start to slow it down, but what he's doing is he's letting his teammates keep their slow. They want Space Station to play up on the map. Once he's confident that they've done that, he's going to go in and isolate the 2 players left behind.
Well, the first kill goes in. Sparty ends up living as well. Stellar's going to be the first one to fall. Sparty has more to deal with, and he's not going to be able to do so. It's bound at the back of Hydro, making things difficult for the Sentinels roster. But it's a 2-kill lead that has been minimized from a 10-kill lead for SSG. Will they hold on to this?
The Sentinels keep sending a scout and an envoy to go see what's going on at the back of Space Station. I think they're caught a little off guard by how much Space Station has changed their pace in this game. With Camouflage coming up, yes, Space Station has the better position, but expect this grapple to make impactful plays as Boo Boo Doo-Boo's going to be able to get himself right in a prime spot to at least contest these important choke points on the map.
A lot of ammo to work with. Shroud screen does get put down, though, on the camo. And it's going to be SSG, I believe, who pick it up. That's going to be 3 down for Sentinels.
Look at the space that Space Station took, right? All 3 players in different areas. We're seeing a lot of 2-man hitouts from Space Station where they're holding hands and playing quick into these positions. Finally, they spread themselves out completely, and they're able to find some crucial kills because of it.
With a hop, skip, and a jump, it's Bound who gets the kill onto Sparty. That'll be the 45th for SSG. Sentinels looking for some way to come back into this game with 5 minutes remaining. There's enough time, at least on the game clock, but is there enough time in general? Because that'll be the 47th as Stellar punches another one in. Hasn't missed a shock rifle shot just yet. And the pipes push coming in from Sentinels. He's looking to stop that as well.
Oh, Stellar has to be a little frustrated with that. He thought he had lethal dead to right, but able to get away. And not sure about that challenge for Falcated, but Space Station only needing a couple of trades out here, and they'll be your victor in game number 2. Tie this thing up 1 apiece.
Very uncomfortable is Sentinels with Space Station only needing 2 kills here. 1 bad mistake. A couple of trades is all SSG need. The damage and the information being given here by Sentinels. You see they do have SSG somewhat trapped here on the tower side. There's players on the pipe side as well as on A.
The problem for Sentinels is there's no reason for SSG to advance the game state. To them, they're comfortable where they're at. They have the better position for camouflage. If Sentinels goes for camo, they can probably bait it out and get the kill.
Oh, they get the kill onto Legend, which is huge. I don't know if that camo comes in, though. Boo Boo finds a kill onto Bound. Wait a minute, ladies and gentlemen. It's 46-48 now. Sentinels don't want to throw in the white flag just yet. Want to fight for this, but A little bit more work has to be done. Lethal thinks he spots someone. It's going to be Stellar, though, who makes a move on the pipe side. This is a big kill right here. He needs to make sure to find something. Lots of damage being output, but it's Lethal who tries to contest, and there it is. SSG get the camo to make the victory happen, and they will tie the series 1-1.
Space Station just put them in a vice. At the end of the game, you got them all in the same area. You have a camouflage. Let's get them all into that same position and slowly turn up the pressure. It doesn't matter that Stellar didn't get the kills. All he was trying to do is buy opportunity for his teammates to come in and finish the fight.
That's exactly what they did. They finished the fight. A pretty sizable comeback there by Sentinels. They looked to be in control with the initial kill on the Legend. I was assuming that maybe the camo would come into their hands as well, but they just weren't able to collect that. And that camo was all the difference that Space Station Gaming needed to make sure to close out the game cleanly. That's exactly what they do. Sentinels, though, really just look extremely prominent in this series against an SSG roster who has obviously made a change recently. I truly feel like, you know, Sentinels have the edge in that regard. You know, you have chemistry with 4 players that have been together for so long. You just grow as a team. So many changes are made so many times, but Sentinels stays true to their 4.
Well, take a look at the end of the game right here, right? Look at Boo Boo Doo Boo's flank. I thought this was going to be the impact play. He gets behind, able to find that kill on Bound, but while all that was going down, somehow, some way, Space Station get away with the camouflage. Feels like a big mistake where I think Sentinels could have been a little bit more aggressive on their out points there while Boo Boo Doo Boo is making that flank. Now, there's that paranoia, right? They're pre-firing that doorway because they don't know where camouflage is, and eventually Stellar is going to be able to find all 4. He gives the word to his teammates, hey, let's just come in, collapse in on these kills. Doesn't matter, there's 4 of them. All we need is a trade.
Well, here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, it's game number 3. It's going to be live fire oddball. Space Station Gaming going to post 1 and tie this series up. But I'm really curious, like, what does Sentinels need to do to continue to showcase that pace control that they had in that game 1?
I think it's just don't get too caught up on these fancy plays that you'll see sometimes Sentinels make with Spartan and Boo Boo Doo Boo that find those little quick flanks. Just keep playing your game. Get yourself into that power weapon. Priority number 1, right? Ensure that Stellar gets that Cypher in his hands at some point in this game.
Well, Legend does get the ball, the curb slide off of the Brute. Gonna try and get this rotation down, but you see Sentinels is already ready for it. On the top of sandbags, Eco does have this camo. It's gonna be up to him to open things up, especially with Bound falling. He needs to get the trade. He does just that, but it's Stellar and Legend who fall as well. So now Eco, the value with that camo going to be minimized now as his teammates fall around him.
Surprised that Spartan didn't sniff him out. That super nose that he has for camouflages. At least the kill does go in for Eco, but this is gonna get real scrappy at the bottom of the map. And Legend looking like he's getting some PTSD back to his EU days. A little bit of a blank melee on the chase.
All Sentinels maintain a bit of a lead here in round number 1, and it's Bound. One of the best mechanical players in the game, I would say. 3 down for Sentinels, and Bound, he's gonna rotate the ball to C.
Well, Sentinels, they don't really have any position on the map to make any sort of quick attack. For them, it's all about finding the first pick. And, well, that first pick, I think, came much earlier than they expected. Look how fast they start to sprint once they get that first number. They know that they have an advantage. They need to take advantage of it now.
Well, Lethal does just that. Forces the play ball. It's going to be Bound with the repulse, though. He ends up staying alive, I believe. Lethal's looking for him. Bound comes back up. Santa Claus and all. Here's a gift for you. Lethal falls.
Fantastic work from Bound, right? Sometimes it's just about playing your life. You find yourself more opportunities. You give yourself a chance in the play. Yes, it would have been easy for Bound to get a little bit of extra damage in, call it out, and let his teammates finish the job. Instead, he's going to be able to activate the game state just a little bit more. Now, instead of having to fight and collapse in on the ball, they're going to be able to pick it up relatively early. The camouflage to work with as well. You let Legend have some freedom to make some big plays for your team.
Legend going to try and make a play here. Gets the first kill. It's going to open things up and just alleviate some of the pressure that Sentinels is putting forth. And a great choice there as well to stay alive, especially in a situation where you put that damage in. You depend on your team to capitalize on it. Legend capitalizes on some damage as well. It's going to be 4 down for Sentinels now. Great play by Legend.
Here comes the Vice Grip. Space Station, they know instantly where these spawns are going to come from. Look at the A and big door. Stellar trying to get that information. He says, I haven't seen anyone yet. Make sure we're checking out that big door. The pings come in.
Enemy has the ball.
Oh, boo-boo-doo-boo.
Boo-boo with the ninja on the Legend.
I'm sure we're going to see that on Twitter in just a little bit.
They traded out pretty quickly, though. At least Sentinels do force that play ball. A double kill by Boo Boo hasn't stopped yet. 3 down for Sentinels, and an opportunity for Lethal to continue to put down damage, and he does just that. A masterful job of staying alive, but now they have the information on Legend, who's back at tower.
And they're not going to let him live for a second longer than needed. And from here, it's going to get it's going to get real scrappy. A lot of position on the outside of the map, and you want to finish off these kills so that you can just win a better angle to fight for this ball eventually. Oh, my bound is the hardest kill in the game.
The quick drop mechanic stands true. Falcon, though, going to get a kill. That's going to be 2 down for the side of SSG. Stellar up top center. Lots of nades coming through. Great job by Stellar to do as much damage as possible, being one of the last players alive, at least in this scenario.
Enemy has the ball.
And he will continue to live as Sentinels trying to make this push and continue this play. But it's SSG who keep getting kills on the side of Sentinels.
And although Boo-Boo-Doo was able to get this quantum translocator, it really all he is a stopgap measure until his teammates spawn up. It's not about getting any kills, it's more just trying to minimize the harm that can be done by Space Station.
They make sure to watch that portal as well, so it's going to be Boo Boo who gets taken out, tries to make a play. Bound doing his best to stay alive on the top of tower. All the while, though, it's just a distraction. 89 seconds, or points, I should say, and counting here for the side of SSG in this round 1. They look to close this out right now. Sentinel's going to make one last push here. Legend decides to hold on to the ball for a long period of time to just try and get that last 3 seconds, but he ends up falling. Lethal with the camo. Maybe this is a chance to come back in this round, but I mean, one good play by SSG and it's round over.
I think Lethal's doing a fantastic job here to minimize even the chance of a good play to happening. Look at this. He's just dissecting every player on Space Station. Yes, that's all 4 that just went down. Lethal master class in how to play with this camouflage. Calm, decisive, and making the impact play. There's still a chance for Sentinels.
Well, you got to do that two more times, but unfortunately, with all that momentum, it's going to probably be a reset here. As you see, the number's not so even on both sides of the screen. And we'll probably end this and reset it. I'm not sure what the ruling will be. We'll keep you updated on that, but Sentinels do a good job at the end there.
I can tell you one thing. It might be hotly contested what the ruling will be in this situation. I'm not sure if Sentinels is going to give up the round or if they're going to have a differential, but that's a tough moment to be crashing your game.
Well, yeah, I'm sure we're gonna get to see the chat. Very vocal players on both sides, so we'll keep you updated on that. But again, I've got to talk about the fact that Sentinels towards the end of that game, Lethal, like you said, I think you worded it really well, picking apart the push of Space Station Gaming, not allowing them any chance to make a play. There it is. It begins. What do you guys think, says Bound?
Okay, you'll be Bound. I'll be whoever is on Sentinel. You take all of the players over on Space Station. I'll take all the players over on Sentinels.
Pretty trolly, to be honest.
Okay, let's open it up. Let's see what Lethal had to say. What do I think, or what am I going to argue for? Different answers.
Oh, we need Judge APG here. All right, that's what I think. We need to go to the courts for this one.
You guys need 3, all right? Dude, that's such a sick ruling.
I clipped the last 90 seconds to see what the score was when he crashed. Was star, but I don't know. 42, 97?
So we get 3 points, and then we just don't play the round?
LMAO.
Oh, man. This is, yeah, you can see why we don't like to crash in these moments.
Oh, wait, that's you. Oh, and it's me.
I mean,
it's that or you guys take Tyler's deal. AKA you get stars. I'm sorry. AKA you get.
Yeah, you gotta go beep ready. Oh my. I want to do 40 to 97.
I mean, it makes sense. Well, you know what? If it was me, which it's not, thank the Lord. I don't want to be in position to make these decisions. If it was me, I'd give them. They had control. They had 4 dead. I'd give them another like 15 seconds or so, you know, and then add it up.
I think that Sentinels is. I know it sounds crazy, but Sentinels was not out of that game.
Right, they were not.
That is the problem with this situation, right? It's like, yes, it's 3 seconds, but Space Station was nowhere close to getting those 3 seconds. They still need to execute to get to that play. So it's not like this was like going to be a real scrappy battle. I think that it's not necessarily out of line for Sentinels to be thinking about how this should play out.
3 seconds is kind of crazy, though. Like, I get it. I mean, it's just... You can't make it so that they need 3 seconds. Like, what do you do? Like, I don't know.
Bound looking for his ref.
You know...
So I'm sure this one's going to take a second.
Yep. This is going to be a little while. But, you know, this is a great time to let the stream know that us here at LVT are community funded. And I want to say thank you. You know, we ask, you know, we tell you guys we're community funded. We let you guys know that you support us a lot. But I want to take a moment to thank you guys for all you've done, because like Tools had mentioned earlier in the broadcast, LVT will be at Arlington. We will be there. Make sure you say hello. Please don't be afraid to say hello. We love to meet you guys. And it's because of you guys that we get to be there. The LAN environment is incredible, by the way. Like I am like a little kid, you know, on Christmas when we get to LAN. It's just such a great energy. And again, it's because of you guys with all the Twitch Prime subs and all the gifted subs that gets us there. And it's you that watch the ads. And you can see Patty Slay gifting the 10 subs to the community. What a nice guy. You know what he just did? He said, you know what, guys? I'm going to give 10 of you no ads. That's a good guy right there. You know, he says, you know what? I'm going to give 10 of you 0 ads right now. Good guy.
Shout out to the help. Patty Slay's a little update on what's going on in the chat. You know, lots of action going on between these two. They want Foul to come in and give their thoughts. So love to see the banter between them all. But you know what? While we have a little bit of downtime here, Tim, I wanted to introduce something new that we're bringing to the broadcast. Wait, you know what? I think, are we gonna start right now? Okay, well, let's do it. We got a new segment, guys. I want everyone to put on their thinking caps. How well can you spot gameplay? Because I want you guys to guess what everyone's rank is. We got some clips here. Let's figure out what rank are these Halo players based off their gameplay. Okay, look at this. Okay.
Whoa.
Okay.
No shot.
Yo.
You know what? I need to play some BTB, man. Like, what is going on here? This is insane. Is this guy on M&K? He is. Look. Watch this. Yep, on M&K. 100. Is he? He might be on M&K.
Oh my god.
That's disgusting.
Yeah, that's M&K. That's our observer in the back.
I'm gonna say Diamond.
Onyx 1500. Okay. That's Onyx aim, baby. That's Onyx aim.
Okay.
We all know it. Okay, what do we got here? Coming through. Some good. Okay. Okay. I guess that's a kill. This must have been like the first day this map was on, huh?
Let's see what else he does, though. Let's push it with his teammate. That's a good start.
Taken our flag. The enemy
flag is taken.
Revealed themselves.
A lot of patience there.
Return trip. There are eyes.
You know what? I'm gonna give this guy platinum.
Yeah, definitely in the plat. Where in the plat though? I'm thinking like a plat, 3. Like a plat 3. Yeah. Oh. Okay. Yeah. You just run.
Oh yeah, plat 3.
No.
Oh boy.
Oh boy.
Okay, gold. I'm kidding. That's not nice. I'm sorry. I'm sticking with gold. Gold 2.
I'm gonna stick with the plat. That's a plat play. Yeah,
Okay.
plat 4. There we go.
Oh man.
All right, that's fun. Guys, if you want to submit some segments, or if you want your gameplay to be featured, I don't DM me. You can send me your clips. I got a little form here. I'm gonna post the form, Tim. So I think we're getting into our next game.
Okay.
You guys want to submit your own clips to the Guess That Halo Rank segment? Just follow the link in chat and submit your clips today.
Make sure you click on that link. I want to roast you guys live. It's honestly very gratifying to do so. So please post your links. But here we go. Oh wait, ladies and gentlemen, guess what? Guess what, Tools? Guess what? We get to do another one, baby. Let's go.
We got some more. All right, folks, let's get some more Halo rings. We got a false start. Okay. Okay. Well, could be mouse and keyboard, right? You don't get a lunge when you're on mouse and keyboard.
Okay. Sniper. All right, MNK sniper. Like, I gotta see some. Okay. Nice. Where's the over? Not
Good
too
reticle
bad.
placement. Good
Not too
reticle
bad.
placement to expect guy up the lift.
You know
This
what?
is what gets me, right?
Yeah,
I guess it gets trapped.
Yeah, that was the part. I mean, this is good though. That guy's not turning around though when his teammate just got back smacked. I'm gonna say diamond 2.
Yeah, I think a low diamond is probably on point for this one.
Yeah.
I'd say even maybe like a diamond 1.
Let's see. And diamond 6. Ooh.
Okay. You know what? There were some good sniper shots there.
Yeah.
See it.
Okay.
That player is not strafing.
Yeah, left, right, straight from him as well. You can notice like the left, right. Not a lot of variety. Shots are. All right, I'm gonna say gold 3.
Yeah, I think this has to be a gold lobby. It's just a straight. There's no left-right movement in any of the strafes right now.
Yeah, say gold 3. Nice shots though at the end. Cleaned it up a little.
Yeah, you'll see it right here. Like especially this player on this long range, like just backwards, you know.
It's all good, man.
Yeah, but I mean, this is still sick lit, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Dual kills.
Yeah, I got. This was obvious blanks right there. Obvious, right? You know, he's definitely not shooting above that.
He's not getting frustrated by it too. You know, it seems like he's keeping it cool, calm, collected.
No, I'm definitely trolling. He was shooting above the head. But let's see. I said gold. You said what?
I said gold. I said gold 3.
I think I said okay.
Ooh,
We're very close.
Okay,
We're very close. Not bad. I'm curious the ruling here. Like, how would you? You know what, Tools? You are right now for this very moment and only this moment a FaZe it ref, and you have this to rule. What would you say?
I don't like this question.
Why not?
Hey, I was like, go figure it out yourselves. Like,
There you go. Yeah, it's their job. I get it. It's just a tough thing to rule. It is, right? Like this is tough. I don't know how I would do this either. I'm glad we're commentators instead. I'll get you guys the ruling as soon as we get it here, but we're gonna continue on. There's a midlife crisis going on, and okay, there's some stuff.
they're having a fun conversation while we were guessing Halo.
Gotcha.
Ranks.
Okay. So I don't know. I'm guessing differential. You know, maybe differential would be the call. I don't know though. Oh, you can't play differential actually. What am I talking about? You can't. Oh, we're gonna get to see.
They definitely switch sides. Like Eagle and Cobra have swapped.
Okay.
So, oh my God,
there's a lot of. Someone's got to pay the bills. What is going on? Lethal doesn't know what's happening. I just turned 30. Wow. Okay. Yeah, I don't know.
Okay, that's what I thought. Oh, that's the highest we can go. That's the furthest we can go back.
Yeah.
So it's like that's the answer to whatever the ruling was.
Hey, if you guys can hear us, professional players, give us the ruling. Let's go to round two. Okay, wait a minute. Okay. Wait, are the coffee PCs having trouble? Or the coffee shop PCs? Or the office PCs, I should say?
He said the coffee shop filter was old. You know, maybe Lethal have been you know, just drank some bad coffee, had some bad water.
Maybe.
He's just like he's quitting the game because he has a little tummy ache from the bad coffee at the office.
Oh man. Yeah, I think it was Aliak who. Oh, we're doing guess the rank again. Oh yes.
Yeah,
okay.
Oh,
battle rifles. Oh baby.
Okay. Definitely didn't seem like they realized they're getting shot until like far too late.
Okay.
That player just immediately threw it off. That's so funny to be in a 1v2 and just immediately throw the ball off the map.
Okay. I like to see it. This is a player who's like a lower rank but has ice. I like this.
that's kind of sick.
I like this. Okay, I'm gonna say gold 1.
I would say gold 3.
Wow,
Platinum
man.
3. I feel like I'm always like one step too low. You know, one step too low.
Yeah, it's hard too because like, you know, what season was that? You know what I mean? Like, anyway, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go. I'm not sure what the ruling is. We will let you know as soon as we know. But regardless, I'm sure that they'll let us know as we go on here with the gameplay. I'm really actually kind of excited. Sentinels coming back in that previous round that we watched. They looked pretty solid there, but as you can see, it's 3 down for the side of Sentinels. Space Station Gaming starting off pretty strong. They're gonna get a tower set up here with ball. Sentinels gonna spawn across the map, have to push through Bound, who's sitting inside the vent.
Hunt down the final player, right? That was priority. Make sure that there's no one that can make a potential flank. Now you have this freedom just to look at camouflage with that sniper. Although a player still gets into their face, I'd say this is not a lost cause yet for Space Station. They still have a chance to get away with this camo.
Yeah, and they did switch sides, so, Louis made a good point. If they switch sides, it's probably, a round given to the side of SSG. Gonna be Bound now from SSG with the camo in his hands. A lot of information given by this camo. He's gonna get 2 players down to 1 shot. None of them being cleaned up just yet. You see the assist being posted there finally. Bound's doing a great job of getting value here. Boo Boo goes airborne. Bound tries to catch the sniper, but it's gonna go off the map.
Honestly, I got disappointed. Bound didn't just full send. You gotta jump up, try to get that thing, even if it costs your life. You gotta get that sniper in your hands.
Well, Bound's trying to get some kills in his hands as he gets the melee onto 1 player. That's going to be 2 down for the side of Sentinels, and continuing the points adding up here for SSG. They've got a little bit of a setup. You see Legend posted here on the B side along with Stellar, so an interesting two-person push off the spawns of Sentinels, and here comes the push from Sentinels. They're going to take out the first 2 players, and now going for the ball player, but it's going to be Boo Boo Doo Boo who plays an aggressive role on top of tower. Bound has to live here. He's the first point of contact. He goes down.
Space Station's done a fantastic job of taking their fights closer to the spawns of Sentinels. Even when they do lose their fights, what it allows them to do is to gain some ball time in the interim. When Sentinels is pushing up the map, there's no real there's no pressure really being felt by that ball carrier, allowing them to get those 45 seconds of uncontested time.
Well, finally, it's going to be Sentinels who got a bit of time here. The repulse all the way above the map. This kill is going to be massive here on the camo side. Camo coming up in 5 seconds. It's Legend who's doing his darndest to play his life. Tries to back off to avoid some nades, but gets taken out pretty quickly. And now Sentinels, ball down on the floor. They're trying to get control of this camo. Only so many resources to split. And with SSG getting those spawns, it's going to be lethal who gets caught out. And I believe camo going in the hands of SSG once again.
Ball dropped.
Space Station able to grab onto this ball like relatively quickly, but the real question is, where does this attack vector come from for Sentinels? Right now, it just feels as if they're a bit just disjointed on this map, not really pushing these same angles at the same time, and it's allowing players like Stellar to feast on these 1v1 gunfights. You never want to take a 1v1 against this guy.
Yeah, he wins most. You saw the two of them he was engaged in the past 10 seconds or so. Both victories for Stellar. In turn, that is more time and more points here added up for Space Station. 68-13, a massive lead here, and this is round number 2. So if SSG win this, they will go up in the series 2-1, but it's going to be Bound who tries to make sure that happens with the snipe. He ends up falling. Snipe now in the hands of Falcade.
I'm pretty sure Snipe Down retired, but Falcon able to get that old sort of snipe down that snipe in his hand. I mean, my God, what a shot onto that player with ball. And really, it's going to be a lot of contention, a lot of pressure that's being put on towards these doorways and these passage points. But Sentinels not able to get their ball time right away from here. And honestly, a bit surprised that they didn't just try to overwhelm and grab that ball.
Yeah, they had 3 down for Space Station, but unfortunately, the pressure comes in from the B spawns. It's Stellar who continues on that pressure. Ball does get played. Repulse is up as well. Stellar looking for the prize.
Where's the pressure? There's just no pressure from Sentinels. Like, look how much space that Space Station's had to play with. I honestly think these routes or whatever speed that Sentinels is playing at is just a bit too slow.
Well, Stellar tries to pick up his pace with no shields. He ends up falling. Sentinels are getting a bit of ball time here. But you mentioned earlier that they look disjointed, and I'm going to honestly agree. Two end up falling for the side of Sentinels. Lethal has top tower, but he's not going to be able to provide any value because he ends up falling, and it'll be 2 down once again for Sentinels. And 79 points here for the side of SSG, who already have 1 round in this game.
Once again, the spawn for Sentinels is on the exact opposite side of the map of where the ball is. Even though Space Station's not getting any real time at the moment, Sentinels is having to spend 15 seconds just running across the map to get in a position to fight for ball, where Space Station's already well set up and established to minimize the sort of damage that Sentinels would be able to do.
Well, 1:28 on the game clock at the bottom center of your screen. That's all that Sentinels have to work with in order to tie this game up in rounds. If you're just joining us, this is a little bit of a reset. So Space Station Gaming is actually up 1 round currently. Series, though, tied at 1-1. Legend drops off a top tower, a very prominent position. Make sure to clean up a kill. I like the play here, but Lethal's going to end up playing his life with no shields, and now Legend kind of caught out as his shield, the damage resets that shield regen timer once again, and he continues to get reset. A great job by Sentinels to keep the pressure on.
They're getting the pressure on, but I think a better position right there from Legend is keeping them away from that ball, right? He's isolated away from his teammates, but he's doing a great job at not getting kills, but staying alive, slowing down that push from Sentinels and preventing them from quickly collapsing in and finding those kills and getting the time. Suddenly, yeah, you have 90 points. You expect to take this round in a 10-second ball hold, but you can sort of use the in-game clock now as a backup if you can't quite get to that ball quickly enough for Space Station.
All Sentinels trying to rotate that ball towards the back of green. This will allow them to play the ball anytime they come into some pressure. It's Boo Boo Doo has a snipe in his hands as well, so Sentinels seem to like to play from the back foot here, but is it a little too late? As once again they go 2 down, the ball will have to be played. 2 down for SSG as well, but that ball being played is going to give an opportunity for SSG to get these slays and potentially get the rest of the ball time.
And Stellar does a great job just getting towards his teammates. There's so much cover over here by the pillars. Just not really any opportunity for Sentinels to collapse in. And, well, that's going to be it. A 2-0 win in the oddball from Space Station. And I hate to say it, but it looked like Sentinels was a bit lethargic on their way back out of that reset.
I agree. I think that reset, it had some implications, right? Because they were coming back towards the end of that round. Maybe they thought you even mentioned maybe they had a chance to win that round, but regardless, it ended up getting tossed towards the side of SSG. But now it's time to move on to game number 4. It's going to be Empyrean CTF. Sentinels looking to answer back, and if they do, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to have another game 5. We've had so many already today. This could be another one. We'd love to see it. With how well Sentinels played in game number 1 and just seeing the stark difference in game number 3, hopefully they can pick it up here when it matters the most.
Well, if I'm Sentinels, I'm not liking the game type. Just gotta say it, right? You're going into capture a flag against Space Station on a map with 2 snipers on a map where Stellar is gonna have a lot of freedom. These are the game type and mode combinations where Stellar feasts the most. Right. A lot of open sight lines, a lot of opportunities for that sniper to really put in work and to prevent a lot of pushes that Sentinels like to make. I think top priority is going to be is overloading the sniper, right? Making sure that once you spot that sniper, you're swinging at the same time. You're putting 2 bandit rifles right on top of that player. Don't let him have an opportunity to make a play.
Well, we've seen Stellar, like you mentioned, like you clearly mentioned on Empyrean. We've seen what he's capable of. The game plan's got to be just take that sniper out of his hands. Empyrean CTF coming up next here, and I liked a little bit of a break that we're taking in between games as well. I think it's important to kind of just, you know, reset things a bit mentally. I think it's a little bit devastating to have that reset happen and get yourself back in the game, get yourself back in the zone. We saw, again, like I mentioned before, we saw how strong this Sentinels roster was in that game 1. They looked very dominant. And like you said, and like you clearly mentioned, lethargic in game 3. But this is where you need to pick it up if you're Sentinels. SSG, though, looking to close the book after this chapter. We'll see who comes out victorious here in game number 4.
Hero's journey starts the same way. A call to action, but eventually you have to be at your lowest moment in order to rise to the top. Sentinels back against the wall, against the villains of their story. Space Station standing in their way, and well, there's one demon on the map that you have to take care of. Prevent that sniper from ever entering into the hands of Stellar and letting him take over this game.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely insane by Stellar what we've seen, and you know, his ability to really just lock in, get into that flow state, like I so often mention. That's going to be important. But on the other side of things, you've got Falcated. I mean, an absolute incredible showcase by him today alone, right? I mean, if he can pick it up, if Sparty can pick it up, I think those two slay powers in this game number 4 could really, even this up. And that's exactly what we want as casters. Obviously, we want to go to a game 5. A little bit of a false start there. As you can see, we're getting back in. Oh, Bound's calling him a tough guy. Okay. I like the little banter. It's very important. Drama's important, but what's more important is game number 4's. As you clearly know, it is SSG who are up in rounds, up in the series score 2-1, and Sentinels looking to stretch this series a bit further to bring it to a game 5. Rockets in the mid. You know this map as the pit, now called Empyrean. We'll see if Sentinels can bring this back, or if SSG, like I said before, looking to close the chapter on this series.
The rules of engagement have been the same since 2007. Priority's going to get that sniper. Put it to high ground. Try to make sure that you can get a flag route out towards that long haul and bring it back to your base. 3 flags win the game. We've been doing this since we've been sitting on our couch playing while mom's telling us to turn down the TV. It's time to play it for higher stakes. A spot in Arlington at stake in one of those high pool positions.
You see a lot of pressure coming to the sword side of the map. Obviously, the Bulldog being a part of this side of the map now. Of course, the 2 snipers, and of course, Overshield, which is in the hands of Boo Boo Doo. It's Sparty now with a sniper in his hands. Stellar's still alive on the other side, though. Legend had the rockets, so that will go in the hands of SSG. But Sparty making things happen. The double kill, 3 down for SSG.
Someone's tired of hearing all the bark, all the talk about Stellar. Put this sniper in his hands. Well, he'll transform the game for you. Look how they're positioned. They're waiting for the pick. They're waiting for Spartan to make the play, pull that flag over, and try to take it over this snipe side. Space Station got the overextension through. It's going to come down to these slays.
A lot of pressure comes in to Sparty, though. And now that'll allow SSG to pull their own flag. Both flags out now for both sides. It's SSG with a clear route through the long haul, and Sparty looking to stop it as he gets the kill through the head of Bound. He doesn't have any ammo to work with, though. Boo Boo will continue. The flag of Space Station Gaming, and Legend fending off all the pressure that he can, but he ends up falling. Sparty falls as well. That flag is dead in the water.
Legend just threw a wrench in everyone's plan right there. He got a spawn over at S1, while Sentinels was not expecting that, and they had the setup. They had dual snipes. They had the tower control. They had everything, but they don't have a flag home. 1-0 Space Station.
Space Station starting off, making a statement here in game number 4. Series will be over if they become victorious here. Legend, the catalyst in that last play, the pressure out of the bandit in his hands made it very difficult, and Sentinels falling 3 down once again. Legend at the forefront of that, pushing into the flag.
Question is, where does Legend go, left or right? You have players that are occupying towards Sword. It's going to be Eco that tackles them off spawn as they try to take this up to the long haul side.
As the spawns come through, it's going to be Sentinels with their tail between their legs trying to survive as Eco punches so much damage in. Another double kill for him and another flag for Space Station Gaming. On top of that, they get the overshield, and SSG are looking to end this right now.
Oh, this is not looking good. Bounce. With this overshield, he has the ability to play fast and play into a quick flank for his teammates to activate them and allow them to come up off the map.
Bound, he's gonna take a beat down though. That OS will be null and void, but it's still so much pressure coming out of this Space Station Gaming roster. Lethal doing his best to stay alive inside the shotgun side, but unfortunately he is down to no shields, not a lot to work with, so because of that, he will be removed. And it'll be Legend once again, the one to take him out, and Legend once again playing an incredible defensive role on his base. Look how much damage he's able to deal.
Space Station, it seems like they're fluid on going onto the defense and to the attack, and you better not jump. Oh my, he's ready for anyone to peek their head to try to get a little bit of information.
So much has been said about this man on your screen, the Titan. The sniper in his hands, capable of so much damage, but we'll see if that comes to fruition here. And no, it does not. It's Falcated, the man of the hour, who has performed incredibly well today, pushing into the base now as Space Station come off a spawn.
They want to get this tower position, have the ability to look through the entire land of Sentinels. And
oh, my word! He continues to put damage in. He gets the first shot, damage into Bound as well. Legend takes a leg and a body, but not going to be enough. Falcated trying to play his life.
He just can't miss. He just can't miss.
Every shot. Sparty gets a double, but it's to no avail. A triple. Wait a minute. The last player alive doing all he can to scamper away with his life, but he ends up falling to a nade by Bound, and with overshield coming up, that's a devastating blow to the side of Sentinels.
Well, it's 33 kills that Sentinels has gotten in this game, but no flag that has come home for them. They're slaying, like, slay for slay with Space Station at the moment, but there's just no objective to come out of it because of how well Space Station has defended their base and slowed this game down. And then once they go on the counter attack, it's like Mike Tyson giving you a punch to the face.
Well, Stellar gonna get bounced off the map with overshield, but it'll be Rockets, I believe, in contention in the middle of the map. Falcated comes away with the Bulldog. Rockets now in the hands of Sparty. If there's any chance for Sentinels to come back in this game, it is with that rocket right there into Bound. Sparty looking for more, is gonna predict the push, gets the second kill, 2 down for SSG, make that 3, Sentinels pulling a flag.
Sparty gonna be the escort, making sure his flag gets home.
Another beatdown is coming in, but that flag will go in as finally, I would hope, with a little bit of pressure coming out, but no, it's Space Station Gaming who continue on the assault here. Sparty finally makes it in, punches in the flag, 2-1, SSG lead, but Sentinels looking to bring this back.
What was the cost of getting that flag in? It took 3 players down. It's going to allow Space Station to get a lot more space on this map. With snipers coming up, it's going to be vitally important that Sentinels withstand this push. If you lose it, well, Space Station's going to have 2 snipers locating these spawners.
Well, the push activates. It's Bound with a sniper in his hands. Now 4 bullets to work with. Legend pulling the flag through the shotgun side of the map. Bound gets a kill with no shields. He's being pushed heavily though, nades flying past his face. He ends up falling. It'll be 3 down for Space Station Gaming. Stellar, the last player alive, has to stay alive in the pit, but he's gonna go down to Lethal.
Love the double back by Lethal. He says, hey, I'll take the 1v1. I have the advantage in my position. And then he's quickly able to get himself into a spot where he can help the flag carriers come up next. Bound a lot of sniper ammo, but nothing you can do with it when you're getting grenaded out like that. Just absolute artillery from the side of Sentinels, and they're looking to tie this one up. There's really no one to stop this except for Legend on the map, as he's all the way on the opposite sniper side.
Legend's job is just to create time for his teammates to come through and do as much damage as possible. He ends up falling, and as does Falcated, but now it's Bound coming off the spawn. They're putting as much damage in as possible. It'll be 2 down for the side of Sentinels. Bound with the sniper in his hands once again. The flag is touched. It is moved to a route which is not available to Bound sites, and because of that, they will get this flag in. Rockets as well get traded out. And this looks to be a tie, but SSG are relentless.
Boo Boo Doo took that flag, ran it towards his base, left it in front of his base, doubled back, got the overshield for his team, and then was able to allow his teammate to push forward by pushing the rest of SSG back. Fantastic job by Sentinels to get themselves tied up in this game, but you can't run out of fuel yet. Eco, last player alive, pulling a flag. There's no one there to help him. This is all just a distraction play.
What looked to be over on the side of Space Station Gaming. Sentinels have put up a fight and tied it up. It is 2-2 now. Boo Boo with the shotgun in his hand. Bound is gonna fall. 12 and 16 is Bound. Uncharacteristic out of him, but hasn't been able to find his stride. And with that first kill, Legend will fall as well. Boo Boo's found a hole in the defense of Space Station Gaming. Legend's pushed on through all the way, but he ends up falling. 3 down for SSG. Boo Boo now with the bulldog in his hands, trying to play his life here inside his shotgun. Such a vital player in this situation. He has to kill Legend. But he's taken down to no shield. Spartan comes to the rescue. The flag will be pulled. Boo Boo's in a position, but he has to stay alive.
Love that Boo Boo's not getting too caught up on this flag. Priority number 1, play Slayer. Make sure that your teammates have time to get up off the map. This shotgun is going to be important to keeping Bound out from that flag point.
All Boo Boo's trying to do all he can. Stays alive so very long inside of the shotgun. Finally, they find him and take him out.
Too fast.
Legend, yeah, always in the base of Sentinels. Gets the first kill. That's going to be 2 down for Sentinel. This could potentially be a flag that goes to the 50% portion of the map. And if that's the case, this is going to be very difficult.
Nothing faster than the French. What in the world was that? All 4 go down. Space Station. They push right away. No, it wasn't Space Station. It was Legend. Got in their face, won the critical 1v1, pulls the flag out, and wins the series for his team.
Wow. Sentinels brought that back. We were at a tie game, and Legend constantly unrelenting pressure, pushing through over and over again. He finds an opening, gets the kill, 2 down, and that flag just flows on through the long haul side. And because of that, Space Station Gaming, a 3-1 victory over Sentinels. They will move on to the grand finals. They will face FaZe Clan.
Fantastic efforts throughout from both teams, but Space Station in the latter half of this series just looked to be one step above. You really have to feel for Sentinels in that last game, the beginning of the map. They had the sniper, they had the position, but they had no flag to bring home. You have to feel like that misstep is what cost them the game 5 today.
Space Station trying to prove that Legend was the pickup that they were scouting for, the pickup they were looking for, and they did just that. A great job by the side of Space Station Gaming to close that victory out. Sentinels honestly looked so strong at the very beginning of this series. Even in game 2, a 47-50, bringing every game close. And of course, that game 3, so difficult for the side of Sentinels after that reset, not really capable of recovering. And as you can see, our lower bracket panning out here as Space Station in the elimination finals go to face FaZe now. A FaZe that were victorious in the winners final, a 3-2. Inching out that game 5. Look how many game 5s we've had today, ladies and gentlemen. An incredible showcase of Halo. An incredible just look to what we are going to see all season long out of HCS Season 3. And I want to thank you all. I want to thank the chat. I want to thank the Halo community in general for just showing your love to us here at LVT, allowing us to do this every single event, allowing us to provide this coverage. And you know what? A thank you to the pro players who don't get enough thank yous, allowing us to get in there and be observers and putting on a great show. And that's the biggest thing, right? The show is what is so beautiful. The showcase of all this individual skill over these last 3 years that Halo's been around. Mechanical skill has climbed so well. But, you know, with all that said, let's go to the desk. Let's bring Aliek and Tools to give their thoughts.
All right. We're here. It's grand finals. Do I see a rematch? Do I see revenge on the sides of Space Station Gaming? They came back from the bottom and now they're here. Tools are back here. Now in grand finals.
You have to feel like they're ready, right? I feel like this is has all the makings of a grand finals reset. The question is who wins that reset? But I'll say FaZe, they at times can look like a team that no one can beat, right? No matter what you put up against them, they have that ability. That's their ceiling, right? The question is, can they reach that ceiling in this series and prevent a red hot Space Station Gaming from resetting this bracket?
Space Station Gaming needs two series. Needs to win 2 series here against FaZe, and FaZe is a scary team indeed. But can Space Station Gaming do it? Can they beat them twice?
I think they can, right? And I wouldn't be surprised if they do, but it's going to be tough. And I still think you favor FaZe in this series just a little bit. But I do think the edge of advantage between any of the teams in the HCS is just razor thin at the moment. Today's tournament has just been a testament to that. When you look at the top 8 and the amount of game 5s and close series that we've had, you can truly see this season is going to shape up to be an exciting one.
I do feel like this is going to be another close one, Tools. I don't know. That's just how I'm feeling. I feel like Space Station might be fired up, and they have a new player on their team as well. So, I don't know. I feel like Legend might have found his spot, and I don't know. We'll see. Maybe I'm like doing like good cop, bad cop right now. Like I'm good cop for Space Station, and you're bad cop for FaZe. Oh wait, no, that doesn't work that way. I saw it differently. Wait.
Hey, depending on whatever fan you are. I mean, if you're a fan of any other team in the HCS, we're both just bad cops. You know what I'm saying?
I'm a neutral party. I'm a neutral party in this situation. But yeah, I was like an upset, and I wouldn't call this an upset at all. But the road ahead for Space Station is definitely a lot more difficult than it is for FaZe. They only have to win 1 series, and they're gonna start on a live fire strongholds as well. Both teams have. There's a sniper on that map. They have amazing sniper players in both teams as well. This is just gonna be a battle, Tools. It's just gonna be an incredible battle.
Yeah, I'm excited for the sniper battles in particular, right? When we look at this best of 5, you have a sniper right off in game 1. In fact, I think live fire is like my favorite map for sniping because there's only one sniper and it's often on rotational game types, so you don't get that real stagnant sniper looking down lane not moving. Like you get a little bit more movement in that sniper, and that's where you like to see players like Frosty and Renegade flourish. Like they love to hit those curb slides, hit some sleek sniper shot. But on the other side, we have my favorite sniper in the league, like Stellar, right? Stellar's just been incredible at controlling the sniper and hitting big shots.
Well, we're talking about snipers. We're all super fans of, a lot of us are, of stellar, indeed. But there's just one thing that I've been wanting to get off my chest, Tools. Just been wanting to get off my chest.
You got a soapbox. Well, we got like 7,000 to 8,000 people watching us right now. So what do you guys tell the 8,000 people watching?
Okay, listen. I feel this might or might not be a controversial take, but I feel like the bandit could use like, I don't know, 2 or 3 more extra bullets, or maybe like a shorter reload or something.
The shorter reload is fine. The extra 2 to 3 bullets is
I don't
crazy.
know. I'm dancing between the two. Okay. First I wanted a shorter reload, but now I'm feeling like maybe like 2 bullets extra would be kind of nice.
Do you not feel like the bandit is like already just a little like? I love the bandit.
Is.
It's a little OP, so I feel like you reduce the reload time, you're making it even more strong.
I know.
I think you can reduce the reload time, but if we do that, we definitely have to reduce the rate of fire, just a little bit.
I agree, and I feel like the rate of fire is already like fun enough, like the way it is. So maybe, you know what, you're right. Let's just add an extra bullet or 2. I like it. Let's do that instead.
It's crazy to come on and just be like, let's just add more bullets to the guys.
Just add more bullets.
Like, it's 2 or 3 bullets. Like, what difference is it gonna make? There's huge ramifications on how we use the gun. It'd be so easy to just like be a tank with that gun. You'd be able to get 3 kills relatively easy, especially for pro players. Like, we're gonna miss shots. You know, like we're gonna get 2 kills the most out of a bandit. They're gonna guarantee 3 kills with a bandit if you give them any more weapons.
Can I just get into overkill without reloading, please, Tools? Come on. I just want to do that much.
What? You have a sniper. That's what the sniper's for. That's 4 bullets. 1, 2, 3, 4. Take the heads off.
I don't want to be running around picking up a secondary weapon, Tools. I just want one. Okay.
Well, play team snipers. There's no secondary weapon. It's all just a sniper. Overkill in your hands. Hit the shot.
I want to know how chat is feeling about the bandit. It's been here since December. So we've had a few months, like about 3 months of bandit. Like, how is everybody feeling with it? And is it? I feel like the everybody's been feeling it's great. Some people are asking for nerfs, but I think the pros. They want to just the pros. They just want the bandit the way it is right now.
I'm with
Let's
it.
see.
Well, I think the pros are for a change, but I'll say, season 3, it's gonna be all about the bandit. Season 4, commando starts. You know what I'm saying? let's get real juicy with it. No, I never want to touch the commando as an opening weapon. That gun is too hard to use.
With trigger stops, I feel like, yeah, trigger stops for sure. I had trigger stops. I need to get them again. Listen, Tools. I feel like I want to test everybody again. Why don't we do a who's that Halo player?
Ooh, okay. We got just the traditional one this time, right? No retirements here. No retirements here.
No special edition, no legendary editions, just who's that Halo pro. All right, chat. Look at the shadow and see if you can guess who this is.
Oh man, this one's a little tough, right? Just a lot of outlines. They got the hands on their hips, I guess, like maybe.
I feel like there's a little bit of height on the top of the head. Like there's some hair height right there.
That is some.
Do you see it? Do you see it?
You know what? I feel like in order to see, I gotta clear up my glasses a little bit.
Okay, go ahead.
Get the fuzz off.
All right, clear it up. Wait a minute, hold up. Oh, I got it. You
said you got it. Okay, let me.
Wait, they're saying Renegade. I'm actually surprised.
Took my glasses off, so I have to put them back on to see.
You know Lucid,
what? It's a French player. I can tell you how. See the top of the head? It's a little. It's the hat the French people wear.
It's a hat. Oh, come on, Tools. That's not it. That is definitely not it. I have a feeling this is a player that recently changed.
I think it is a French player. I'm gonna say SLG.
Really? Okay, I was thinking it was a player that recently changed their name. Is what I was thinking.
Oh, you're thinking Dead Zone?
I was thinking Dead Zone.
I'm seeing some Lottie's saying Barcode. I like Barcode as a guess.
Barcode? Okay. Barcode. I see some Dead Zones. Yeah, Penguin, Dead Zone. Soldier 197 set onset.
Soldier 197. Okay.
All right. Do we see who got it right?
Yeah, let's see. Who is this?
All right, let's see it.
Oh it's my Barcode. God, Lottie's too good. Lottie sniped it. Damn, I would have not gotten that one.
I was not gonna guess. I thought it looks like Penguin at first.
It's because it's like it's too much like the hair outline wasn't like it didn't have that sort of outline that I expect from him. I like him in that G2, you know, the G2 stuff.
I think the haircut was the giveaway. The haircut.
Looks so happy. I'll say barcode infectiously happy.
Ooh, we got another one. Ooh, whoa. Okay, I think
Looks like a rolling pin.
now. Rolling. Who is the rolling pin? All right, there's more verticality to this hair.
I can see like
barcode.
a truck here.
I was thinking bound, but like squished up because of the distortion. But I don't know. That's too vertical. I'm not sure. Druck? They're saying Druck. They're saying Druck. Manny? Muggsy said legend. Stellar? I don't know.
First time
Wait,
chat.
Tools, what was your guess?
I said Druck.
You said Druck? Okay. I was thinking bound. Okay, hold on. I think I need glasses. Hold on. Wait a minute. Let me put my glasses on. Okay. Oh, this is not bound. Wait.
This is.
Somebody said Tylenol, and I see it.
This is a human.
This is a person.
I'm confused about this hair. This hair, it goes skinny and it poofs out, but it poofs out at the top. Oh, you know what?
this? What
is it? Am I crazy? Is this could it be snipe drone?
Oh, I was just gonna compare it to one of those the really sour candies. You know what? For some reason it reminds me of that. You know the logo and on the sour candies.
Oh, okay, yeah, I know what you're saying.
Yeah. For some reason it just gives me Soul Snipe. Okay, do we find out?
Collect Insta drug.
Oh, Jarheads. Yeah, Jarheads. Collect. What do you? Drug.
Yeah,
it is drug.
I had it right with drug. Okay. I doubted myself and I said snipe drone for a second, but it was definitely
the hair shadow threw me off. So it's Druck.
I'm excited to have Druck back, by the way. I'm very excited to see Druck once again.
All right, who's this Halo pro?
Ooh, is this like
all right, so he's standing. Tusk? He's standing on his side and looking to the right, right? That's what's happening, like giving us.
Yeah. Collect is insta saying monster. There's a lot of monster in
monster.
Chat.
I'm not gonna lie, I don't know what monster looks like, but I'm gonna learn now if this is monster.
Chance, monster,
Sparty?
Duncan. I think Tusk. I think Tusk is a good one.
So I said definitely Spartan. Sparty, they call him Sparty.
Sparty McFly?
Sparty McFly.
Man, I feel like maybe it's Triton?
Ogre once said King Nick.
King Nick?
King
we haven't
Nick.
seen King Nick yet. So
right.
Some of the Aussie boys are saying Berserk.
Berserk. Someone said Formal. I feel like we're missing a little bit of hair for Formal. I don't know. Maybe he did
Formal has flow. You know what I'm saying? Like we'd see something coming out the back.
I feel like Formal could be in one of those like hair commercials, you know, with a little bit of the fan in front of him, just winging his hair like that.
Right.
Mm-hmm. Sparty. All right.
It's
Tashi.
All right. Have we cleared this up? Do we have a clear outline?
Let's clear it up. Hold on.
Oh, it's Monster.
It's
it
Monster.
Monster. Wow.
It's Monster, guys. All right.
Wow. Collect was.
Now I know what he looks like. Collect knows. Is that 2 for Collect so far?
Yeah, the pro players are too good at this game.
Yeah, they're too good. We should. I call it GA.
Oh man, that was fun. I had a blast.
Yeah, that is fun. I love the other one too. That was so fun to guess their ranks.
Yeah, it came in handy. Like we were just we were losing consciousness over there trying to read the chat.
You just never know. You just never know when someone's gonna drop off in one of the games. But hopefully this will not happen in our next game. In our grand finals, FaZe versus Space Station Gaming. Our grand finals here for the HCS qualifier for Arlington is happening now. Bound, sitting there by himself. Somebody needs to keep him company.
Yeah, it's Stellar's over there to observe. Stellar's like observing. He's like, it's a 1v3.
Stellar's just
here. We'll chill out.
he was watching the Who's That Halo player for sure.
I'm gonna put up a prediction for game one because I want to see kind of where people are sitting right now with this game. Kind of see where the crowd. Oh wait, one second. What Breeze Fire is what's Bow doing up here? Can we pull up the game chat real fast? Be back in 10. LVT word to JW. Okay. Shout out to Eco for giving us a warning.
Be back in 10. All right. A lot of fire breathing today. Oh man.
We got someone Photoshop Bound on like Charizard or Charmander. He's more of a Charmander than a Charizard, right?
Mm-hmm. Guys, if you're hanging out with us, we are waiting on the grand finals to begin. FaZe Clan versus Space Station Gaming. If you guys need a little bit of a recap, it's right in front of you right here. We have FaZe Clan who had beaten them on the winners final just a little bit ago. So this is a rematch and an important one for Space Station Gaming if they want to win today's qualifier. And that would mean they go into Pool A, right? And FaZe Clan goes into Pool B if it happens that way, or FaZe Clan wins, and you know. The point is, the pools will be determined for both of these two teams wherever they land on this next event.
Yeah, this is this tournament's the most important tournament we've had yet, determining where these pool play positions will be filled. In fact, let's head on over to the graphic that we have showing over how these pools are determined. Does anyone have the results? What happened over in Europe today? I wasn't able to watch because I was focusing in over here, but do we know what the Europe results were? Someone in chat?
I saw somebody in chat saying what team was going to be with whom, and they were from the EU. So I know they're watching. I just can't remember who that was. Let's see.
Foe got first. Big ups to Foe. Wow,
Congrats.
so they'll be in Pool B, meaning that that quadrant will be in Pool A. And then what? So we know third place is going to be Sentinels, so we know that they're going to be in Pool C. Fourth place is going to be Complexity. So it should be Complexity OpTic, right?
OpTic, yeah.
Fifth place.
That Pool D, oh my god. Complexity OpTic. And then, did they announce what teams got points already? Like for the 9th and 10th?
When I was looking at it, so it's not confirmed yet, so I don't want to be like this is like it, but when I looked at it, it looked like Business got that number 2 spot via seeding, beating out Native Gaming by just 40 pro points.
All right.
So very, very close action over there to get that last pool play spot, but that also means
again,
that
this is not
Native
confirmed,
Gaming is
guys.
gonna play open bracket if that's how it works.
This is not confirmed yet, but those
Wait,
are
not Business. Piggy's team. Perfy Reversey.
Perfy Reversey.
Yeah.
All right, so whoever wins here will either go to Pool A or Pool B. Well, they will go to Pool A, second place. Pool B. Anybody here have questions about pool play breakdown? Maybe Tools can give us a bit of
it.
Yeah.
We'll make sure that we get you guys all situated, but pool play gonna be the number 1 priority. You can see also open bracket gonna be impactful, right? So depending on where you finish an open bracket at Arlington determines which pool you get into. So if you're on the elimination side, you're either having to play FaZe or Space Station Gaming right away. I do not want to be in Pool A, Pool B. If you're in that open bracket, you definitely want to get the job done from the winner's side.
Was gonna ask which one you would like to, like which one's the deadliest and which one's the all right, I choose this one if I could.
I would definitely say, man, I would not want to be in Pool A for sure. Like you have quadrant plus either FaZe or Space Station Gaming and the 7th seed. Like that's a tough matchup. It's gonna be really hard to get yourself out of that pool.
I feel like wherever you land on these pools, they all look deadly. All of them. Of course, there's one that's a few that might be preferable, but look at this. Look at these. I was gonna say all the players are almost there. Woohoo! They're not sitting alone now. Yeah, this is gonna be an important game. Closer and closer indeed. And Arlington is just, what, 3 weeks away? So I wonder if anybody in chat has their flights and tickets ready to go over to Texas, to Arlington, to watch this in person. And maybe see some of the LVT crew over there too.
Yeah, we'll be there. We'll be having fun. Shout out to everyone over at the OpTic team. Making sure that we can be over there, and all 343, they've been doing a great job this year. But I'm super happy with the roadmap. I think it's great for the Europeans to have an event. You know, how, if we're gonna go out to Europe, that's a whole other question. That's gonna take time to answer, but I'd love to be able to go check out that London event if possible. And then I'm just excited that every tournament this year, every major tournament I should say, is sponsored by a pro team, and I really like that initiative. It's like to give like every single tournament this year a sort of sense of branding and belonging to some of these teams that have invested in Halo. I think it's a really cool initiative.
Yeah, I love to see it too. They get to put on their theming to the event if they want to, which we saw last year, especially with Space Station Gaming. They really went all out on that event. I want to know what city chat would like HCS to go to. Like, if HCS could make it. What city do you think HCS should, maybe hasn't visited in a while also?
I got a deep cut. No HCS event has happened there yet.
Where?
A little bit of an underrepresented position, but let's have the HCS major in Anchorage, Alaska. You know what I'm saying? You go out there, you fry some people, you walk out, you get to go experience nature, see a bear, whatever.
A bear or whatever? Do you know what animals are in Alaska?
Yeah, what's Alaska like? A bear? Years ago? It's awesome. Love it. I've seen a lot of Las Vegas. I would say I would love a Las Vegas major.
I see. Yeah, Las Vegas. I want LA, but I'm biased. I just didn't get to go to Anaheim when they had one because of COVID. So I want them to bring it back. Now that I'm here, let's see, Boston, Atlanta. Atlanta is happening. Perch, Atlanta is happening this year.
Check Arizona the calendar. Needs some love. I'm just gonna say Arizona. If we go to Vegas, it's basically Arizona. You're fine.
True. I'd be down for a Las Vegas one. That'd be cool. Well, New York City. I do feel. I agree. I feel like New York City needs some love. I feel like everything East Coast stays like South. Florida.
I have my real take.
Atlanta.
For what city we should go
Let's
to.
hear it.
We need a major in Mexico City ASAP.
Yes, indeed, agreed. Should happen. That would be amazing, especially for everybody living in Mexico as well, because the Mexico scene and the Latin scene is like, it's fire. Like, it really is fire. And look at this, guys. It looks like our grand finals are just starting. FaZe versus Space Station Gaming begins now.
As the dust settles, we come upon two teams left. It is FaZe versus Space Station Gaming, and this is the OpTic Major Qualifier. Lots of seeding on the line, seeding one of the most important things in Halo, and it all comes to this. These two have faced off against each other before. SSG in the winners finals went down 3-2 versus FaZe. Now they have the rematch that they're looking for. Tools, here we go. It's the grand finals, baby. Let's get it.
One champion to be crowned, one pool play spot on the line. Who gets the first seat at HCS Arlington? Immediate answer for Space Station. Finding that sniper off a Renegade's body right away. Gonna neutralize that damage that can be done. And, well, already a slower pace than I think I was expecting to start this game.
Yeah, honestly, we gotta put into conversation the fact that once again, FaZe is a little bit iced, right? They've been sitting in the grand finals waiting for the victor of the elimination finals for a little bit of time now. We'll see how quickly they adjust. We've seen them adjust quickly before. You can see that it's gonna be an 8-0 lead so far as FaZe get their first 2 cap and Frosty gets the camo and the snipe combination.
Well, Frosty's saying couldn't letting these players roll ahead of him, and you can see why. It makes it so the headshot's just that much easier. And look at this push coming over at C. 2 players barraging their way in. Space Station, they're in trouble with an early trip cap.
There's a player on the back of Mud, though. Frosty gets kind of spotted out there. That's going to be 3 down for the side of FaZe. A great break by Space Station Gaming when it looked like FaZe had control.
I think FaZe just got a step ahead of themselves. They wanted to get into that trip cap situation right away. Well, it was really just a trap from Space Station the entire time, and Stellar makes easy work off the spawning Frosty. There's just nothing you can do in that situation, leading to a 2-cap position once again for Space Station. That might just become more. Frosty and the rest of FaZe having trouble of being 4 up at the same time.
And as you can see, FaZe went for that triple cap before, and now it's going to be SSG's turn to go for their very own. Snakebite coming off a spawn, isolated on the B side. He ends up getting a kill of his own. It'll be 2 down for SSG, but FaZe fighting from their back foot once again as they try to get C.
Right now, all it is for FaZe is just finding that first pick. Where are the players hiding? But unfortunately for them, they just have had no luck. And, well, Renegade, he hasn't seen anyone, but the rest of his teammates, they went through an absolute battle. All 3 went down, and it's going to lead to another transferred point.
That'll be a point for the side of SSG, or a few points. They're 55-11 now. FaZe trying to convert A and B. B will be stopped, though. It'll be Snakebite scurrying on over to B to make sure to clean that up. Finally, it's FaZe in the position to score. Renegade, though, he's going to end up falling, and now SSG with that kill will be on the attack once again.
FaZe just continually feeling the pressure. 3 going down at once again, and something needs to change for FaZe. They just have to be a little bit more effective at least getting trades. So often we're seeing 3 players go down with no one from Space Station having to experience a respawn screen.
Well, we see a little bit of a trade there. We'll see if this one ends up a trade. It does. It's 2. Make that 3 down for the side of Space Station Gaming. FaZe with their first semblance of control here, A and B. But once again, unrelenting is the side of SSG, and not allowing FaZe any sort of space. And because of that, it'll be Frosty trying to play his life with no shields.
Although we've seen 3 down at multiple points for FaZe, we haven't really seen any sort of follow-up play from Space Station because of it. They've been content holding 2 captures, but at some point you have to go for some sort of dagger play where you can get some true separation on the map. FaZe, I think they're relatively content. You know, they've been losing these slays. They haven't really won the positional battle, but only down about 60 points in this game. Could be an easy road back into an even game.
The massive win by Snakebite on the top of B. It's going to be Frosty playing very slow here on this camo spawn. Gets a little bit of damage into the player of Legend. Legend ends up falling. That's going to be 2 down for Space Station Gaming. Another kill goes in for Renegade. The last player alive caught out on the B side. They've got to be careful of these big door spawns, and it's going to be Renegade with a sniper in his hands, trying to do as much damage as possible. Not going to find any angles, though, and SSG will take control of B once again.
It's just a surprisingly quiet battlefield throughout all these fights that we've seen. We haven't seen a lot of aggressive pushes from FaZe, but that might just change with that sniper pick. That's going to open up a lot of space for Renegade and the rest of FaZe to work with.
We talked about Renegade and FaZe, if they were icy, waiting in the grand finals, if they were staying warm, as SSG won their series, and it looks to be the case here as they continue. It's Renegade once again. So much impact with this sniper in his hand. So many times we've seen him take over a game with this exact weapon, and with that, they will secure a triple cap for at least a little bit of time, and that entire lead that SSG garnered is gone.
Well, the players of Space Station are just scattered to the winds. With everyone going down at different times, it's hard for them to really mount some sort of fight against this camouflage of Renegade.
There he goes with another one. Renegade truly has been the catalyst here. 9 kills, 9 assists, 7 deaths. A little bit of a slow start to the game, but that sniper really allowed him to pick things up. A push from SSG as Renegade is stuck on the back of B, but he decides to take the initiative here. Almost gets the kill on the bound, but it will be cleaned up and traded once again.
Oh, here comes the push on the other side. Space Station trying to open up the backside, but with 2 players going down on that failed push, they're going to be able to get themselves a home base, but there's no clear follow-up play. In fact, the pressure comes in immediately from Snakebite.
Snakebite ends up getting a kill on the C side. You can see he's not immediately going for that C cap. They are working on this B side. Snakebite still alive there on the C. You see he's on the bottom of tower. 3 down for SSG. Now is his time to get C. They force the spawns onto B as well, and it's Snakebite in immediate control of these spawns as Bound pushes in. Snakebite's gonna take him out. Royal 2's gonna get a shot to the head of Stellar. And another one onto Legend. Renegade can make things happen, but so can Royal 2. Oh my word!
Spawn!
Stellar goes down as well.
Don't challenge this man. The hyper awareness of where they could be coming from. I don't think he ever saw white on his screen. Right back to the respawn screen.
That sniper has been the defining factor. We talk about it so often. FaZe being able to activate that. A triple cap is locked in again. And Royal 2 with this steady reticle, as we always see. Barely missing any sort of shot here as he finally falls. It'll be FaZe with a massive lead now. A lead of 100 points, 208 to 102.
Well, Space Station were able to get themselves back into a scoring position relatively early, but they have to start winning the slays. The last 2 minutes have just been dominated by Red in the kill feed.
It's a staggered 1-by-1 push by Space Station Gaming, as you so clearly mentioned earlier, and it's not working out for them. 1-by-1 they fall. FaZe picking them apart. There's nothing they can do. A 2 cap goes in. FaZe are content. 220 and counting for FaZe.
They just tried to get bullied Space Station right at their home spawn, and well, Space Station, they were able to find their way out to 2 separate hills at once. But even though they're going to be able to secure themselves a scoring position, this is fragile, right? All it's going to take is 1 or 2 picks from FaZe, and there's just no response that can be done in any sort of quick manner. And it's going to be another trip cap that's trying to go into effect. That Legend stops just in time.
Renegade's got to be it for me. Him and Royal 2. 19, 13, and 11 out of Renegade. He's on your screen right now, and incredible showcase of skill as the push comes in from SSG. Finally, it's going to be Renegade who gets taken out. 3 down for the side of FaZe, and a chance for Space Station Gaming to answer back, but they've got to get through Royal 2 first. Royal 2 gets the trade, but is that enough?
If you're going to do this for Space Station, trip cap is the name of the game. You're going to have to find a 3-4 down and instantly capitalize, but Royal 2 just got a gifted spawn. Gets back, has that overextension for his team, and he just needs to be aware of the flank that's coming behind.
The damage he's able to do, but that flank he was not aware of. And now it's Eco with his chance in the spotlight, but he gets taken out immediately. And now you've given a devastating weapon to one of the strongest players in the game in Frosty. The things he can do with this. They will get a 240 to 150. FaZe Clan hold on to this lead, and clearly it's going to be a very huge mountain to climb for SSG if they want to come back, and they take out Frosty, which is the first step.
Frosty came off that top rope, was able to find value, but the rest of Space Station swarm. They're not letting FaZe get any space on the map. This is what they've been needing to do for quite a while now. It's a long, long road ahead of them, but they're playing it right. They're getting themselves in an opportunity to steal this game.
Stellar aggressively goes on to C. Legend is on the bottom of tower, but it's Bound. A player we haven't talked about much in this game just yet. And look at the impact he can make. This sniper's been the name of the game for both of these squads. It's going to be about who's able to activate it to its utmost potential. Bound is on the top of tower, and that's the position he needs to be in to make that happen. He'll get the kill. Gonna allow him to continue to defend C. Royal 2 not going to let him be free here as he uses the QT to stay alive, and that'll waste the camo. No more camo now in the hands of Bound, and Bound is trapped by 3 players. A beautiful job by Royal 2.
It's the game clock that makes the difference, right? Because of how many points FaZe was able to score early in the game, it forces Bound out of position quickly. And unfortunately, there's just no help for him to be found, but he didn't have any other option with FaZe scoring. He only had a couple of seconds to at least touch the hill and wait for his team to be there.
Incredible showcase by FaZe, and All the while, Royal 2 was just a distraction towards the end as FaZe punched their first win in the series. If you're new to this, or if you're new to Halo or new to watching competitive Halo, Space Station Gaming, coming from the elimination bracket, need to win 2 best-of-5s in order to win this tournament and in order to get that #1 seed for our OpTic major qualifier. But it's FaZe who are gonna make that extremely difficult with that first series win. You saw this right here. A look at the replays, the man on your screen who really started to turn up there for the side of FaZe. Tools, he really made a difference with that snipe.
It seems like everyone had their chance with the sniper, but Royal too definitely started to put this game away with the sniper, right? He was finding the impactful kills, and well, nothing was seen from Stellar. I think he had a couple frames of life. One shot off, and well, right back to the black screen.
Sponso meticulously controlled there by the side of FaZe. You talked about it. SSG were content for so long with that double cap. But it's the triple cap out of FaZe. The triple cap they consistently went for. And honestly, this was the turning point. I thought Bound with his sniper was gonna, like you said, the sniper changing hands so very often. I thought Bound was in a position to put this sniper to work, but it was this right here, right? He gets this kill onto Renegade. Royal 2 masterfully plays his life here and wastes that camo. But now we go to game 2. FaZe Clan leading by 1. It's gonna be Aquarius Slayer.
It's usually an all-out fight for this overshield, and although Space Station wins the kills, they don't win the extra shields. FaZe going to be able to burn that overshield, but it only comes back in the reward of 1 trade for the team. I'd say on this map in particular, it's very hard to wrestle back control when you lose it. Teams that get off to an early start oftentimes end out the victor in this game.
Well, the one team that's come to an early start is going to be Space Station Gaming. 8-2, already the lead. FaZe Clan with that first overshield. Space Station were able to eliminate that quickly, eliminate that threat. And now they have all of top control. While it's going to be FaZe stuck inside of blue.
Well, FaZe, they're doing a great job of just not getting too caught up on pushing out right away. They wanted to get a first pick, make a player push into them where they had extra damage to deal out. They were able to get 1, and then another 2 join those players from Space Station on having to wait a set period of time to come back. And, well, the damage is done. FaZe had just blown their way out of this base and gotten themselves right back into the game.
10-7 now as FaZe continue to fight forward. 3 go down, though, for FaZe. The opportunity for Snakebite to react to this isolated player in Stellar, but look at the assistance coming through from top center. It's going to force him to back off here. Maintain that top center control, which is exactly what he does, but he ends up going down quickly. And that's going to be 3 down now for FaZe.
Overshield's up in 5 seconds. You can see the position of Space Station. They're already over at P1, but you know that FaZe is at least going to put some pressure and try to prevent it with these nades.
The overshield punched in by Bound. 3 down for FaZe Clan. Last player alive is going to be Frosty. Tries to do as much damage as possible. Gets the beat down at least, and that'll be enough to eliminate that overshield. But Bound's still going to aggress forward here as the spawns for FaZe once again come out onto blue. We've seen them in this position before. The last time they were in this position, they came out victorious. You can see this time once again, the first kill goes down, but Bound with a massive flank. That's 2 with the heat wave. A huge flank by Bound. 3 down for FaZe again.
You see how quick this game can get out of hands on Aquarius. Bound has had everything in his hands, the heat wave, and now the thruster in his back pocket. Just so much utility to work with. Makes himself a dangerous target on this map.
Now controlling P2 is Bound. Constantly we see FaZe on the death screen. Bound gets another. That's 2 down once again for FaZe, fighting for their lives as the spawns continue to stagger and Space Station Gaming continue to take full advantage of it. FaZe have no idea what to do. So much damage has been done, and Bound stays alive and gets a double as well.
He thrives in chaos. Everyone from FaZe is around him, but somehow he's picking them apart one by one. Oh, Frosty finally shuts them down, but Bound is one of those players where no pressure can get to him. He stays calm, cool, collected, and has a deep bag to work with whenever you feel that pressure back base. Fantastic work from him to find a couple in a tough situation.
What an incredible performance by him as well. 12 and 4. Hasn't stopped this entire game. The confidence, the mechanics, all being used in Overshield. His eyes are set on it. All of Space Station Gaming in position to pick up yet another Overshield. And with the lead like they've garnered so far, 35-22, this Overshield is just gonna make things so much more difficult as FaZe go 2 down.
The problem for FaZe is they went down before the Overshield was popped, so they put in all those resources to try to grab it. Once you go down, well, you let Stellar pop it right at the end of the gunfight, allowing him to have these extra shields as he collapses into your base.
Look how much damage he's able to do. It's 3 down. Make that 4 down once again for FaZe. A 40-24 lead as Space Station Gaming looking so very different in this game number 2.
I love this. Look at him. He's playing deep into this pocket. He knows his teammates are all on top of each other. He's just waiting for the word that he can go. And, well, here comes the word. Let's get into this fight.
FaZe trying to fight back. 3 down. Renegade, the last player alive. Well, what is he going to do? Everyone's surrounding him at every move. 7 kills is all that remain for Space Station Gaming. They're going to look to close this quickly.
Suddenly, I mean, at this point, FaZe, it's about playing for pride. You know you're going tied up in this series. Just try to get yourself a little bit of momentum. Try to make sure that you don't get staked in this final position.
FaZe just seem constantly trapped once again. All together at the P side, everyone taking damage. Eco's looking for that kill. He smells blood in the water. The shark comes out. Chomp, chomp, 4 down. FaZe are facing defeat at the moment. 47-29. 3 kills is all that remain as Space Station Gaming holding forward, not caring whatsoever. Charge because we can't lose, says SSG, as they tie the series at 1.
Well, I don't think I've seen a team just completely collapse the way that that Space Station was able to force FaZe in that game, and honestly, that was phenomenal. We have a little bit of a breadstick on the side of FaZe, a 1-14 game from Snakebite, and honestly, I don't like. It's not his fault that he was just getting collapsed in the way that Space Station was collapsing on FaZe. It was relentless the way that they are pushing into that base, and sometimes you're just gonna be that player that's on the opposite end of it. Yeah, he's trying his best, but when a team is operating at that level, there's nothing you can do. I want to point out one specific stat from the side of Space Station. That's gonna be Bound. Look at his accuracy in this game. The guy just was not missing.
Oh, man, 70, almost 72% accuracy out of Bound. An incredible start to that game as well, and he didn't stop. This was the play that opened things up. At that double, it was a 10-kill lead here for the side of SSG, and they continued to pressure. They continued to push forward. And Bound play this masterfully. Talk about this for me, Tools.
Okay, well, let's rewind that one more time because the target priority from Bound, right? He's shooting a player with his back towards them. Well, someone comes through this doorway, says, "Oh, 1 shot. Let me deal with that real fast. Take a couple bullets here, and mission accomplished." One thing you'll notice from Bound, right? He's in a scary situation. What does he do? He keeps his feet on the ground. Oftentimes, players like to jump at the end of their gunfight, try to make them miss that headshot. Well, when a player's already not hitting your head, just stay low. You have a lot more dexterity when you're on that ground, a better ability to shift your aimer and to hit some nasty strays. But by God, I can't believe Bound gets away with that in a tough situation at back base, able to find some fortuitous kills for his team.
Well, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. It's now game number 3, all tied up in the grand final. Space Station Gaming need to win 2 best-of-5s in order to win this tournament. FaZe Clan, though, facing that last game's defeat. A very convincing win by SSG. Can they recover here in this game 3?
Well, this one's going to be a battle of attrition. Plenty of time to work with for both teams. Just take your time, get yourself in your groove. Don't feel the need to force anything.
Eco's trying to stay alive. He doesn't want to force anything whatsoever. He's got the camo. And look at the troops rallying forward, trying to keep Eco in a situation where he can keep this camo. They're going to try and rotate this ball through to C. Renegade's going to have the red gun, but not able to do as much damage as he wanted. And because of that, a full-on setup here for the side of Space Station Gaming as Eco creates space. And that space will get him a kill. Ends up falling, but 2 players of FaZe fall for 2 players of SSG.
What a nade. Snakebite just threw it right into the face of Bound in the corner, and that's going to allow FaZe to have a much better position on this map. Royal 2 basically at the end point. All of Space Station going to have to roll through the bandits of FaZe to even try to get close to that ball.
Let's see what Renegade's able to do with this red gun here. Stalker rifle in his hands.
He's playing a tough perimeter over here, right? You see Legend got through when he gave up that route. Legend was able to get through this back base. If Royal 2 isn't aware of it, this could be a devastating result.
Oh, he's gonna get the first kill on the bound. No, he's not.
Enemy has the ball.
No, he's not. 3 down for FaZe. Make that 4. SSG once again, a full wipe. And with camo coming up, this is a massive time for that to happen.
Yeah, it was all about Legend getting behind enemy lines, was able to get into the right spot, right time, saved his teammate's life. Camo's up next, and, well, FaZe got those early kills, but Space Station, they have the better route to get to cover it, but no one was looking into that middle lane. They allow Frosty to get away with this camo. He's got plenty to work with. It might not just stop at 2. I think he's going for the entire team. Space Station scurrying to their cover. They know what's in store for them. It's Frosty going rogue with this camouflage.
The collapse while 2 go down. Frosty continuing to get space now for the side of FaZe. He has the Bulldog in his hands. Wait a minute, though. That's going to be a kill by Bound. Camo no longer in the play, but all the while it's 3 down for SSG. FaZe continuing to get time here.
Legend has to wait for these spawners to come up and help him in this position. He's so forward on the map that if he goes a little bit too early and gets caught out, it's going to take a long time for Space Station to recover enough numbers to make their push once again. And well, exactly that happens. He gets caught out. The rest of Space Station starts to fall. Look at how many numbers they have. It's only Eco on the map. He goes down before the rest of spawners come in. It's just going to take so long for Space Station all to be up at the same time and ready for a push. And by the time they do, look at the timing that Snakebite has on this flank. Oh, this could be devastating. He's getting behind everyone.
Snakebite looking to have an answer for last game, and it's being showcased right there. A 9-4 out of him thus far. Lots of damage being done, though. Not really able to clean anything up just yet. Great shots onto Stellar, takes him out. But 2 of his teammates fall, and with that camo coming up, that is not good for the side of FaZe. It will be SSG now with ball control. Bulldog up as well. Camo coming up in a few seconds. They look to have control.
The difference between a good play and a great play is seconds, right? Timing is everything. Snakebite, he's behind everyone, had the great position for that fight, but the timing just was a little bit too slow. They tried to rotate that ball out. Space Station got the kills in time. It transfers the ball into their hands. Now suddenly you're playing Slayer, trying to get into head of this camouflage, and well, they've won the Slayer fight. Bound being that last player alive. Snakebite with the camo and shoddy combination, looking to find redemption in this next push.
Redemption is the key word for me. You never want to have a performance like that, and to step it up showcases why he's the captain. Bound goes down. The Bulldog barks as the push comes in through the PD. You see the rotation already happening, and it's Snakebite at the forefront of it. No need to rotate. SSG are 3 down.
There's just too much ground to cover. There's no way they can get there in time. One of the cleaner rounds you'll see in a round of oddball, and honestly, Snakebite, love to see the recovery from him. He finishes that round with 12 kills after a very disappointing performance in his eyes in game 2. Being able to bounce back and be that main Slayer for your team, you love to see that grittiness, that resolve from him.
It's the showcase of a champion. Everyone has bad games. We're all human beings, but recovering from it is what makes you one of the best players in the game. 13-6 now out of him. Camo coming up here in 5 seconds. FaZe need to recover here. They are 1 down. It's going to be Royal 2 who tries to create this pressure on the B rail. They want to create space for this Camo to be picked up, and Frosty's going to do just that. Royal 2's playing a massive role. Gets the kill on his Stellar. Turns around. The damage is done. They get 4 down. SSG fall.
Oh, Frosty says, hey, I got camouflage and all these goodies are below me, but look at this spawn. Space Station, they have quick access to fight for this ball. It's going to be up to Frosty to use his camouflage and power weapon combination to prevent Space Station from getting to this ball too early.
Enemy has the ball.
This Bulldog Camo combination has been such a thorn in the side of SSG this entire game. And it's Frosty
Enemy has the
with
ball.
that combination in his hands. Not only that, he also has the Stalker to work with as well. This rotation is clean. It'll be 3 down for SSG as FaZe maintain control on the PD side. SSG just caught out in the open. Legend goes down. That's 2 down once again.
It's simple rotations from Renegade that are making all the difference. The spawn traps are just so easy to place on this map with how small it is and how fast you can get to your point. It's really easy to manipulate the spawners on the map. Renegade using that to his best ability, gets himself to double digits. So you can see just the difference in slays is really what's accounted for this round win for FaZe and why they have a lead at the moment.
You see Space Station finally getting the rotation towards the PD side. They've got assistance as well on the tires and looking to find a way to scrap up as much time as possible, but it's FaZe consistently with the camo in her hands over and over, utilizing this to break Space Station Gaming at every turn. And what are they to do?
Oh, this
comes the push. That's the push that he needs. A massive back smack on a Renegade. Look at him playing his life as well. Finally, he falls, though. Frosty not rotating just yet. Has the support of his teammate inside of PD.
Stellar and Legend want to go. And even though they're down numbers, they decide to pull the trigger. Well, Legend goes down right when his teammates spawn. And Space Station, they're just struggling to have 4 Spartans up at the same time. Last player alive, Eco. He needs to find some value, but where's the spawn? Look at the players of Space Station. They're spawning all on top of each other over there at the cafe with a flanker coming in on the other side. FaZe's position is suddenly very fragile.
They break through. The play ball does happen, though. That'll buy FaZe a little bit of time, and it's Royal 2 now in a position to do all he can to get the spawns for his teammates on that red room side, but Legend, a massive flank coming out of him. Are they aware that he's on B is the question. Renegade pushes on through. Here comes this push. Legend does fall as well, so they take out the flank play. A beautiful job by FaZe to recover here in a situation where they didn't look too good.
I mean, it's just been a perpetual problem for Space Station in this game. It's just waiting for all players to be up. They keep trying to make a play happen while down numbers, and it's just making the next follow-up play have to happen so much later and later. They keep pushing it down the road.
A road not often traveled. Space Station continues to travel that alone as the staggered spawns continue on here. FaZe doing a great job of this pressure. You can see a staggered push by Legend once again. He's the first to fall, and as you can see, the rest of the pieces struggle to stay alive as FaZe counting upwards here in the first round of this oddball game in their hands, looking to close out the second one as well. 60 points and counting.
Well, Space Station did a fantastic job of finding those slays, but Renegade was able to put that ball in the middle of the map. The question is, do the spawns come up in time for FaZe that have any sort of quick contestion?
Stellar finally picks up a camo for the side of SSG.
Frosty got a pick on bound when he was rotating that ball, and okay, so Stellar with the camouflage makes all the difference, but getting that ball on the ground was priority for FaZe. They were able to at least stop the bleeding a little bit as Space Station gets his ball once again.
And we see how massive those camos are, right? This is the first camo for Space Station, and because of this camo, they're able to do massive amounts of damage to the side of FaZe. Finally, FaZe push on through to break this setup. The ball is in a neutralized position. Frosty looking for the kill onto Bound. Bound's gonna play his life masterfully there, but the help comes on through from Legend. That'll be 2 down for FaZe now.
Enemy has the ball.
Look at the setup from Space Station. They have a lot of space on the outside perimeters of the map. All of FaZe, they're going to try to basically bully their way through backseat, but Legend has the perfect tool to take them down, but the repulse brings that separation needed. Oh my, it's a battle of utility that opens up an opportunity for FaZe to fill in each lane and have a chance to stop this ball.
Legend plays so forward though. They do get the kill onto him, which is going to allow them to push forward, but SSG do a great job here of trading out the kills. It's going to be 4 down for the side of FaZe. SSG in control once again. They just passed 70 seconds. This lead's starting to grow just a bit. They have the knowledge of the FaZe spawns as well. This will be very difficult for FaZe to come out of this tram side.
You have one good push, that's it. Find the first pick, do what you need to do. Only 15 seconds to get to this ball.
I get the first pick that you were looking for there on the bound. But like you said, 93 and counting here in terms of points. Frosty goes for that kill. They've got to go in quickly though. Frosty's gonna not miss the jump. He still gets the kill somehow. 2 down for SSG. Are they in a position to stop FaZe from getting a setup locked in here? And it looks like they are. Bound goes in, gets the kill on the top tower.
Bound was causing chaos in the back, and it lets the rest of Space Station get there. It's gonna come down to some important 1v1 fights.
The beat down with the ball. The double kill out of the captain. Tries to stay alive. Wait a minute here. Gets the kill with the repulse. This is going to be so difficult for FaZe to hold on here. The spawns come out on the cafe.
They keep refilling the spawns towards cafe and allow Space Station to have such quick access to these fights.
But Snakebite fighting them off one by one. The rotation comes through as well. 80 seconds here. 80 points, I'm sorry, for FaZe. Eco tries to get the ball, and there it is. He gets the ball long enough. We're going to a round 3.
Oh, it was so hard for FaZe to try to hold on. You thought it was over right here at this moment, but oh man, this had to be just a frame away from having a second getting that ball picked up.
The ball back and forth, bouncing. Space Station Gaming pick it up. Now we're an even kill here. This camo, very important. The first camo of round number 3. FaZe have had most of these, and we've seen what SSG is capable of when they get that camo in their hands. They've got to take care of the players on FaZe first, and Frosty makes sure that doesn't happen with the red gun in his hand and another player to deal with. It's Legend who goes down 2.
That's a little bit of a style play right there for Frosty. He's going to be able to get himself a little bit more to work with too. He's got the red gun, the shotgun, the repulse, the camo, gobble it all up. Mr. Sandbox is trying to be the hero that FaZe needs in a pivotal round 3.
SSG dropped the ball as the FaZe push comes in. 3 down for FaZe. Frosty, the last player alive, on a killing spree, looking for more. Gets the double onto Stellar. And as the last player alive, look what he's capable of doing. 3 down for SSG. Make that 4. Frosty's still playing his life. This camo is massive.
Did he just spawn PD? Well, I think Frosty's ready for it. He's going to be able to get them, but you can see how heavy the weighting is on the spawns over here by Cafe and PD. Even though FaZe keeps getting these kills, Space Station, they've been just so quick to refill positions that it's causing them not to be able to get any sort of quick and easy time.
So much damage being output. Another perfect by Stellar.
That's not a perfect. That's a perfect reverse. He just put that man down.
Eco puts his own down as well. 2 go down for FaZe. Ball still in a neutralized position. Camo up in 10. This camo going to decide a lot here for this round number 3. A very decisive game in the series. Stellar gets the kill. Is that going to be enough for SSG to secure this camo?
Camo up, no shroud screen for it. It's just going to be an all-out fight at the middle of the map. And, well, I don't know if Space Station necessarily has the better position to fight for that. FaZe has a little bit of time to be able to wrap their way in corners and wait for help.
Camo now we see in the hands of Eco. Another SSG camo. Let's see what Eco's able to do with this. 1v1 versus Frosty. The shots accurate as they'll ever be. Now Eco does fall. Snakebite gets a massive kill on the stairs.
Oh man, talk about redemption for the man. Snakebite 30 and 21 so far in this game, leading the Slaves for his team. After a lackluster game 2 performance, it feels like he's trying to put on an MVP performance this time around.
Well, SSG going 2 down might mean that FaZe have a bit of control here on the Tram side, and that control will be taken, and so will some points on the ball. And the defensive wall is going to be consisting of a Renegade with a Bulldog in his hands. Do not enter in. Renegade says, "You shall not pass," as he kills Bound. And 2 go down for SSG. FaZe continuing to get time, and Renegade is running rampages on the side of Space Station.
Someone has to get this man in check on the side of Space Station. Bounds really quick off this spawn. He's got himself the purple stairs. If no one sees him on this flank, it could be devastating.
Finds an opening. You see the jump up to the top of Tram. Renegade not expecting it, but Bound has to find this kill. Renegade has a little bit of help. The shroud screen does get put down. Renegade gets his shields back, looking for an entrance, and he finds it.
Oh, he's walking a thin line right there. He used that shroud screen as effectively as you could, but it's a 1v2 at the end of the day. He just can't overcome the numbers.
The aggression settles here. It's going to be FaZe in control once again, approaching 60 points of ball time. And it's just the control of the power weapons here. To the rotation, Legend tries to push in aggressively. He does get the kill on the ball player in World 2. But he's gonna end up going down. That'll be 2 down for SSG once again. SSG consistently playing on their back foot here, Tools.
It feels like they've had to resort to sort of guerrilla warfare, where they just keep putting one player in, trying to find that kill on the ball carrier and minimize the damage. The problem is at some point, you have to make your last stand. You have to coordinate some sort of push. And well, when they do coordinate, it's been shut down every time. Look at those 3 players all trying to collapse in at the same time, while all 3 of those players go down on the respawn screen.
And now Legend in a staggered spawn here as the rest of his team is up. They have to wait for him to come off a spawn. Frosty going to realize that he has an advantage here, pushing on that advantage on the B side. It's Eco all by himself, isolated constantly. Bound does get a double in the kill feed though. He's pushing aggressively into C, but he goes down too. It's going to be Royal 2, the last player alive on this side of the map. Finally, SSG make a break. And because of that, they'll get some ball time.
The most important thing is looking at the spawns of FaZe. Look how far away they are on the map. They'll have a little bit of time to set themselves up and get ready. It's about time to make your last stand. There's no player from FaZe that can get through in this position. Must hunt down all loose ends.
Got to talk about on the side of FaZe, Snakepipe 38 and 24, and a massive performance out of him. Renegade matching the numbers of Renegade as he gets another. It'll be a rotation from FaZe into the Tram side of the map, and Royal 2, who has 110 seconds of ball time, will try to defend here. Camo, though, I believe was burnt.
Did you just say Royal 2 has 110 seconds of ball time?
I did.
I didn't even notice that. Is there a role change that's happened over at FaZe? That's something that you just don't see.
Adaptation is so important, and maybe FaZe have realized that. You see Snakebite, the normal objective player, slaying out of his mind. So just take the role that's needed the most. 3 down for SSG. The last player is the ball player. It's going to be Eco trying to rotate this ball towards his teammates. The spawns do come out, though, but Renegade's too quick here. And they have the flank as well on the PD side of the map. Renegade wants some ball time of his own. He'll get the last couple of seconds. And FaZe, they're going to go up 2-1 in this series.
42 bombs from both Renegade and Snakebite. Redemption is the word of the day. Snakebite able to get 41 more kills than just 1 game prior. Absolutely brilliant performance from him. It felt like he was always in the right place, right time, playing with his teammates, and honestly, feel like that's the biggest turnaround I've seen from one game to the next. There's a reason why he's been a professional for over a decade at this point. It's because he can turn it on at any moment.
Should be a lesson to anyone who doubted him after that game, and I know there were doubters. I guarantee there were. When you're the captain, you step it up when you need to the most, and FaZe as a whole stepped it up there. SSG now have a chance to answer back. We've seen many game 5s today, and ladies and gentlemen, I'm gonna be honest with you, I wouldn't mind another. I can fit another in my belt. I can. Give me another game 5 here. SSG put up a fight there, but Tools, talk to me about what the staggered spot, like the staggered players. Was FaZe just picking up the pace, or was SSG just kind of caught out and just not able to get space on the map?
I think SSG, they were always just a little bit too ahead of their teammates. They were constantly trying to make a play happen. I think they felt a little bit desperate in some of these moments because of the position and the space that was occupied by FaZe. And they were just constantly on a cycle. And it's just so hard to break out of that at points. Oftentimes, it's just going to come down to an individual slay that makes the difference. Unfortunately for them, those individual slays just didn't come in the first and third round. I think FaZe just played a significantly cleaner game throughout. It felt like their pushes were more coordinated. When they had to play off their back foot, they were able to break their way easily into those bases.
Well, here we go, ladies and gentlemen, to game 4. It's Forbidden CTF, one of the newer maps, the newest map in the HCS. A map that I, honestly, over the past couple of weeks, we've been able to see this map being played out, honestly, growing on me quite a bit. We'll see who's got more practice, which is what it comes down to on this map. Lots of hours need to be put into the map to get those meta changes down, or get the meta solidified, I should say. West in the hands of SSG as they look for that top center control. It's going to be Stellar with the sniper. Let's see what he's capable of doing with it as the push from FaZe comes through.
Essentially, what you want to set up here is you want to get a player into the opponent's snipe tower while controlling that platform next to overshield, the attic position looking down into the base. From there, you try to pull the flag down through the bottom half of the map where you have a clear path with angles that just do not come up off of spawns. So far, everyone knows how important this first pick is, how important it is to get yourself into that back base. Spotting out Snakebite with that sniper, with that UAV, gonna be so important and makes the job that much easier. Look at the pull. Legends going. The only problem here is they don't have this top position. Players from FaZe were able to get through, but that flag should be quickly making its way back to the base of Space Station Gaming.
It's a very important kill here for Stellar onto Frosty, who is the one who made it through. He does a lot of damage, but I don't think it's gonna be enough. The flag gets put through the tunnel side. Legend ends up going down, so they'll have to post that flag on the floor for now. Look to gain some space here. So SSG will still punch it in, though. 1-0, the lead for SSG.
Be wary of the counter on this map. To give up this overshield, it could be put to use right away. Great job by Space Station to ensure at minimum they have 2 bandits, but they had 3 ready for that fight. Were able to quickly take down Frosty and be able to work on their own path to a second flag cap.
Frosty, a lot of damage at the top center, or I'm sorry, the top of snipe across the map.
Snakebite's in. This could be dangerous. There's no one really in position right away to stop him from this run, and this is why this flag route's so valuable. Those players that are spawning, they just have no clear line of sight, and you have to fight through the player on bridge. They were able to get a couple of those kills, but that flag is awfully close to being home. Great job by Space Station to get slays right off of spawn, but that was a dangerous moment for Space Station Gaming.
Snakebite not able to make it through. Curb slide as well. Off the platform with the flag, but not quick enough. It's going to be Legend looking for an opening here.
Legend should route all the way around. He wants to go all the way to that back sniper base. Even though it takes a long time, it's more important that he gets himself towards the sniper tower behind these players than get himself onto that flag and get a pull that's not going to go anywhere.
FaZe Clan get their own pull, though. Legend, like you said, at the back of the FaZe Clan base, though, he's going to be the one in position. They have information on him now. You see Snakebite looking for him. Legend has a sniper. Yeah, what is he going to do with it, though? He has to hit this shot. Snakebite gets caught out in the back. I believe he ends up going off the map. I'm not sure if he ends up living or not. Legend gets caught out by 2. A great double push there by FaZe.
But they had to allocate the numbers to take him down. They had to leave the flag behind and bound. He has the follow-up damage. He's going to get the return, and suddenly it's a case of the counter cap. And look at the route that they take. They go all the way into the back. You don't want to give them any sort of angle when you're running this flag. Get this thing as close to home as possible before you have to deal with the counter.
Renegade, he's going to be able to get this overshield here. No one's in position to stop him. This overshield is gonna be huge to stopping this flag. Stellar ends up staying alive. You see he's gonna reroute through the tunnel side. Renegade gonna pull this flag through. Here comes the push though. 2 down for FaZe. Pay attention to the numbers advantage. 3 go down. Renegade the last player alive. It's up to him with his overshield to do everything he can to stop this flag. Lots of work to be done. The radar goes through. He spots Eco. Eco going for the melee. Not going to be enough, though. Renegade ends up falling, and Stellar will continue this flag run.
Renegade a little frustrated that position. That extra damage that Eco was able to get with that flagpole might make all the difference between this flag getting returned and it being coming home for SSG, as SSG does plant that second flag in. Tough position for FaZe from now on, though it is not unheard of to get 3 quick flag caps in this game, but not an envious position whatsoever for FaZe.
Legend does all he can there. Well, does a lot of work, I would say, there. Gets a double kill to clear out his base. Now able to move forward freely. Catches Renegade out the bottom side of the tunnel. That's going to be a nice trade, though, by Renegade. Being in a bad position there. Still ends up getting that kill. It's 2 down for the side of SSG. And I just feel like a lot of this game has to do with the fact that SSG, they're able to clean up the damage that they do, but FaZe is having a really hard time doing that.
Patient plays by Renegade and Frosty are going to make all the difference here, as they're going to be able to take over the top side. Royal 2's done his job. He just needs to be a turret over there at Sniper, with Snipe coming up and flag on its way out. This could be a strong position for FaZe Clan to try to rally a couple flags.
And once again, though, Space Station Game come off a spawn, do enough damage to stop that flag from being routed. It is Frosty with the overshield, but none of the overshield is left for him to utilize. Instead, he's going to pick up the snipe here. Bound is no shield. He gets taken out. That's 3 down momentarily.
Look at what's important, though. Royal 2 stays alive, right? He's still in the snipe hut. So even though Space Station's staving off FaZe, they haven't necessarily gotten themselves out of this vulnerable position. As long as Royal 2 stays alive in that back hut, at any moment, push can come in and capture a flag.
Frosty, I don't know if he's aware of Eco at the bottom side. Eco's gonna get the beat down on him. Oh my goodness, Frosty turns around, somehow gets the kill. That's gonna maintain control of the sniper here for Frosty. What is he gonna be able to do with it, though? He has to put this sniper to work if FaZe is gonna pull a flag.
There's nothing Space Station could do. Even though they all come off the spawn, they have a numbers advantage on their half the map. Because of the sniper of Frosty in the high position he had, they couldn't move out, and they just had to give up on the flag. Instead, they prioritized getting Royal 2 off that sniper hut. They were able to do so, but Royal 2, he survived there for a solid 2, maybe 3 minutes, and it made all the difference in this game. Look at his deaths. Only 6 deaths thus far. That's how long he was staying alive over that snipe hut. And now you have Frosty with the sniper, and he's gonna pop off any moment you give him. A double kill for him, and it's another attack on its way as Space Station go 3 down.
As SG get the spawns at the back of the base, we've seen this all too many times.
What a nade.
But Royal 2 with a massive nade takes him out, and the damage will be done to the spawners of SSG. This flag is looking to get pulled here, but SSG stave off the flagpole. The flag relay once again off a spawn.
That's all thanks to Bound. He came off spawn, threw a flag at the flag runner. Well, you couldn't ask for a more perfect nade. Landed right in the face of that flag runner. Stops it short, and Royal 2 could not survive the onslaught from the remaining players, but Renegade. Oh no, it's 4 down. He has overshield. He's shooting from a high ground as well. It's a flank that immediately has to come in from Space Station, but the success rate of going down low, well, it's mighty low. There's nothing they can do. This is gonna be a second flag that comes in for FaZe Clan.
And they maintain control as well, which means they can route another flag, but Pound is gonna stop that one. Does damage to the player on the top center as well. Frosty's still on the base of SSG. He's the last player alive. And Legend in FaZe's base. He's going to try and go for a pull here on the main ramp.
Gotta watch out for the spawners over here at FaZe. If they get a position where they can look at that flag easily, they're going to be able to stop that run in short order. Oh, the pistol versus Bandit. You got a rapid rate of fire. Use it to your advantage. Royal 2 finds another kill. And with snipers coming up, it's going to come down to a couple crucial shots. Renegade on the side of FaZe. Stellar with his sniper for SSG.
We've seen Renegade with his snipe. See what he's able to do here. Pound is hiding. A good play, if you ask me. Spots out Renegade. That's information given to the side of Space Station Gaming. But this, oh my gosh, this angle! Stellar gets the shot off! Frosty ends up falling. They kill Snakebite as well. SSG on a push.
It's a great play by Frosty to get down low. The problem is, what does Stellar need? He just needs a frame. You give him a chance, he's gonna hit the shot.
Renegade hits 2 of his own. That overshield is coming up shortly here. Another shot by Renegade. That's the counter snipe onto the Stellar snipe. And he continues on. Bound falls as well.
Overslay,
Not
overslay.
stopping.
Do not worry about getting this flag out first. You need to get your position, set yourself up. Overshield's coming up in short order. Use that to bully your way towards this flag. It's all about Slayer still for these next couple seconds.
Slayer is what Royal 2 will play. Renegade, though, with the overshield and the sniper in his hands. Spots out a couple players from SSG at the back of their base. They're looking for a push here.
Wait,
it's going to be Renegade.
SSG. That's in the opposing base. Pounds all the way on the other side, causing mayhem. There's a reason why the reinforcements haven't been coming for Renegade. He's frustrated at this point, getting all these kills, but there's just no easy way to run this flag because of the counter distraction on the other side. He's got another 3 down, but there's no one there to immediately put that flag out. It's still got to be another round of slays, and I think he got a little too frustrated there. They weren't quite set up immediately for that flagpole. It's going to be another round of slays needed for FaZe.
We talk about so often the importance of kills. Not every kill is created equally, as Tony would say. SSG gets a couple kills of their own, and those 2 kills will allow them to push up on the map, but it's going to be, once again, Renegade. Doesn't want to call this flag dead, but it will return. Stellar now, top center control.
Legend's in a great position right there over at the snipe tower. For him, it's about staying alive, keeping pressure. If I'm Stellar, I'm going on a quick flank right here to try to get behind these players, but it's shut down right away. Great job by FaZe to prioritize the correct players. Take down the perimeter player over at Sniper, then work on the rest. Stellar's the last alive. Well, that's 4 down for Space Station. Flag's on its way, and I don't think there's any way for them to get there in time. It's a foot race to the opposite base.
The pressure has been too good. FaZe continuing to get 3 down for the side of SSG. And you see Legend not going to make it through to make an impact here. Frosty will put in the final flag. And FaZe Clan will go into the OpTic Major with seed number 1.
A clinic on how to play Forbidden Flag. They got themselves set up. They waited until they had it. They executed time and time again. Both sides played a fantastic game, but FaZe was just that much better on the second half of the game. Could not have asked for a better series. And honestly, fantastic looking results for FaZe thus far. You have to be really excited if you're a fan of this team, knowing that they have a potential to win multiple majors this year.
Yeah, you said that earlier. You said FaZe were going to continue on their dominance this year in HCS, and it's just being showcased in front of your eyes. So many times you count this team out, and so many times they showcase. It's like they flip a switch and show you who they are. This right here was insane. Eco had the opportunity, but Frosty with a snipe, Renegade with a snipe, so many big plays made. And again, I've got to give it to the captain and Snakebite. A massive game-to-game difference in his gameplay, making a statement to all the doubters, letting them know why he's the captain, why he's the world champ, and all of FaZe doing the same. SSG, though, they look good. I'm excited to see what they are capable of as this season goes on, as they get accustomed to Legend, and as they feel more comfortable with him.
One thing that's been, I think, solidified in the online tournaments, obviously LAN's a different beast. We know it. The players over on these other teams come to life on LAN, but so far it seems to be a 2-horse race when it comes to these first place finishes. Space Station and FaZe. I want to see OpTic get into that conversation, but obviously I think they have to work a little bit on those Slayers. Those game 5s have just been devastating to them today. I know that they're going to go back to work on that, but right now FaZe and Space Station Gaming, they just look phenomenal. They look primed to make a run for a championship once again this year. This has been fantastic gameplay. The only thing I want to say about this last game before we go back onto this desk, Tim, and I'd like to hear your thoughts on it, but when there's new maps added to rotation, and oftentimes it takes a little bit of time for it to warm up to the audience, right? When you're playing something new. Forbidden, I used to hate it. I love it. Yep. It is. Yeah. It is a fantastic game, and you can see it because it feels like old school Halo. The way that we saw these teams battle for map position so that they could pull flags and get them home. It wasn't like, okay, we got to slay. Okay, we pull the flag. We got to slay. Okay, we get a little bit further. We got to slay. No, it's get your position. It's all a fight for positional Halo, and then pull that flag out and reap your rewards. It's so satisfying to have a map like that once again.
Yeah, you hit the nail on the head. I mean, it gives me Sanctuary vibes, not only in the just in the sense of like the way it plays, but or the way it looks, I should say, but the way it plays. In Sanctuary, you got Ring 2 control. You're able to pull the flag. It's a little bit of the same. Let's talk to one other person I want to bring into the conversation with us. It's Aliak. Aliak, let me know what you thought about that. That was an incredible match, but what did you think sitting there and watching these two go at it?
I mean, what can I say? Two incredible teams facing off each other. And honestly, that last game was at the edge of my seat because having SSG only one flag away from extending it to another game, and then FaZe just coming in and saying, no, we're gonna get 2 flags, we're gonna tie it up, and we're gonna bring in a third and take it. We're done with the day today. We'll go to Arlington and fight you guys over there. So yeah, pretty incredible games from not just FaZe and the Space Station Gaming, but everybody here in the tournament today. Any thoughts from you guys? I mean, I feel like you guys gave it your thoughts, but just in case, giving you guys a moment to say anything else.
This is the closest that we've seen teams be in the HCS yet. There's truly 6 teams that are in the conversation of having deep runs and potentially winning a championship this year. Now, obviously, the top half of those 3, we're keeping our eye out, in particular, the OpTic, the SSG, the FaZe. But honestly, the more that we watch Sentinels, the more that we watch Complexity, the more that we watch Shopify Rebellion, you know that there's some competition knocking on the door right behind everyone else. It's been fantastic Halo throughout all these online tournaments, and I'm just so excited for year 3 of the Halo Infinite esports season to start.
Tools. I mean, sorry, Active. I'm calling you Tools. I remember your name, Active, okay? I know your real name is Tim, but I'll call you Active today.
Yeah, honestly, a little bit of what Tool said, but a big thing for me is this is online. It's extremely competitive online, but when we get to LAN, I feel like so many of these teams have a different level to them on LAN. You said it yourself, Tools. I agree. I think this game feels incredible on LAN, and when the game feels incredible, the players play incredible. We have an incredible season ahead of us this year.
Absolutely incredible games from everybody today, and congrats to all the teams who qualified. Some incredible things we saw today and some surprising ones as well. I want to take a moment not just to thank everybody for the gameplay that we saw today, but also to everybody that's been hanging out with us on LVT, because an announcement. We reached our sub record today with 2448 subscribers on LVT. New sub record. So thank you everybody who has been supporting us the entire way. It's been an incredible ride, and I don't know where we're at right now. I think should be 2448 unless any new subbies come in. Oh, 2449 as we speak. So every new subby breaks a new record.
We have to get one more before we go. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
Just one. We gotta get to an even number. 2450. Who wants to be 2450? Once we get 2450, I think we're good. Tim, can you agree with that?
Yeah, 100%. I'm not leaving until, we can't leave.
All right, let's see.
I'll stay here all night if I have to.
Yeah, we're going to stare at chat intently, like who's got a prime sub? Please get us to 2450. But honestly, it's been incredible to see the support that we've been able to get throughout this season, the off season. I mean, to be able to blow through the records that we've had and see the support that you guys have been giving us as I see a bunch of subs coming. Thank you everyone that's been subbing to the channel and helping as we end our show today. But it's just incredible. It's an incredible feeling to consistently just be breaking records, breaking viewership, breaking sub records every single time that we go live this season. We hope to continue that momentum throughout the year.
And we will, BB Reptar was our 2450 subby of the day, and we had a bunch of new subbies as well. Thank you so much, everybody, for being here with us, and we cannot wait to see you all in Arlington on March 15th. You will see us in person or here live if you're not going to be there in person. So it's going to be an incredible day for all Halo fans and for us as well. Hopefully we will see you there, but for now, we'll see you guys in the highlights.
Absolutely unreal as of late, but gotta wonder if that body disrespect could potentially come back to bite him. We'll have to see.
In the game, he's been able to get that point for his team, and now it's all up to OpTic Gaming to build a wall. Do not let Complexity pass this halfway point, but they're swarming to that camouflage play, and Ryu patient in the background as he takes them down to secure hill number 1 for Complexity. Starting off this game 8-3, and that shock rifle might just be devastating to this OpTic roster. Oh, are you kidding me?
There is no way that that just happened. That is called multitasking at its finest, an absolute clinic by the side of Ryan.
Opposite ends of the hill, put OpTic Gaming between them, and it's Swiss cheese from there. Able to light them up and put them 4 down. The push is coming, but push is dead. Double kill, and it might just be more. Dead zone, sayonara, triple in the feed. Precision's taking over. This game's not over yet. Where's the spawn? Where's the push? One good shot for Complexity to find this break and win this game, but you have to go through a full strength OpTic Gaming to do so. It's a 2-man push through the pipes. Do they find Lucid in time? His position's known. The pre-fire's in. No damage done by Lucid. Here comes the push.
Yep, that damage was done, but Descendant does get his shields back. Foremost on the back of Hydro. Trippy's the last player alive. It might be it. This might be it. Complexity might take this. And with that kill, they do. They secure game number 1 versus OpTic Gaming.
They survived game number 1's the way to put it. They knew they had one shot at it. They coordinated themselves, put 2 players, push all the way across the map. Look how long they routed their way to get into that position to fight for the hill. They knew it was their last chance. What they do, they prioritized finding the perimeter player in Lucid. Took him down from there. It's a 4v3. Bully ball your way in. You think this game is over, but look at the route. Look at the route. Descendant, Ryan, they know what they need to do. Go all the way across the map. This is a trip to Mordor, and they know that they have to take down Sauron at the bottom of stairs. The pre-fire works it. From here, it's simply a numbers game. Sink and collapse in on these players at hill. Fantastic work, fantastic coordination, staying cool under pressure. Complexity steal game 1. A rock in a hard place. Every time they have to make a decision, there's 2 players, 1 to your left, 1 to your right. It's resulted in death after death, but Dead's, oh, he got another. He got another, Tim.
No shields, dead zone with a bit of a stutter, crouch step strafe. Never seen anything like that. Couldn't hit that if I tried. That's what blows my mind. All of that from OpTic Gaming, and we still see a 2-kill lead out of Complexity. It was 4. But now Precision with this Bulldog camo combination. This is not good. Wait, they were playing Ring Around the Rosie. They spotted him. He's got it to kill, though. He gets the kill.